Daniel now live in their own apartment. She takes the bus to work. Daniel thrives at his new school, and they're part of a local church. Hard days still come, but she's no longer facing them alone. She has the support and tools to keep going. Maria and Daniel's story is just one example out of hundreds of people who come to Water Street each year, seeking hope and a fresh start. To learn how you can support individuals and families experiencing homelessness, visit WSM.org.
My name is Luis Sanchez, and I was actually born in Puerto Rico. Came here when I was 4 with my parents, and I pretty much grew up here in Lancaster the last 38 years. I grew up in a Catholic home. Me and my cousin actually had a little bit of trauma with the Catholic churches and the priest and stuff. Also got molested by my 3 female cousins when I was like 9, 10 years old, and I was angry. My first felony, I was 13 years old, and when I came back from the juvenile detention center, my father already had my bags packed. He said, "You wanna think you roaming the streets as a man? Go live your life." And I'm sorry. Yeah, so I grabbed my bags and left. So I guess when I got that freedom at 13, I just took off. I became a drug dealer because I had to make an income. That was my lifestyle. Doing drugs, selling them, doing whatever. It took me a while, but 2 years ago, something hit me at that moment in time. And I was hanging out there with like 5 other guys, and I literally broke down and cried in front of all these grown men. You know, we're not supposed to be doing that. I just had enough. I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. You know what I mean? I actually put myself in rehab, did the whole 90 days, came back into Lancaster to a halfway house, and finally they got me here. I came here looking for help, and it was probably like the best decision I ever made. Anything that you want and need is in this place. It's a great facility. The staff is great, dental, mental, medical. The whole staff in here is pretty awesome. This place has humbled me to the most. I walk around here, I'm a little bit more happier now, more relaxed, and I'm trying to get back to chasing my dreams again. April 6th of this year is my 2nd year being sober, and I try to help as many people as I can because I know I've been through it. You know what I mean? If I could help at least one person, I feel better about myself. If you come seek the help, this place is for you. They will reach out and try to get you the help that you need.
I got introduced to Water Street through a friend of mine. At that point, I was living in my car at a Rogers gas station. When I heard about the mission, I kind of balked at the idea because at that point, even though I lived in my car, I did not consider myself a homeless person. To me, I was just in a situation where I had to sleep in my car for a few days. Well, those few days turned out to be 60 days. So eventually, I swallowed my pride and decided, sure, why not? Let's go see what it's going to be like. As a day shelter guest, I noticed that the people who work here actually seemed to be genuinely interested in knowing what is going on with you. A lot of time in the outside world, nobody really cares. After a while, I started feeling pain in my lower jaw. The level of pain I experienced was such that a lot of the time, I'd actually avoid talking. I knew that there was a medical center, but I was referred to the dental clinic. I actually did have a bad infection in my tooth, and that was what was causing the pain. But I didn't know that. All I knew was that it hurt. I have worked with other dentists, And I really hoped that they knew what they were doing, because I'm not good with pain. So by the time the whole procedure is done for the day, my confidence in the dental team increased. The quality of service you'll get over here would compare favorably with the service you'd get at any practice. I used to have to take an acetaminophen every other day because of the pain in the mouth. But now I generally don't have to. I'm now in stage 2 of the residential program. I actually went to this part of the program called Step Up, where they help you try and find a job. We came up with a resume and sent it out. The very first position I applied for extended me a conditional offer after the interview. It taught me a lesson to actually understand that you need the help of other people can be a very humbling experience. On the good side, at times, it is said that as a human being, you sometimes have to stoop to conquer. So I prefer to say it that way. Maybe I had to stoop to conquer.
This part of my journey actually started when my father passed away. I had been joint caregiver with my father for my mother, who had dementia. And not long after my mother passed away, my father was diagnosed with cancer. We were blessed with 4 years with him when they thought that we'd only have 6 months, but I was his primary caregiver. And by the time my father passed away, I had no idea who I was anymore, because everything in my life had been taking care of other people and doing for other people. I had hit rock bottom emotionally. I ended up at Water Street. Now that was about 5 years ago. I did not complete the program, moved out, ended up in the same situations, and said I need help, and I knew that Water Street would help me. This time, I went 110% in. I did all the work I'm supposed to do, did all the reading, did all the meetings, and I actually will be completing the program and starting a new part of my life. It's important for me, as I'm reaching the end of this journey, for me to get others to understand the help is here. You have to want it. You have to be willing to work for it. Nobody's ever going to tell you it's easy, but it's there if you just reach out and grab it. And Water Street is amazing, amazing. The staff is so caring. They genuinely care. First time ever in my life, I feel that I have been loved unconditionally. And because
I am going to be hanging out on this bench for the next 24 hours. The whole point of this, let me just get this out in the open ahead of time. I am not trying to emulate what our friends on the street are going through. I'm not trying to pretend that I'm homeless. I'm not trying to pretend that I'm experiencing even a taste of what it's like to really experience that. What I'm trying to do is to catch your attention by doing something a little bit crazy, spending 24 hours right here on this bench, talking with our neighbors, talking with our community leaders, talking with organizations from across the county about those who are experiencing homelessness. We want to shine a light today. We want to shine a light over the next 24 hours. Today is October 9th. Tomorrow, October 10th, is World Homeless Day. And so the point of World Homeless Day and the point of this event is to raise awareness, to let you know, to let our entire community know that we have brothers and sisters, friends and neighbors, mothers, cousins, friends who are on the street, who are going to be sleeping unhoused tonight, who are going to be sleeping in shelters, who are going to be sleeping in cars, and they need our help. We as a community can do more, we can do better. Here at Water Street, we've been around for 120 years serving our neighbors who are struggling with marginalization and poverty, and that's our heart, is to come alongside those who are going through some of the hardest moments in their life and to walk with them that they might experience restoration. There's a lot of other great organizations in our community who are doing the same thing, who are coming alongside our neighbors and trying to help them. And so we want to shine a light on the need. We want to shine a light on the good that is happening in our community. We want to shine a light on what God is doing at Water Street. And we want to invite you to notice those who are struggling and maybe, hopefully, be encouraged and inspired to be a part of the solution, because it's not necessary. It is not something that our community needs to tolerate, that people are unhoused every single night here in our community. So we're going to spend 24 hours talking, have some great guests lined up. We have people who are going to join. If you want to join us, there's a couple ways. Obviously, you're watching this stream. You can send us questions right on YouTube or Facebook. You can actually come down here. If you're near Lancaster City, we're at 131 South Prince Street. You can come and visit us and sit on the bench and have a conversation. We've got lots of guests scheduled, but there's some spots where we don't have guests, and you can come and be one of those guests. And just, if you have questions for me, if you have questions about Water Street, if you have questions about homelessness and what you're seeing in your community, feel free to reach out in any of those ways. And we'd love for you to be a part of the conversation as well. And so we're going to get started with our first guest. I'm super excited. Our friend David Powers is here with us. David is from Columbia. Great to have you, David. We're going to sit down because they can't see us when we're standing. So I'm going to give you a microphone so we can hear you clearly. I think it's already on. So, David, it's great. Thank you so much for taking time to join me on the bench.
Thank you for your diligence reaching out to me.
Yeah.
I'm honored to be here, honestly.
It's great. And so for many of our watchers, love for you to share a little bit about who you are. David is part of the Dream Center in Columbia, which is doing amazing work in the borough of Columbia right here in Lancaster County. David, could you tell us a little bit about?
A little bit about the Dream Center and what we're doing in Columbia. Absolutely.
Can you hear him okay, or does he need to hold that up?
Looks like we're fine.
We're good if he holds it up. Now we're good. Yeah.
So I came to Columbia actually 21 years ago as pastor of Columbia Presbyterian Church.
Yes.
And we formed a kind of an outreach organization because we saw a lot of need in the borough of Columbia, and it was called Hands Across the Street at the time.
Yeah.
So you might remember that name.
Yeah,
from
absolutely.
Ancient history now, but we became affiliated with the Dream Center in November of 21. And so what we do is we work in three principal areas. There was always a clothing outreach at the church, and then we started moving into the areas of food, dealing with hunger, dealing with food insecurity, those kinds of things. And in 2006, we realized there was a homelessness issue in the borough of Columbia.
Yeah.
That's much bigger than we thought it would be. It actually extends from the borough of Columbia into the larger parts of the western part of Lancaster County.
Right.
So we've been involved in that. And since 2018, we've been a year-round shelter. So there, as you know, there aren't many opportunities.
And I remember many years ago, it started in a building, Vision Columbia. Well, I don't know if that was where the first overnight shelter was.
Well, it started as a rotating
That's right. Through different churches. Yeah. We did that here in Lancaster City for a number of years.
It's a great way to do it and build community, isn't it wonderful?
Absolutely.
And that was a great way to get it started. And then centralizing it became a necessary item.
Yeah.
And so we've been centralized and 24/7 since 2018.
Yeah. And you do, so the shelter itself, the overnight shelter, is in your church building.
Yes, it is. Right now,
And I know I've come to visit you, and you've converted part of your sanctuary into a day shelter as well.
That's correct.
Yeah. And so, like you said, it's 24/7. It's not just an overnight shelter. Are your guests actually able to stay there all day?
They stay there all day, except for there's about an hour of out time in the morning and
Okay.
about 2 hours of out time.
So you
in
can
the
kind of
evening. So there's
transition
a
and
little transition time going on, and it's not real long. So we try to make sure people are equipped as well as they can be, so they don't have to spend a lot of time outside.
How many people can you serve?
We can serve a maximum of 24 people. That sounds small, but you know,
that's significant though.
It is.
Yeah.
We've only been maxed out. We're maxed out maybe once a year when they do a code blue in the county. If everybody's familiar with what a code blue is, what we're talking to.
So code blue, for those who don't know, is when our temperature reaches critical levels. So and we've shifted that through the years as we've kind of recognized. A wet, cold night, 32 degrees is a code blue when it's wet out. When it's dry, 25 might be all right. But
remember the week before Christmas, I think it was rough. Right?
Yeah.
We had and in January we had another one where there was single digits out there at nighttime, and people actually live outside, and that's hard for many folks to believe, but it's true.
And so when the county emergency system calls a code blue, that's a trigger for all of us service providers to say, what more can we do? Can we increase our beds? Can we extend our hours if we're closed at different times during the day?
Exactly.
And it's amazing to watch all the different organizations kind of step up their game in those critical moments.
Yeah, we can go from our 24, we can add another 10, basically.
Yeah,
so
that's
we can
awesome.
get up to about 34, 35 people.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And I love the fact that you're able to serve them during the day as well.
Mm-hmm.
You're continuing to do food and
yes, all that's happening out under the roof of the Columbia Presbyterian Church. Thank God. It's we're using every square inch of space in there. But our soup kitchen is doing great things too, between 5,000 and 6,000 meals a month.
Wow.
In a little town like Columbia.
Yeah, and so let's speak because I think a lot of people, when they think of homelessness in our community, they think of Lancaster City. And I've run into that, my entire time with Water Street, that people are like, oh yeah, well, homelessness is a city problem. It's a city issue. And I remember a number of years ago sitting down with some pastors and saying, let's take a look at poverty in our community. Let's take a look at where people who are below the poverty line actually live. And so, yes, there's a higher percentage of people who live in the city that live below the poverty line, but there's a much, much higher number of individuals and families who are out in the county. At that time, I think there were about 10,000 people living in the city who were below the poverty line, and there were 34,000 people living out in the county. And this was 8-10 years ago. So from raw number standpoint, and those are the individuals who are going to be at risk, right? Not everybody below poverty is homeless. We know that, but that's where the risk comes in. And so when a health crisis hits, when a layoff occurs, when a landlord decides I'm going to completely renovate and start charging double the rent, and
that's a major problem.
So it is everywhere. Homelessness is everywhere. Here at Water Street, we're in the city, but 50% of the people who come through our door looking for emergency shelter, their last address was not Lancaster City, somewhere else out in the county. They've come here because this is where resources are. How have you seen that change or grow in the Columbia area?
We're about a person in 5.
Yeah.
And that also,
that's a similar percentage to Lancaster City.
It very much is. And, as we were talking about winter, summer, and all that, where there aren't as many, there's a lot of winter-only places for people to go.
Yeah.
And so we see those numbers increase, and they come from all over the county. And where we are, in the western part of the county by the river, we also have people coming across from York. And it's,
okay.
And that river is a big dividing line, but we do have it.
Yeah. Wow. So what, when you think of our friends who are currently experiencing homelessness, that are staying in your shelter or maybe haven't made their way indoors yet, because I know that can be a barrier for some people. I'm sure you've seen that.
A lot of people outside.
Yeah.
Want to stay outside.
Yeah. I've been asked that before. I want to ask your perspective on that. Why is that? Why do we see some people who, you may have 4 or 5 empty beds, we may have 10 empty beds, but they're still not coming in?
Honestly, I hear people say things like there's too many rules inside, and I want the dignity of being able to choose.
Okay.
Sometimes. It just comes
Yeah.
down to that.
Yeah.
I do think the other thing is that I think the drivers of homelessness have changed over the last 10 years or so. And it seems to me to have a lot to do with the housing issue.
Yeah.
Problem.
Yeah.
All over the county and all over a lot of counties.
Right.
All over the country. There's a housing problem. So I think that changes how people think a little bit, their perception. We're probably doing maybe 30 meals just out the door at night.
Okay.
For people who are unsheltered.
Okay.
And
Wow.
it's a serious issue for
Yeah.
the western part of the county and for the borough. So, as far as how do you serve that? We want to move into that need.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And we just need a place where we can help families and children. I know you can provide that here at Water Street.
Yeah.
We want to be.
That's a huge challenge countywide, is that we don't have enough beds or resources to help families experiencing homelessness. I know we went through a season where we were revamping our women and children's emergency shelter, and so we had to kind of hold back our numbers for a while. And when we reopened it, the demand was just incredible.
Now I'll tell you, we have about 14, 15 right now with a capacity of 24. So
Okay.
we still have a waiting list.
Wow.
Still a waiting list. To
Okay.
get in because we have bunks.
Yeah.
So another thing to deal with is people that cannot climb up in
Yeah.
the bunk.
Yeah.
Like when we were kids, that was the fun thing.
Oh,
to do,
yeah,
where
yeah.
you fight over the top bunk.
When you're 40 years old, 50 years old, 60 years
And you're
old.
living
Yeah.
outside.
Yeah. So let me ask if you've seen a trend that we've experienced. I've been working with Water Street for over 30 years, and I do not recall. There's always been the whole age span. There's the stereotypical picture of somebody, in their 40s or 50s, drugs, alcohol, whatever. And that stereotype does not hold true anymore. Maybe it did at some point in the 80s. I don't know, but it's persisted, but it's not true. We see young people. We see lots of young people, but we've seen more and more older folks experiencing homelessness for the first time.
I was waiting for you to say that.
So people who are in their 60s,
Yep.
70s, who have never been homeless in their lives, suddenly experiencing this. Are you seeing that in Columbia
Yes,
as
we are.
well?
Yes, we
Oh
are.
my gosh.
And it's happening. It's a breathtaking climb, actually.
Yeah.
That it's happening. And that's why I talked about the housing issue. A lot of it is related to housing, but some people just hit, a rough spot in their life when you're not supposed to have rough spots
Right,
in life.
right.
Right. If all things were perfect, and we know they're not in this world.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we're seeing it.
Yeah. There's a couple questions that I'm hoping to ask everybody who sits on the bench with me today. It just kind of came to me as I was getting ready today. So 2 questions, and I'll give them both to you and let you answer them in either order. So the first is, what is your hope for our friends who are experiencing homelessness? And then second is, what gives you hope around this issue?
Okay. The first one is easy, that they be made whole.
Mm.
Nobody should have to be without a place to live. Nobody should be hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody should only be a portion of a person.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't have somewhere to live, and we don't have enough to eat, and we don't have someone to help us, we're never going to experience that.
Mm.
What was the other question again?
So wholeness is what
Wholeness
you
is
hope
the
for
first
them.
part.
And what gives you hope?
What gives
You've been
me
at
hope?
this for a while, David,
yeah.
and it could be discouraging, it'd be frustrating. What gives you hope?
Well, we love it when somebody gets housed, and we love it when somebody just smiles about the situation that's changed. And where I get that hope is I always go out to the Dream Center in LA. I try to take a team out there once a year, if not twice.
Yeah.
And I see where an organization in a community as big as Los Angeles serves with consistency day after day after day. And I watch a lot of the folks that work on staff at a place like the LA Dream Center and ours as well.
Yeah.
We don't make a lot of money. Nobody does this for money. You're right. You knew that, right?
Oh yeah. I figured that out.
But it gives me hope to just watch people come, and the
Yeah.
joy of serving is a real thing.
Yeah.
I hope
Absolutely.
that you have conversations about the
Yeah.
joy of serving.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, you wouldn't be doing this if you didn't get joy.
Right.
Like, come on,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
But yeah, it gives me hope to just watch people and
To see that transformation.
The bearing of fruit.
Yeah.
Off that, off that whole thing of consistency.
And I gotta ask this, because you are Pastor David Powers.
Right.
How does your faith, how does your relationship with Christ affect or impact your role, how you've gone about this work?
Well, I come out of a background of addiction. I've had a past.
Okay.
I've never been homeless in my life, but I've pretty much was really toying with it, as a wonder.
On the edge.
It just, I couldn't do this by myself. I couldn't recover by myself. And I think we're commanded to serve. Yeah. We're commanded to do that. And we're commanded to love our neighbors.
Absolutely.
And so my relationship with Christ is fuller and richer in doing this. Coming out of seminary years ago, I thought, I'll just have a church in the country or a place with a big steeple someday. I think everybody might dream that as a young seminary. Not everybody knows what it's like to be in seminary, but some do. And awesome. I just think it's all about the relationship we have with Jesus. Yeah. And it's made fuller by doing that. That's awesome. So that keeps me going. That's the fuel in my engine. That's awesome. David, thank you for taking time to join us today. Appreciate it. Appreciate the work that you're doing at the Dream Center. It is such a key part of what's happening in our community, in our county. Do you guys have a website if you want to check it out? We do. It's ColumbiaHAS.org. HAS. Okay, hands across the street, the original name. Never changed that. So, all right, ColumbiaHAS.org. Correct. Check it out. Learn about the Dream Center and what they're doing. David, thank you so much. Thank you, Jack. My pleasure. All right. God bless you. Thanks. Take care. All right. So good to hear. We're going to jump right into our next guest. We got 24 hours to fill, and Ron could fill all 24 of them if he wanted to, I'm sure.
How you doing, buddy?
Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you, long time no see.
Since yesterday, but
yeah.
How you doing, Jack?
I'm doing good.
I'm
doing good.
For those that don't know,
can
I
introduce yourself.
My name is Ron Gibson. I'm a senior life coach at Water Street Mission, and I had the pleasure of working side by side with Jack. Well, not quite. He's the president. I'm a life coach. But anyway, I think it's an awesome thing you're doing here, and I just need a tad of explanation to what your main focus for what you're doing right
for why we're doing this.
That's right.
Yeah, why would I come out here and sit on a bench for 24 hours?
I'm not sleeping with you tonight.
I'm out here because a couple knuckleheads have forced me to do it.
Right.
No, our purpose, man, it is just to raise awareness. So tomorrow, I don't know if you knew this, tomorrow is World Homeless Day. And it's a day set apart for us to pause and think about and raise awareness for our friends who are going through it, right? Who are experiencing it, and we just want our community to stop and pause and pay attention for a minute. So I'll be here for 24 hours. If they watch for 5 minutes, I'm happy, because hopefully it'll remind them that we have neighbors, we have family members, we have friends who are going through the hardest moment of their life, and we're all called to be a part of the solution. We all have a part to play. We can't prescribe it all. Water Street can't do it all. We've been at this for 120 years, and there's still way more need than one organization can address. So that's my hope, is we can highlight the good work that's being done, but maybe inspire some new work to happen as well.
Oh yeah, most definitely. We always need help in every genre, from food to spiritual food,
absolutely,
to physical help. Because right now, a lot of homeless people have mental health, you know? And then we have people with mental health with addictions, alcohol and drugs, you know what I mean? So we dealing with a lot, and I believe that our community, if we come together, we can touch a lot of it. We can't do it all. Only God, you know.
And they're complex issues, right? They're not easy solutions that we can just flip a switch and change stuff. So, but it's hard. So Ron, I want to ask you, because you're walking in this every day with our guests. You're walking with, and you have your own journey that you've been on. When you think about people out in the community who maybe don't have a clue, like their lives don't intersect with people experiencing homeless. All they know about it is what they see in a movie, what they see on TV, the stories they may hear. As we're trying to raise awareness, what's something that you would share that is important for people who maybe aren't around this issue all the time to know about somebody experiencing homelessness?
Well, one thing you should know is that they need help. And some homeless people don't even know the avenues that they need to go through to get help.
Right.
Some of them had pride that they don't want to
right.
receive help. Now, you might get mad at me. I seen a guy hold a sign and it says, "Give me $1 so I can buy a beer." I gave him $5, but I encouraged him to continue to be honest.
To be
You know, some people say, "Why are you crazy for that?"
Yeah.
But being honest to like saying he need help. And then I planted a seed about us and all that.
Right.
But when you see people that's homeless, that's out there, man. I mean, I know people drive by, they scared because society is what it is today. It's a lot of danger and a lot of this. But everybody that's homeless is not dangerous.
Yeah.
Everybody that's homeless is not trying to stab you and take your wallet.
Right.
They are people that's just lost. I can't say the system because I don't want to get into any kind of politic or anything, but they are lost spiritually, mentally, and physically, because we deal with a lot of like older people right now that is in need.
We were just talking about that with David Powers. He's from Columbia. I don't know if you know David, who just got off the bench. So he's been working with people in Columbia for years now, and that's we were agreeing on how surprised we are to see so many older people.
That's right, and they're getting younger too, because you know.
Both ends. It used to be maybe more in the middle. Now we're seeing 18-year-olds, 19, 20-year-old coming through our door. We're seeing 70-year-olds, 72. And both of those are incredibly unique challenges of how to walk with them.
You know, like I go through downtown a lot. Me and my wife. When we in the car, my wife is a prayer warrior. And we be in the car. People probably think we listening to music.
And she's praying. They think she's singing along, but she's just praying.
You know what I mean? Because we believe prayer.
Absolutely.
Overrides everything.
Absolutely.
Love. If you out there, man, you look. I know people. You love your family. You love your material items. You love what you have and stuff. But love giving. Love encouraging, love, you know, helping people, because guess what? That's what look, Jesus, when he walked the earth, if you knew what his entourage was, if anybody really know, he had a crazy entourage. And a lot of those people was homeless and they didn't even have shoes. You know what I mean? But it's people making their homes wherever they at. And we like when I say we, and I don't think I'm better than nobody. I don't think you better than nobody. You know, in God's kingdom, we all go up different to him, but God comes down the same to each one. His love is equal. If we can all get to that, man, it'll be a lot of you know blessings to a lot of people. You know.
Do you mind if I ask you a personal question?
Sure.
About going back in your journey, just again trying to help people understand. In that season before you came to Water Street, when you and I we were talking yesterday, you're like, I don't even know I was homeless. Right. What was the hardest thing for you? Like when you look back on that time, like what was the hardest thing? What hit you the hardest in those days?
Well, being on somebody else's couch, like I shared with you. I came here and I was sleeping on my uncle's couch, and he was an old guy. He was into CNN, right? And I would like run around for a little bit before I came to Water Street. I was in every hole and, you know, doing things I wasn't supposed to. But I would want to sleep. You know, it's 5 o'clock in the morning, and he literally would come and like sweep my feet off the couch. I gotta watch CNN. You know, and I'd be like, "Oh, come on, man, come on, man." I had no business in the house that he was living in with him. But we talked about it's called doubling up. And people do not believe that if you sleeping on somebody else's couch, basement, backyard, living room, floor, wherever, it's a part of being homeless. You ain't got your own. So that one of the hardest parts was like sleeping on his couch and being not disrespected, man. I'm just gonna keep it.
That's how it felt. That's how. But from his angle, he's thinking, I'm helping my nephew out.
But like, you got to get over there.
But you need to follow my rules. And
treated me.
So the lack of and so let me try to put the lack of having your own, lack of agency, and maybe self-determination. Like you had to abide by his rules.
When I came to Water Street, I had all my hurts with me, and I got asked to leave a few times, Jack. We got to talk about that later. But
We'll talk about it. We'll talk
God
about
is good. He took care of me.
Yeah.
You know, I had all those hurts from being rejected, not, you know, like going to get jobs and I didn't have the credentials.
Yeah.
You know, I had a little girl in Baltimore. She came to live with me, you know, when things got better. You know, I had family, cutting family off, you know, like trying to do it on my own.
Yeah.
And then I came across the people at Water Street, and I had a counselor that he was loving on me, man, in a way I was like, oh, what's wrong with this guy? And he was just showing me Christ, you know, like no matter what I'm going through, I'm going to help you. And if the public could get that, no matter what you're going through, no matter what you have, that you help somebody that's down. You know, look, one time when I got asked to leave Water Street, and I'm gonna let the people know I've been working there 10 years. I've been working there for 10 years now. But when I got asked to leave because I was in my mess, everybody who had nothing gave and offered me everything. The people out there who are struggling right now, and I see a lot of, if you see a clique of homeless people together, they are surviving and they're
supporting one another. They're helping,
they're
the
building
community.
a support system. And it would be even awesome if a person who
would be a part of
that support
because that's the
system.
challenge. And we talked about the generosity of people who have so little. And and there's a lot of reasons for that. We could examine that, but I want to ask you two questions as we wrap up. I'm going to try to ask everybody these two questions. So the first question is, what is your hope for those in our community right now who are experiencing homelessness? What do you hope for them? And then the second question is, what gives you hope when you think about the challenge in front of us, when you think about the fact that there are so many people experiencing homelessness? What gives you hope? So what's your hope for them? And what gives you hope?
Well, you know, I'm going to go spiritual realm. I hope and pray that they all know the Lord and stuff like that. But I hope and pray that the community, the surrounding community, and I'm gonna go deep. We are living in one of the richest communities in the United States.
Sure.
And I hope some of the people come over off the houses in the hills, come down, which I know a lot of people do. And help build and help support different organizations that's already
we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be here, right?
That's already in place helping people. You know, like, come on, man, like a little, like, you know what I seen one Christmas here? A little girl made all these cards. Do you remember that? Made cards for everybody. Right? Imagine we sold those cards for $20 a piece, and we juked that 20 and built the house over there to help people live in. And we know, like, housing is not everything, because we got to deal with.
But it's a big part of it.
It's a big part. And you know, like, just come and help. Not come Thanksgiving and Christmas to come off your, you know. Come all year.
Come be a part of it.
Volunteer. Donate. Use some of your time, that your free time, you know, because we all are stuck in the world. We work, we hear and obey. Get out of your box and look around, because this is the most important thing I'm gonna say to watchers. You all is one heart away from being homeless, and you got to think about it. Help, and believe me, help will, you know, like will overwhelm. You know what I mean?
What gives you hope?
What gives me hope is that I was homeless, right? And I know the help of others will help those that need help. Man, let me say that again.
Do it.
Homeless, and I know the help of others will. Jack, guess what? Now, let's go. Y'all going to trip out. I get off at 3:30. I'm ready to get out of here. But check out. Let me say it again, because before I forget it,
you don't want to miss that. You want to miss that.
Check it out. The help of others will help those who are needing help. And then look, then you might get a product like me who's helping. The help I got encourage me to help.
So I've heard a phrase.
There you go. What's that?
Restored to be restored.
Restored to be restored. There it is, Jack. And you know what? I love you, man. Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, man.
Now, if you need some coffee in the middle of the night, don't call me. Because I'm gonna be asleep. Because I gotta
Somebody
come
else
back in
will
here
have
in
to
the
help
morning.
me. Yeah.
But Jack,
Ron,
love
man,
you,
thank
man.
you so
Bless
much.
you, man.
So glad
and,
you
and I hope and pray
could
that
join
the
me.
people that are watching will really like get into a think tank of how you can help. God bless you.
Amen.
Have a good one.
All
Bro.
right.
I gotta get my zero coat. Zero coat. Bless you, bro.
Take care, Ron. All right, man. We'll see if we have that kind of energy on the bench at 3 a.m. But just it's awesome to have Ron as a part of our team. Take care, Ron. All right. We're gonna keep rolling. You ready, Jamie? All right. Super excited to have one of our city council members with us, Jamie Arroyo. Have a seat. I think they'll just see our chest if we stand up. So we got it. That's why we're sitting on a bench. But so Jamie Arroyo is with us today. So excited. Jamie is still the CEO of Assets as well. Fantastic organization, helping raise up entrepreneurs in our community, doing a lot of good. And you've been serving on city council. Oh, yes. It's a good thing I was the one babbling instead. How long have you been on city council now?
Well, it's actually my 6th year, so
6
time
years.
goes very fast. I started my first term in January of 2020, so
Awesome.
it's a great time to serve in public office.
That's great. And this is not a campaign rally or anything like that, but there is another role that you might be interested in taking on here come this fall and starting in January. You can let us know. What are you thinking about doing?
Yeah, well, I am running for mayor of Lancaster City, so if all goes well on November 4th, hoping to take the reins in January.
All right, all right. So as you think, I mean, obviously you've got a unique view of what's happening in Lancaster, what's happening in our city, but in our community as well. And I'm thinking both the city council role and assets, because I know a lot of the focus of assets coming and providing resources and building up people who maybe wouldn't typically jump into that entrepreneur track, right? So, but yeah, I'd just love to hear some of your perspective, having lived and worked in the city for a long time, you know, of the challenges our community is facing right now around poverty and homelessness.
Yeah. So, I think for, many decades, Lancaster has seen a lot of growth, a lot of great things have happened in our community, but also challenges that we have to face.
Right.
One of the things that drove me to work at Assets, coming from a banking background, was this idea that we saw so much growth happening in Lancaster City, a lot of great economic development, but then we also saw poverty rates increase at the same time, and specifically affecting people from the community that I grew up in. So I think when there's challenges, whether it's poverty or folks that have increasingly found themselves unhoused, there's also opportunity. And for me, I'm thinking about a future in Lancaster City that really focuses on how do we evolve to make sure that we're taking care of every person in our community.
Okay.
So when we see investments, how are we thinking, how's this affecting everyone, every single person?
Yeah.
So at Assets, our vision is to build a human-centered economy. And the reason why we chose that vision was because of this idea that, every time I would turn on CNN and we talked about the economy, it was this idea on what we could do to make the economy better. And we started challenging that about, well, shouldn't the economy serve people, not the other way around? So this human-centered economy, human-centered community is really this idea that our institutions, our ideas should really serve the people that are living right here.
I'm curious. So not to get too deep into economic policy and factors on a micro city level, but I'm curious. Lancaster is way different than when I first came here. So I'm not from Lancaster originally. I moved here in the 90s, 93. I graduated from college over at F&M and came and lived in the city, and been here ever since. City feels a lot different, looks a lot. You mentioned like we've seen a lot of economic prosperity. We've seen a lot of good. Can you point to some examples where we've done it right? Because again, like the economy's thriving, we're seeing poverty rates rise.
Yeah.
Where are some examples of like, man, we've seen economic growth and investment, but it's also had a positive impact on maybe those who aren't typically participating in that growth?
Yeah. So I lived some of the positive impact.
Okay.
Right. So my parents came here from Puerto Rico shortly after I was born. We lived in low income housing in the Garden Court apartments
Okay.
when I was younger. And my parents, through the help of community partners and resources, were able to buy their first home in the northeast side of Lancaster
Awesome.
City. And that was an example. Over 20 years, my parents built equity, and then they moved out to Manheim Township because they didn't want to deal with the parking in the city, which I kind of get.
Parking.
Yeah.
Parking.
Always the number one challenge, right?
If you're fortunate enough to be elected, good luck.
But to me, that was a way of doing it right.
Yeah.
It was I lived the example of economic mobility and what's possible when we're able to take folks that came here for economic opportunity, and through the help of resources in our community, helps a family move along that economic continuum. So that's one example. Another example is our small business community. So at Assets, we truly believe in the triple bottom line: people, planet, and profit.
Right.
So we have to think of this idea of, when we think of economic development, when we think of investment, that it's not just profit motive, but how are we taking care of people through these mechanisms or these institutions, and how are we taking care of our environmental resources? And we have great businesses in our community that really focus on that triple bottom line, whether it's a Stroopy Company, the sweet shop, that hires, former refugee women and teaches them English on the job and provides good paying jobs. We have organizations like Two Dudes Painting, which is a B Corp that pays good living wages for folks right here in our city. So there are examples of small businesses that are doing it really, really well in our community. And because of resource providers like Water Street, like Tenfold, that really provide good resources, so that way people can move up along the economic continuum.
That's awesome to see. That's awesome. Yeah, and Stroopy Company is one of our favorites of all time. The Sweet Shop and Peter with Two Dudes. Great examples of that. And I think we've got a number of others here in the community. Love seeing what's happening up at Southern Market with the entrepreneurs there. There's some good stuff. So back to kind of that hard issue of why we're here today. So tomorrow's World Homeless Day. We're here to raise awareness, let people know that it's a real issue. We want to raise awareness from two angles, though. We want to let people have a better understanding of what it's like for our neighbors who are experiencing this, but then also the hope side of it. What are the positives that are happening? There's so many great organizations in Lancaster. I'm biased to Water Street, but there's some amazing, and you mentioned Tenfold. In your role with City Council and potentially being mayor, as you think about the city, what do you think the biggest challenge is right now for us in addressing homelessness and addressing those who are kind of right at that bottom rung?
So I'm going to address this with, here's the challenge, but I also see an opportunity in this. And quite honestly, the biggest challenge that our city faces when it comes to helping our unhoused folks are resources. In order to get folks into shelter or provide wraparound services and make sure that folks are being taken care of, it takes resources to make that happen. And one of the challenges we're seeing across all community resource providers is that those resources are becoming more limited when it comes to federal or state funding. So I think there's an opportunity with that, though. I think there's an opportunity to share the stories of the impact that those resources have had in our community, from folks that found themselves unhoused to, getting into maybe a temporary shelter space, that were able to go into an apartment and eventually, into their own.
Ron, who was right on the bench before you, was sharing that story himself.
Exactly. Right. So sharing those stories and making sure that folks understand that these dollars have real impact in our community, there's a huge opportunity in that. I'm also optimistic because I think, when I think of Lancaster City or even Lancaster County, we have some great people here with some great ideas. And I really believe that through innovation, through creativity, we can solve a lot of the challenges and problems that we have here. And I do envision a future where we have this Vision Zero plan for transportation in our city, right? Zero deaths by vehicles by 2030. I want to see a Vision Zero plan for homelessness, right? There should be no one living outside in the street, and how do we bring them in and make sure that we're providing resources so that way they can live a fulfilled life.
I know there are some people out there with this perspective, and I want to give you a chance to respond to it, right? So we know that you mentioned the limited resources, some of the funding that is going away from a federal and state level. So why doesn't the city just step up? Like, why isn't the city taking the lead and providing funding, creating new affordable housing, building shelters, building wraparound programs? Why isn't the city solving this problem?
Yeah. It's a team sport. It's the best way that I can describe that.
All right.
Through federal resources like ARPA that came through,
Yeah.
the city has invested dollars in shelter spaces, affordable housing, and also keeping people in their homes, which is also important. Right?
Yeah.
We have a critical repair program for folks that need access to grant dollars to make sure that they can fix their roof if it needs replacement, or a broken water heater, sidewalk repairs. So the city has those types of resources, but it's not enough. And it goes back to making sure it's a team sport. If we're going to solve these challenges, it's going to require nonprofits. It's going to require faith leaders. It's going to require our small business community.
Right.
It's going to require local, county, state government, federal government.
Yeah.
This is really going to require everyone to come together, be strategic, and make sure that we're working as a team to make sure that we're solving these challenges.
Yeah. I wanted to give you a chance to say it because it's funny. It's often those questions come because there's somebody in front of us, right? And it's like, we want whoever that is, like, what are you doing to solve this? And it is. I love that perspective. It's a team sport. We've all got a role to play.
Yeah, we didn't get this far without collaboration,
Yeah.
right? There's not one person, one organization that has the magic wand. It's going to require all of us to come together.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot in our community around tables with other leaders. So Water Street's in a unique position compared to many nonprofits in that we don't take any federal or state funding, right? We have some restrictions in our bylaws to kind of hold us to that, but we partner with so many. So we're not directly impacted by, the state budget not being passed on time. We're not directly affected by federal cuts from HUD and all that. But we can't do the work we do without those community partners, where we can connect our guests as they're taking that next step in transitioning out to the resources and supports that they need. We know that, like, even though we've got a behavioral health component to what we're doing, and we've got social workers, and we're coming alongside, we also need those resources in the community. And so, our team actually, has committed time to pray for those organizations that are deeply impacted by the cuts, that are deeply impacted by the funding delays, and are trying to figure out, can we borrow enough money to keep our staff employed and continue doing the good work? Because we believe the money's coming. We just don't know when. How do we survive in the meantime? And that affects, I think what gets lost in the wash of all that is the people on the ground, the people who are going through the hardest moment of their lives. And they're like, wait, I used to be able to knock on that door and know there was going to be somebody to help me. And now they're not there. I used to be able to go for this resource here, and it's not there. We talk about, those experiencing hope, like, oh, well, we need to help them get mental health assistance. We need to help them get into recovery programs and everything like that. What do you do when there are no recovery beds? Because there's no funding for it.
And you risk losing trust
with
that community, right?
Yeah.
A lot of times, one of the biggest challenges is getting folks to be able to trust the resources that are available to you. So when all of a sudden you give that trust and then it's no longer available, you're going to have to start all over again. And that's one of the biggest risks that we face, is losing trust with our community, that we're there for each other.
Yeah. So I'm asking the same question of everybody on the bench. Two questions, actually. Okay. And you've already hinted at this a little bit, but the first question is, what is your hope for our friends who are experiencing homelessness right now, those who are on the street, those who are in the shelters? What's your hope for them? And then secondly, what gives you hope? When you think about this issue and the challenge in front of us, what gives you hope?
I think for folks that are, going through a very tough time right now, that are unhoused, I hope that they can see possibility. I think the ability to see that change is possible. It is possible to find shelter, find resources that are available to me, find connection at the very, very minimum. I hope they can see that there is possibility. That's my hope for them.
Awesome. What gives you hope?
I have a 4-year-old at home, Miles, and I try to see a lot through his eyes, and to me, I have to be hopeful and I have to be optimistic because his future depends on that. So what gives me hope is that 20, 30 years from now, he's going to live in a community that he can afford to live where he wants to live. He can work or build a business where he wants to work. And he feels welcomed in this community. That's what makes me feel hopeful.
That's awesome. We can't just hope it into existence. We got to work together to make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Amen. All right. Thanks so much for joining us.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Appreciate you being here.
And thank you for doing this. This is,
absolutely.
raising
Absolutely.
awareness in this.
Yeah. And thanks for continuing to serve our city as you do.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it, man. All right. Take care. I can take that for you. Thanks.
Yep.
All right. So, has that been 24 hours yet? Is it over? Is it 24? Oh my gosh, it's not 24 hours yet. I think we'll keep going then. So we're excited. I think our next guest may be Waleska. Yeah, all right. So I'm going to invite Waleska to come join us. Come on up. It is so good to see you. Thanks for coming out. You can have a seat on the bench. I'm going to give you this so that the people who are watching can hear us.
Okay.
Have our conversation. So thanks for coming out. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And do you want to introduce yourself to those who are watching?
Well, I'm kind of embarrassed right now. My name is Waleska. Where I look right there.
Yeah, you can look there.
My name is Waleska Quinones, and I'm in the Water Street Mission.
Yeah, you're staying with us right now.
All right.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you. It takes courage to come out and have a conversation. But, I want to make this as easy as possible. We just want to have a conversation. I don't know if you had a specific thought or question you had for me or that you wanted to share.
I honestly wanted to share about my experience in the Water Street Mission. This is my second time here.
Yeah.
Been homeless for the first time since January.
Okay.
And I feel like the staff and the people in the mission became like a family to me. That's why I came back for the second time.
Wow.
We do experience, negative and positive feelings. There's a lot of stress on us as homeless.
Yeah.
Not everybody that's homeless is uneducated. We all have our days, our times and moments. And I believe that, I don't feel comfortable going to any other shelter. There's a lot of the staff that's here. I love them. They're life coaches. You're not supposed to consider them a friend, but I consider them friends. I consider them friends. Professionally, they are life coaches.
Yeah.
But emotionally, there's a lot of them that will pull me through. There's times where I cry and I say, I don't want to be here. But then there's just those that just uplift you. I could name them.
Yes.
Jason, Ron, Nick, Isaac.
I'm not going to tell Ron that you said his name.
That's my buddy. That's my buddy. Mel, Roberto.
Yeah.
They uplift you. You understand? There's times where I feel like I'm lost and all I have to do is run to them. There's, like I said, negative and positive.
Yeah.
But we all struggling.
Yeah. It's not an easy road. And I know probably that decision to come back to us was probably not an easy decision.
Yeah, it's not. And, I just want everybody to stay encouraged. As for me, I try to stay positive every day. I try to help people that can't help themselves. I try. I don't mind my business. I've been told, mind your business. But
it's a fine line, right?
Right.
We want to help. But,
right.
But we also know we can't get entangled sometimes. It's not.
And I get entangled. I get entangled.
Okay.
I love the kids. I asked her to come with me. And she's in the mission too.
Yeah.
And I just love the fact that people could come to me and talk to me. Sometimes I be thinking I'm in the worst position. Then there's others that have it worse than me. And Like I said, I don't feel comfortable anywhere else but here because I already know everybody.
So we, the reason why we're doing this, why I'm sitting on the bench, is to help people out in the community who may not realize how challenging and how big of a problem it is right now. Is there something you would want to say to those who maybe they've never experienced homelessness? Maybe they don't really have an understanding of how hard it is and what you've gone through, what others have gone through. Is there something you would want to share with them?
As a homeless person right now, at this moment, it's really hard. When you have friends and family that can't turn and say, let me give you a helping hand, here comes Water Street Mission, and they'll tell you, we can help you. It's up to you to work with what they give you. You understand? It's been a long time since I wanted to have a conversation with you. Because you're hard to get to. You're the president of the Water Mission. And it's funny because I said, I'm going to go. And then I decided not to come. And then I said, no, I'm going to go. Because I need to speak to him. I did not know you was going to be sitting here for 24 hours.
Yeah. That's
And the difference between being homeless for 24 hours and being homeless for a long time is that you just gonna experience the wind of being homeless just a little bit.
And I totally understand that and know this doesn't compare. Because I know tomorrow.
But I have so much respect for you to even think you can sit here for 24 hours. I never slept in the street. I could say that because Water Mission was here. Never slept in the street, but being out from 6:45 in the morning to 8 o'clock at night, I could say I sit around in the park. I sit around in the smoke box most of the time, and it's hard for me. I feel like by the time we go into the bedrooms, it's like like I worked all day long and we ain't doing nothing. We ain't doing nothing but chit chatting and running around, and I be playing with the kids. I try to do something to just get my mind off of things. But other than that, I think everybody here is great. I don't know you. I don't know you, but you great. I know her, him.
Well, let me ask, there's two questions that I'm asking everybody that sits on the bench. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. The first is, when you think about yourself and others who are experiencing homelessness right now, when you think about those who are still out on the street, who haven't come into the shelter, what do you hope for them? Do you have what do you hope they can experience or have happen in their lives? And then the second question is more personal, what gives you hope today? You're not at the highest point of your life, but you found a place where you say you feel like you're connected and you have family. What gives you hope? So thinking about others who are out there struggling, what's your hope for them?
I can't say that it's anybody's fault to become homeless, but sometimes, like myself, it could be our irresponsibility that will end us, and we'll end up being homeless. There's a lot of people that's on drugs, they're alcoholics, they have issues. The most important thing, mental health. Mental health is really important. I feel like everybody needs to, as being homeless, just to stop doing what they're doing and think about what's the worst. You understand? You're already at your worst. Get it together and try to take a step forward.
Okay.
Me being here for the second time, I had a talk with a few. I done fell down. I have attitudes. I be stressed out. I be crying. I be complaining. But one thing I came across today, thinking about a conversation that I had with one of the staff members today. I see Jeremy. He's a great
Jeremy's
guy.
amazing.
Oh my God, he is amazing. um, I'm not weak. I'm strong minded. If I wasn't strong minded, I wouldn't know how to get here. I wouldn't know how to be here. I wouldn't know how to cope with other people. I need to let go and keep forward. One thing I never did was focus on myself. I was focused on everybody else's stuff accept myself. And I have a knowledge of that, but I always fail. And I always focus on something else instead of myself.
Yeah.
To tell you the truth, I think that what I expect from other people is to get themselves together and just try to move forward. And as for myself, that's what I'm gonna do. I don't got too long here. I'm gonna be here till November 17th.
Okay.
But before that, I have a lot of things to do.
Yeah.
Focus on myself and try harder.
Okay.
It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah.
And I respect you for what you're doing. And I thank you and I appreciate it because I know you want to experience what we experience. You're just going to experience the wind of it. Just the wind of it.
Yeah.
And that's good enough for yourself to know. Don't ever become homeless. So, yeah. But other than that, I think you have a great staff. I think Water Mission is a place to come to. And I think people need to think of themselves and try to move forward. You just a helping hand.
Yeah. We can't do it for you.
Right.
But we can walk with you.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't go to church much. But lately I've been praying because I've been told to pray. And I've been praying and this is a Christian-based facility. And sometimes prayers could calm you down.
Yeah.
It's not God is not gonna answer you right away, but He will.
It's true. You can say no if you want to. Would you mind if I pray for you right now?
Sure.
You okay?
Check.
All right. Yeah. Let's pray. Father God, I just thank you for Waleska, Lord. You have created her. You're her father, Lord, and you know everything about her inside and out. And God, I thank you that you have given her strength to endure, to struggle through the hard times. And I thank you that you have led her to Water Street. And Father, I pray right now, Lord, that you would continue to strengthen her, to give her hope for the future, to shine a light on what that path looks like, Lord, so she can know those next steps. It is going to be challenging. It's going to be hard, but Lord, I know you're going to be with her. I pray that she would recognize and feel your presence with her as she takes those steps forward, as she stops to think and work on herself, as she said. And I pray that you would give her the strength to do that, because none of us can do it on our own. And I thank you for our staff who are there to walk with her, and that she's open to listening and learning and trying hard things. God, I just pray for her that even today, tomorrow, and the next day, Lord, that you would help her to know those next steps to take. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming out and talking.
And have
Appreciate
a great night.
This is Maria and her son, Daniel. A year ago, Maria never thought she'd be in this situation, without a home, exhausted, and uncertain. As a single mom, she worked hard, juggling a job in healthcare while raising Daniel. But a medical emergency changed everything. Without paid leave, she fell behind on rent, and soon enough, she was evicted from her apartment. Rents in Lancaster have been rising, and affordable housing is scarce. Even with a job, many families struggle to keep up. Homelessness rarely happens overnight. It's often a struggle that builds over time. For Maria, it was a medical emergency. For others, it could be job loss, lack of affordable housing, mental health struggles, addiction, domestic violence or family breakdown, relational poverty, having no support system to turn to in hard times. With nowhere else to go, Maria and Daniel came to Water Street Mission. They found warm meals, clean beds, and a welcoming community in our family emergency shelter. The next morning, Maria met with a case manager and discovered that Water Street Mission is so much more than a shelter. It was a fresh start. With a life coach, counseling, and pastoral support, she began rebuilding. And for the first time, she heard that God loves her. For Daniel, Water Street became a place where he could just be a kid again. He spent time in Water Street's family engagement ministry, playing and feeling a sense of normalcy. Daniel attended Wonder Academy, Water Street's pre-K and kindergarten, giving him a nurturing place to grow. And when Maria joined our residential program, things began to turn around even more. At the core of Maria's transformation is her newly ignited relationship with God, who loves her and created her to be beautifully unique. With support from career and financial coaches, she pursued her nursing degree and paid off debts. She also saved enough to afford the deposit on an apartment and have a few months' savings as a buffer. Maria and Daniel now live in their own apartment. She takes the bus to work. Daniel thrives at his new school, and they're part of a local church. Hard days still come, but she's no longer facing them alone. She has the support and tools to keep going. Maria and Daniel's story is just one example out of hundreds of people who come to Water Street each year, seeking hope and a fresh start. To learn how you can support individuals and families experiencing homelessness, visit WSM.org.
I hope you enjoyed. I'm not sure which video you got to see, but I'm still here, still on the bench. It's only 1 hour down. I got 23 to go. We are heading towards World Homeless Day, and that's why we're here, to raise awareness of the challenges that our neighbors are facing. And I'm super excited right now to have Alice Yoder with us here on the bench. Alice, thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.
Oh.
Privilege to be here. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Alice, for coming.
It's still a privilege to be
It's only been 1
It's
hour.
working.
I'm already getting delirious in 1 hour. That's
Did you get the privilege, or I need to talk about how privileged I am to be here?
So for those
Yeah.
of you who don't know,
Yeah.
Alice Yoder is one of our county commissioners, and she has, I know she has a very personal and deep heart for the issue that we're talking about today. And for many years, Alice was a part of the leadership at Lancaster General Hospital and really involved in community health initiatives and helping us recognize how we can serve everybody in our county. But Alice, let me just start it this way. I haven't asked it this way before. So you heard about me sitting on a bench, and I invited you, of course. Why are you taking the time to come sit on a bench and talk about homelessness?
Well, first of all, you asked. So that's enough for me. When I think about homelessness, I think about you and your team at Water Street in terms of what you're doing. And I think just the whole idea about sitting on a bench and taking time to reflect on people that are unsheltered on the street and have this discussion is just was important to me. And I know you and I spend a lot of time in meetings and we've spent time in strategy over the many years, but to take this time outside just to, catch up about, what it's like, understanding what your experience is going to be for the next hour, which is, just your little way of basically saying, let's get a sense of what it's like when people are out, all the time.
So as a county commissioner, you have a unique view of things and a unique view of the challenges and the incredible opportunities that we have as a county. Lancaster County is a pretty amazing place.
Yes.
But we are dealing with the same issue that we're seeing all across the country. So I'd love to hear your perspective from the county level as you think about the challenges of poverty and homelessness in Lancaster County. Like what are some of the biggest things that you've identified and that you believe, together we need to work on?
Yeah. So just sort of going back to your original comments about sort of you and I knowing each other for many years because of my role at the hospital and the work that the hospital did, the work that we did very collaboratively. I felt like I had a pretty good sense of homelessness and all the good work that's being done by many community partners. But being in this role really increased my awareness of, first of all, a misconception of people thinking homelessness only occurs in the city.
Right.
So that, I kind of knew just because of the work that we did at the hospital was throughout the whole county. And we know that a lot of our practices and our physicians saw that elsewhere. But it just really was an eye opener of how some people think that it's just the city. So I, basically in my role as county commissioner, I've really been emphasizing as I'm out and about, particularly in the rural areas, to have conversations with people, municipal leaders, about the people that are experiencing homelessness within their community. And I think, just to kind of go to the big aha for me was how important the availability of housing for people of all income levels is important, and particularly those at the lower income level. And how, when I think about the role of county commissioner, and we're advisory as it comes to the 60 municipalities around things that are important, but certainly have an impact on housing and homelessness, and that is, around things like how can we simplify zoning and some of those things. So that's where I feel unique in my role here compared to the things I've done before, is something that I feel, how can I address that barrier? That's a barrier that I think people working in this caring for people that are unsheltered have been known for a long time, and know that we need to think as a county, how do we solve that?
Right. So my first guest today was David Powers from Columbia.
Yeah, Columbia,
and, So that was part of our focus of that conversation, was the fact that, it isn't just a city issue. Obviously, he's living in it right now in Columbia, and the number of people who are actually on the streets and experiencing that. I'd love to hear, we know Columbia, small borough, has struggled with some issues economically as a town, and we may be able to pinpoint and say, oh yeah, this town, that town. How prevalent is this countywide? Is it just in pockets here and there, and it's that borough, that's the issue, that city, Lancaster City, or is it truly countywide?
It's countywide. I can't, you never want to say all 60 municipalities have had an issue, but I've been to most of them at some point in the last almost 2 years now that I've been in this role. And, whether it's 10 people, 30 people, 50 or more, there's still people in their community. And also, I look at it, and I know you do, and a lot of others do, like there's a continuum of homelessness too. So I feel that there's a lot of energy in our community around looking at the early prevention or detection side, like working with people that are near homelessness. So there's a flag that goes up, and what can we do as a community around that? And I think that resonates with, mostly every municipality that I've been in with.
And one of the pathways to learn more about those who are on the precipice is through our school districts, right? And I really appreciate it. I'd love for you to talk a little bit about something that you've helped spur. I don't know if you would claim that it's your initiative to make it happen, but we are having conversations right now at a county level to develop a county-wide strategic plan around housing and homelessness.
Yes.
So what inspired that, and maybe if you could share a little bit, our viewers probably have no idea that's happening and wouldn't know what it is.
Unfortunately, yes.
You could share what that's all about.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the things that when I came into office and did a little bit more of a deep dive about kind of the lay of the land as it relates to homelessness and housing, I was on the planning commission for the county for 8 years as well. So I had a sense of land use planning and housing situations overall. And, we've been behind on housing to begin with. But anyway, there's just a lot of really good work happening in our community related to this issue. And a lot of it was focused a lot on putting out fires, if you will. A lot of it was on crisis and meeting the immediate need, which is so important because there are people experiencing this right now, and we have to make sure we take care of them where they are. And I just felt that, it's been a while as a community that as a whole county that we take a step back and really examine the issue, do some deep studying to understand kind of the current state as it relates to a continuum of homelessness. So early detection, early prevention of homelessness, all the way to stable housing and workforce housing. So that just really sparked working with the Reed County Redevelopment Authority. They were planning at some point to do one, but thinking that, just giving a little bit of push to get that over the finish line to get something like that done.
Yeah. And there's stakeholders from all across the county that are a part of this, which is great. I know there have been focus groups with businesses. There have been focus groups with other employers. There have been focus groups with people experiencing homelessness. And then there have been a lot of the providers getting together and talking about it. Beyond, because I don't want to get into a technical conversation about the challenges to create affordable housing and zoning laws and everything. We could do a deep dive. We could spend 24 hours just on that, unpacking all those differences and challenges. We need more housing.
Yes.
We know that's part of the solution. We
Yep.
need more housing at all different levels.
Mhm.
We especially need attainable, affordable housing for those who are working barely livable wages.
Mhm.
Beyond that, beyond the housing side of things, what do you see as maybe one of the primary issues when we're thinking upstream?
Mhm.
Not those who are already on the street, but
Mhm.
those who maybe are at risk. There's the housing issue, affordability, but then what's another issue that you think is a big one that we as a community need to lean in more on and maybe work together?
Yeah, I think the two that are probably not a surprise to many people is really how we come together as systems related to mental health and substance use
Okay.
and issues around addiction.
Okay.
And really, if you had to think about, okay, pick one, certainly mental health in terms of it's woefully underfunded overall. It's not just throwing money at something like this that's going to make a difference, but it's just how do we come together as a community to offer programs, but then also reduce the stigma around it, and people have more of an idea of where they can get help. But there are programs and services. There are more, counselors that are needed, and but there's some basic things that community people can do related to building relationships, having more of a connection. I'm really concerned about that because there's general talk. I wouldn't say that people sometimes say there's an epidemic of isolation and loneliness. I'm a data person, so I need to see the
Show me the data.
show me the data.
Then I'll tell you.
And anybody listens probably saying, I know a bunch of people, and you don't need to look at like data now to know that. And even looking at younger people too. So that's something that might seem a little bit complex, or what do you do about it? But it really comes to how do we start maybe deliberately thinking about relationships and building connections more so, and that's something that we can all be a part of.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a system solution. It's not necessarily a funding solution, but how can we as a community just care for each other more deeply, build those connections?
Yeah. But what I'd like to hear your thoughts about too. So when we think about this, and I always, like last year when I was on my way here, I thought about what you said in the beginning. I have a long relationship with Water Street and the work that you've done. And I just think about, like, we got to get going on this. It's some people, might say, okay, what's changed from last year when you were sitting on the bench to this year? And how do we think maybe a little differently about it? So, to say the word, let's talk about it more, let's build relationships. I think we have to force ourselves to come up with some concrete things that we're all going to do. And that could be businesses and what they could do. That's, of course, faith-based communities. That's people with their neighbors, and certainly in the schools. But how can almost everybody, and how can we deliberately do something?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question, and I wasn't prepared for you to say what's different or changed from last year too. But I think it's important for us to reflect on that. What have we done, and what are we going to intentionally do in the next year? So Water Street, one of the things we've done, that building right across from us here. They can't see it on the camera, but we're sitting. There are two buildings here on this property. Water Street just bought this. And what we're doing is two things that are kind of upstream help. One is expanding outreach ministries, where we've always provided food support to families in need who are struggling to make ends meet here in the community. We're greatly expanding that. One, so we can serve more people. Two, so we can go beyond food. And we can really come alongside families and start addressing what are those other issues that are contributing to them being on the edge. Why do you have to keep coming back week after week after week for supplemental food and not able to make it on your own? And how can we come alongside and help you? So that's a huge thing that we're doing. The whole first floor of that building is being expanded into a beautiful grocery store environment, but then also kind of a place to build community and relationships, a cafe setting and a classroom setting where we can really go deeper. And then the top two floors of that building and the one that we're sitting right next to here, we're turning those into intentional communities. Because the thing that we've experienced is we can work with people who have come off the street, who've gone through our shelter. We see restoration in their lives, but then that next step out, the affordability of housing, but then the need for relationships, two things that you identified. We're creating these, we're calling them intentional communities, where we can bring 6 to 8 to 12 of those individuals who've gone through that restoration. Now they're working jobs, they're ready to move out, but they can't afford to find a place on their own. So we're creating a space for them, and we're creating a community for them. So that's something we've done in the last year. The one will be opening in December, hopefully. The other will be opening next summer. small first step. We have much more to do,
Mhm.
but we're also hoping it can be a model for others. That's
I
not
was just
something
wondering,
we can
that's
do.
exactly what I was thinking in
What
my
can
mind.
we,
Yeah.
what can we do in partnership to see more of these types of environments created to help people? Because not everybody's going to be able to go out and afford their own $1,500, $2,000 apartment right away, which is what it takes nowadays. So I want to wrap up our time with two questions. I'm asking everybody the same question.
All right.
And I'm going to go back and make notes on these. But what is your hope for those who are currently struggling with homelessness right now? When you think of the individuals who are out there struggling, what is your hope for them? And secondly, what gives you hope? You've got a lot on your plate beyond the homelessness issue, but what gives you hope as you think about the future of Lancaster County and the issue of homelessness and housing insecurity?
Yeah.
So what's your hope for them and what gives you hope?
Yeah, my hope for them is that they are able to find at least one person that they could connect with and help them on their journey, be open to it, and that my hope is that there are enough people that connect with them at some point during a day or during a week, that they find that one person that they feel comfortable with, because it may take several of us to make this connection. And then they have somebody to walk the journey with them, at least one person, if not more.
And what gives you hope?
What gives me hope is you and everyone else working on this. I'm motivated. So my hope then leads to my motivation of wanting to remove barriers in the role that I'm in as much as I can, get dialogues with people and problem solve. But this work is really difficult. I've just known so many people, including you and your whole team. I mean, I got to know your whole health team really closely, and the expansion that's been done. So I just sort of feed off of all of that, just being around people that are doing the direct care and thinking, okay, they're doing the hard work, and I need to do my part.
That's awesome.
That's it.
Alice, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Appreciate
Very
you joining
welcome.
me.
Yes.
And
hopefully it doesn't get
thanks for
too
being a
cold
part of it.
tonight,
Yeah,
but I know you're ready.
We'll get through it. It's one night. It does not compare, as I've
yeah.
said all along. It's not my attempt to experience homelessness and pretend that I'm going through what they are. But it's hopefully it's going to catch people's attention. That's the point. It's not to pretend, but it is to do something a little crazy that maybe not everybody's willing to do, so that we can pay attention to those who really need the help.
Yeah,
so,
that's awesome.
Yeah.
Good.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Okay, can we take one picture?
Yeah. We're going to get a picture before we move on.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, thanks. All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Great to see you. All right. Is there a video playing or am I talking? Can I talk? All right. So one of the advantages of doing 24 hours on a bench here today is that I got to miss a board meeting. I love the board of Water Street. Please don't take that the wrong way. We'll see if I have a job next week. No, but like, I have an amazing team of leaders at Water Street that I could miss a board meeting to sit on the bench and they could take care of business. I just got a text about some business that was taken care of. So thank you to our board. Thank you to the leadership team of Water Street so that I could sit on a bench. So we won't have a discussion of which is harder, a board meeting or sitting on a bench for 24 hours. Regina.
Yes.
Thank you for coming.
I don't blame you for wanting to miss a meeting. I would take that opportunity too.
So our next guest here is Regina Cooper, correct?
Correct.
Regina Cooper. And Regina has a very unique job in our community. And
yes.
Everybody I've talked to who has experienced you from a service provider side and from our friends on the street have said positive things. Regina is an outreach worker. You work with Streets Plus, right?
Correct. And you're at NEAT LCA.
In the Lancaster City Alliance. And so Regina spends her days kind of walking the city, visiting some of the frequented areas where some of our friends who are experiencing homelessness are hanging out.
Correct.
So if you could that's the super brief overview. But Regina, could tell us a little bit about what's the job of an outreach worker in Lancaster City?
So basically, honestly, it's about restoring hope in those that are experiencing homelessness and encouraging next steps. And the way you do that is to be out there with them. You're meeting them where they are at. And because where they're at, that's where they're comfortable. And that's where the reception of healthy conversations in a long term.
Yeah.
Some people grasp things because they're at different stages of homelessness, and others you're going to invest for a while. And being consistent, being somebody who shows up authentically, but one who you're not trying to fix them.
Right.
You're just trying to support them through the stages so that change can happen.
Yeah.
And in that change is definitely where transformation happens. You get somebody to shelter for the first time in a long time, or their first time in general is like a hallelujah.
Oh my gosh.
Whether it's, and the one thing is the patience. Sometimes we have beds, sometimes we don't. You have to go on a wait list or you have to check in, and that consistency, sometimes they need help, somebody to walk through that. And then anybody who is newly homeless, doesn't know a resource, doesn't know anything, has found a couple people that told them this and that, but it's only a glimpse of the picture. Then we get the opportunity to sit and discuss those things and bring it full circle.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of great people out there that have been long-term in the cycle that are an asset to somebody brand new and knows who I am and say, that's your girl. Like, go talk to her, but for now, I'll help you. So it's kind of like this unity that we have between me and people out there experiencing what homelessness is and that daily cycle and the resources and weekend from during the week. It all, the dynamics change.
Yeah.
Just like our weather all in 1 week, right? In 24 hours.
Yeah. We can see all kinds of stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. So, and you're not the only outreach worker out there, right?
No.
Thank God.
Thank God, right. I am designated to the streets, which is a bonus to mine because I can correlate with other outreach workers that are balancing getting people to get their IDs. Forms filled out for Social Security, the list of things that need to happen for an individual, that once they overcome those things, then maybe a job opens up or maybe housing because they have an income.
Right.
We have Tenfold, we have Food Hub, we have Anchor, we have the 2-day centers. So there's many opportunities, just like Water Street. You guys have your things that are going on during the day that your guys can involve themselves with. So part of the community is knowing all the key partners, right? And working alongside of those partners, no matter what. Like in the park with the program this summer was excellent. Yeah. It gave me a plateau to work with, gain some knowledge on some people, as well as build really important relationships that I think nobody can do this work alone, but together, we pull together, we have more success with our individuals.
I love that. You don't want to go there. Please say, no, I'm not going to go there. I'd love to hear personally, why are you involved in this? What led you to say, you know what, I'd like to spend my days walking around the city, connecting with people who are kind of experiencing some of the hardest things in their life. What motivates you? What got you involved in this work?
So it's definitely a calling. I say that there are some rough days I've had gone home and kind of let my head dip down and said, I don't know. But I do believe it's the most important role that I've played in a long time. And I do think that when it's a calling, you have to stay plugged in. But I don't do it alone. I do it with other key partners. When I first took this job, I signed on 3 years ago, August 29th. And I said, my testimony will be if I survive the winter, because I don't like winter. yet I survived my first winter. I'm going to go on winter number 3 and we'll see how that goes. You know what I mean? Because like last year was kind of brutal for me, but I love what I do. And maybe that's my thrive, is knowing that these guys have learned that they can count on me, because I come from a place that I'm blessed to get paid for what I'm called to do. And so for me, my church stands behind me, like all my key prayer warriors, like, and they question, are you sure? When I started this job, I knew how to walk one way in the city and one way out. Everything. I was not from Lancaster City. I'm originally from Media, Pennsylvania, but
I'm from Media, Pennsylvania.
yeah, that's where I'm from.
Get out of here.
Rose Tree Media School District. Yes.
No way.
That's where.
Rose Tree Elementary School.
Yes.
Lake Middle School.
Yes. And Pencrest High School. Yes.
Those are all my schools.
Yes. Yes.
All right, we got to connect. Who do we know together?
Right. Exactly.
So,
but
yeah, so how old you are, but you'd say,
hey, I'm a happy 52 as of June 10th.
Oh my gosh.
Last June 10th. You know, I'll be looking forward to 53.
I not know that we went to the same high school?
I don't know. I don't know.
So now we're just going to talk about Pencrest, and,
right?
And our favorite places to hang out in Media, and you guys don't have to listen.
Right? Tune out.
That's hilarious. Oh my gosh. So you're from Media, but you ended up in Lancaster County?
Yes, I did. Yes.
But you weren't living in the city before you started this job.
No, I lived in the southern end.
Okay.
So even that is a dynamic change, because you go from cornfields and cows and maybe a goat running across the street that escaped, you know what I mean? Bunnies, squirrels, whatever, to the city where it's loud, honking, you know, all the great facets of the city. I've learned to appreciate the city for its culture in foods and just the dynamics of the city. So I've learned to navigate it very well. I don't head in the wrong direction, thinking I'm heading in the right direction and saying, oh man, I'm going to get my steps in today.
That's probably one advantage. Right?
Yes, you stay in shape because you're constantly moving.
So you mentioned this earlier a little bit. The aspect of building trust.
Yes.
How critical that is. Because we know, like, you know, I think there's 2 angles on it. Somebody who like just is brand new to homelessness, right? They're just,
right.
Things have fallen apart. They end up out on the street and like, what do I even do? And then others who have been out there for a while.
Right.
You interact with both of those, right?
Yes.
What is the role of building trust, and how do you build trust?
So honestly, building trust is about the hardest thing you're going to do, because it's an individual thing, and depending on their whys, the way they were raised, the things that they have been through are rough. Yeah. So you have to be apart from that and say, I'm not coming with any hidden agenda, but how can I help you? Yeah. And if it's not today, it's next week. That's okay. Yeah. It's also showing that no matter what happens out here on the streets, people get angry, and sometimes you're not it, but you get caught in it.
Right.
You have to be that face that says, you know what, I don't know what's going on today, but I'm going to step away. Yeah. And when you're ready, I'm ready. Yeah. And you don't hold grudges. Yeah. Like that's the thing. They learn, they see you, they're watching you, they're observing you, and they're like, okay, so what happens if we do this? Does she spit back? Yeah. I have lost my cool once. And trust me, the situation turned out really, really great in the end, because the other person came to me and says, I owe you an apology. And it also let me show them what grace is.
We've talked about something here, Water Street, the power of faithful presence.
Yes.
That it's not always what you do, what you say. It's just being there.
It's just being there. That's right.
Organizationally, we have 120 years of faithful presence. For me personally, I experienced that in my early years of ministry, where I got called out for potentially not being a faithful presence. And I knew that was going to be the answer in the work that I was doing with the kids I was working with. It was about, I just need to stick.
Yeah.
That's what they need more than anything is somebody who's going to stick and not walk away. And I so appreciate that that's what you do for our friends who are on the street, that you're there, you're a faithful presence, and maybe today's not the day. I'll be back.
Yeah.
I'll be back. And they see you, and that builds trust over time.
And I think when you're in a hard spot in your life, I never bring anything but pleasant.
Mm.
So it's the same energy, it's the same me day in and day out, no, regardless how I feel.
Yeah.
Now they can tell you, man, did you sleep last night? It's my sinuses, guys. Well, what happened to your voice? It's my sinuses, guys. You know, they genuinely cared. Like they cared.
Yeah,
like I've had people come up and be like, you deserve a cup of coffee today. And I'm like, no, you deserve that. You know, it's this argument. They're like, can we just do something for you? So I get to see by living those hours and walking alongside of those. And I mean, I've had people come up to me and be like, I don't need help, but my cousin does. You know what I mean? And so you help the cousin, it opens up the door to the current situation that might have had barriers. And there's always going to be barriers. So it's just a matter of staying patient and waiting.
I want to wrap us up with 2 questions. I'm asking everybody these questions.
Okay.
So the first is, when you think of our friends experiencing homelessness, what is your hope for them? And then the second question is, the work that you do is hard. What gives you hope? So what is your hope for them?
Okay.
And then what gives you hope?
So my hope for them is that every resource that applies to their independent situation, that we not only get them through that they get to see that even if it moves slow or it moved fast, no matter what their perspective was, it was worth it. And that no matter how long they've been on the streets to how short, they deserve better than where they're at. And to remove that barrier that they don't deserve anything more than just survival. And what gives me hope, obviously my church and prayer, they keep me balanced. But what touches my heart is when somebody shares something minute that I did for them that I didn't realize. And it could be, Jeannie, you show up every day and you smile. Like, we need that. Wow. So it restores that what I'm showing up for is noticed by the ones that are meant to notice at any, those given moments. Yeah. But just keep in balance. Make sure that I take care of me, because an empty cup doesn't have anything to give. So we make sure we go home and fill it. And I do the healthy things to take care of me, to be able to take care of them.
You're making a big difference, Regina. Thank you. Thank you so much for what you do, for being a faithful presence to our friends on the street.
Well, thank you.
Thanks for joining me.
Yeah.
Great conversation.
Definitely.
Go Pencrest Lions.
Yes.
That is awesome. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
We'll have to chat about media sometime.
Yes, we will.
Right. Pinocchios or Apollos?
Pinocchios.
All right.
You know.
All right. I was an Apollos guy, but I love Pinocchios too.
Pinocchio.
All right. Awesome. Maria. Welcome.
Hi.
Welcome. I'm going to give you this. We'll make room for both of us. We'll ask, are you going to interpret for us? Awesome. Come a little closer.
Google.
Google Translate.
Yeah.
Now the end of the so, welcome. This is Maria.
Yeah.
Maria, would you like to introduce yourself to the people who are watching?
Mi nombre es María Morales, soy residente, soy una persona divertida, me gusta bailar, me gusta cantar, pero lo más que me gusta es lo que ha hecho la misión conmigo.
My name is Maria Morales, and I like to have fun. I like to dance. I like to joke around. But the best thing that she has going on is that the mission did a better thing for her to change in life.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. How long have you been at Water Street?
¿Cuánto hace que tú estás aquí en la misión?
Un año.
1 year.
1 year. And you've moved from our shelter program to our residential program. How long have you been in our residential program?
¿Cuánto tú hace que tú estás en el programa?
6 meses.
6 months.
And what's been your experience, or what's had the biggest impact on you?
¿Cuál ha sido el impacto más grande y cuál ha sido la experiencia tuya aquí?
Bueno, el impacto más grande es que aprendí a creer en Dios.
The biggest impact with her is that she believed in God.
Definitivamente,
Definitely.
Como he dicho y para los que no me conocen,
Like she said, and for people that don't know her,
yo fui abusada sexualmente,
she was sexually abused.
llevo más de 30 años, más de 22 años fuera de las drogas.
She's been out of drugs 22
Ajá.
years now. She's been sober.
Siempre fui como el patito feo de mi casa.
She says she was the black sheep in the family.
Tuve muchos años confinada.
She was for many years in jail.
Después me fui para Florida, estuve allá viviendo con mi expareja.
She went to Florida and she lived over there for a couple of years with her ex-partner.
Me preparé, estudié.
She prepared herself and she went and she studied.
Para los que no lo saben, yo era escritora de Discovery Go.
For the people that don't know her, she used to write for Discovery.
Pero no tenía paz.
But she didn't have no peace.
Mi familia cuando vine a Lancaster me tiró a la calle.
When she came to Lancaster, her family kicked her out to the streets.
Y llegué a la Warren Mission.
And she came to Water Mission.
Era lo más rebelde que había en la Warren Mission.
So she says that she was the worst one in the Water Mission.
Definitivamente.
Definitely.
No me voy a sentar aquí a mentir.
She's not gonna sit here and lie about what she did.
Dios mío. Jason, I'm sorry, me corría por todos lados.
Jason used to run after her everywhere.
Pero cuando subí a la residencia,
when she went upstairs,
I
decided
cambiar mi vida.
Change my life.
Enfocarme en mí.
Focus on myself.
Enfocarme en los estudios sin saber inglés. Pasé todas las clases, estoy en la fase 2.
She says she focused on herself and without knowing English, she did all her classes and she ended up going to phase 2.
Ahora mismo, la semana que viene, comienzo a trabajar en un hospital.
Next week, she starts working in a hospital.
El año que viene, espero en Dios tener mi hogar.
Next year, she's hoping to, and God willing, she's going to have her own apartment.
Y lo más importante es,
the most important thing is
que tengo paz.
That she has peace.
No soy feliz porque la felicidad trae lágrimas, trae tristeza, trae depresión. Tengo mucha paz.
She says she's happy. She don't want to say she's happy because it brings sadness, it brings depression. But the most important thing that she has right now is peace.
Me quise sentar aquí. Yo no doy entrevistas ni doy nada de esta cuestión. Yo no creo mucho como en esas cositas. Yo soy muy tímida. A pesar de que era muy gritona, soy muy tímida.
She said, besides me being all loudmouth, I'm very shy.
Pero me senté aquí porque quiero agradecerle.
She says she want to sit here because she want to appreciate.
Primero que nada, a Dios.
First of all, to God. She want to appreciate.
Segundo que nada,
second,
thank you very much. Yes. Lo que tú haces para mí,
whatever you do for me,
es fenomenal.
It's phenomenal.
Me siento aquí.
I sit here
en agradecimiento
a
lo que tú haces con la misión, con todos ellos, con todos los life coach, con todos los social workers, con todos los de clínica, comedor, ropa.
She said everything you do with all the staff and everybody in the mission, going to the kitchen, to the medical, everything, that she appreciate everything you do for us.
Por eso tengo la valentía de sentarme frente al presidente, la vicepresidenta, al grupo que tú tienes aquí, pero es porque yo estoy agradecida.
She said that's why she was brave enough to say here to let you as the president Lily, as the vice president, that she appreciate you guys.
Estoy agradecida de lo que hicieron conmigo. Hablo de mi personal.
Personally, what you guys have made her to be nowadays.
Eh, no tengo nada negativo que hablar de la prisión, de la misión. Sí exhorto a madres que tienen niños, no se queden en la calle.
She said that, ¿cómo fue que tú dijiste?
Yo exhorto a las madres que tienen hijos, no
Okay,
se
so
queden en
she
la calle.
said she got nothing negative to say about anyone in the water mission. The only thing that she is worried about is about women with children that come into the water mission. She don't want them to stay out in the street.
Please, a todas las personas están en frío, no se queden en la water mission. Mira, nos recibieron a mí a esta que son la más candela.
She said, "What a mission could accept me and her that we we out of pocket.
We can take anybody.
Yeah, I'm an angel. I'm an angel."
No. Jason, no veas esto, no.
She said, "Jason, don't look at this."
No, pero en serio, quiero hacerle una pregunta bien personal allá.
She said, seriously, or jokes or out of aside, she wants to make a personal question. She wants to ask a personal question to Jack.
¿Qué te llevó a ayudar a las personas de la calle?
What made you help people in the streets?
Well, it's been a long journey. I've been at Water Street for 32 years. I don't know if
Él está, okay, Google.
now you gotta switch to Google Translate.
Él dijo que personalmente él estaba aquí 32 años trabajando.
And when I first came, I only wanted to work with little kids.
Cuando al principio vino quiso nada más que trabajar con los nenes chiquitos.
Okay.
And the first summer that I worked at Water Street,
El primer verano que él trabajó aquí en la misión.
I lived really far away, so I needed a place to stay.
Él vivía bien lejos y él necesitaba donde quedarse.
And my boss told me that he had a place for me to live that summer.
Que el jefe de él le dijo que él tenía un sitio para él para vivir para ese verano.
I thought he meant some nice house out in the suburbs where somebody would let me stay with them.
Él se creía que era un sitio bien elegante y bien nice para él quedarse.
But instead, he took me into the mission and to one of the men's dorms and said, "Here's where you're going to stay."
Él lo trajo aquí y le dijo que aquí era que se iba a quedar.
Well, I spent my first summer working at Water Street in the men's dorm in the program.
Que él se quedó aquí ese verano en el dormitorio de los hombres.
Wow. And living with the men and hearing their stories.
Y viviendo con los hombres y oyendo las historias de ellos.
On top of what God had already been doing in my heart about working with kids who feel like they have no hope.
Entonces, con lo que ya Dios le había puesto a él en el corazón, trabajando con los niños, eso era dándole esperanza.
So over time, I saw how all of that fits together.
Entonces, durante el tiempo que él estuvo aquí, eso se puso junto con todo.
And I know that God had taken me from a place of brokenness to wholeness.
Que Dios lo sacó de un sitio que estaba ya rompido y le dio ese de eso que estaba.
That if I could work at Water Street, I'd have a chance to help other people go from brokenness to wholeness.
So él dijo, él se sintió que si él puede trabajar aquí, que él podía coger a la gente que ya están rompidos y hacerlo completo.
So every day I get to wake up and be a part of what Jesus is doing in the lives of people.
Que todos los días se levanta y puede ser parte de lo que Dios le ha dado a él con la gente de aquí.
Wow. Gracias.
Thank you.
Su humildad
Yeah,
es,
your humbleness
es tan excepcional.
is exceptional.
Eres un hombre, eres un caballero, eres
She said you're a man, you're a gentleman
en todo sentido de la palabra,
in all
mi
aspects.
respeto.
Her respect.
Dios te bendiga siempre.
God bless you.
Yo no sé si el año que viene yo estaría aquí porque
She
mi plan
said-
es irme para Florida,
She said next year
pero
she
yo
might
quiero
not be here.
llevarme un
Espérate, déjame
cantito.
decirle.
Yo.
Porque tú hablas muy rápido. Dios mío. She said next year she won't be here. She'll be in Florida.
Amen.
And ahora sigue.
Pero yo me quiero llevar un cantito de la misión y es,
She wants to take a little bit of the mission with her.
aunque mucha gente pues no lo sabe, mucha gente sí. Así con nuestras loqueritas y todo, hemos ayudado varias personas. Pero yo,
She said, even though she's crazy, we helped a couple of people.
me siento orgullosa por eso.
She says she's
No soy un life
proud of
coach,
she's
no,
proud of herself and she's not a life coach.
pero mi corazón sentía que para yo sanar tenía que ayudar y ver más allá.
She said her heart felt like for her, if she has to heal, she has to help out so she could be able to heal.
Te agradezco que me hayas dado la oportunidad de sentarme un rato contigo.
She says she appreciates that you gave her the opportunity to sit down and talk to you.
No me dieron café, por supuesto.
She said they didn't give her no coffee. Where's our coffee? Where's our coffee, right?
Pero rapidito, un saludito a Ron, a Neil, a todos los sociales, a Margie, a Toito. Los adoro, mi respeto.
She said,
un saludito.
No que saludito. She said, shout out to Ron, Nick, Margie, and everybody. She loves you all.
Yeah.
Wait, Nick, let me tell y'all. So we do this thing. Lily, I think you've seen us before. We do this thing in the cafeteria just to make everybody laugh. So she's a dancer. She likes to sing and dance, right? Párate pa' que baile.
¿Cuál es?
Tuki. What's your song? Your song.
The song. My English, my song. My song, my English para la Water Street. We can stand it, say every day.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
God bless.
Oh my goodness. Wow. That's amazing. And to hear her heart, as Maria said, like, and we see it in her, the heart to bring healing and hope to others, as she's experienced healing and hope herself. That's what it's all about. And I'm so grateful for our team here. So grateful. Thank you, Waleska, for translating. Great Google Translate. That was fantastic. Bye. I'm not sure what's next. Tell me what's up. It's all good. Sure. Yeah, come on over. We can do it. We can leave it streaming while it's happening. This is good. Yeah. All right. This is Nick, is it?
Yeah.
Nick from Fox. Awesome. Thanks for joining us.
No problem.
All right. I have no idea what time it is. Did we hear from huh? Yeah, have we heard anything from her? I could text her and just while you're getting set up.
No problem.
Is that cool? Give her a hard time for not showing up on time. I thought I had something on my head this whole time. My glasses. I'm that old guy who's like, oh, she just texted 3 minutes ago. She's on her way. So yeah. Was that movie with the old man who's like, he's like doing all this stuff, before he leaves the room? Oh, it's The Princess Bride. Peter Falk, the grandpa. Do you know that? Who knows The Princess Bride? Come on. He's like, when he gets up the one time, he's like, I feel like I do that all the time. That's like my thing.
You can probably just like set that beside you,
All right,
and then we'll
cool.
run that up your vest there.
Cool. Do that.
Yeah.
Put that like up here, and then zip it up so it stays a little closer.
Yep.
All right.
All right. And you'll look at me the whole time.
All right.
Camera.
Don't stare at the lights.
Yeah, it's bright.
That's all right. That's all good.
All right. First off, easy question. You just tell me your first and last name.
Sure. Jack Crowley.
Okay. And can you spell that for me?
JackCrowley. Yeah.
On high level.
Sounds good.
Yeah. And how should we title you as?
President of Water Street Mission.
Okay, great. And just tell me a little bit about what's going on here today.
Yeah. So today I'm sitting on a bench. It's called Conversations on a Bench. I'm going to be sitting here for 24 hours. We started at 3:00 this afternoon. I'm going to stay here through the night, be here till 3 in the afternoon tomorrow. It's all about conversations, right? So tomorrow is World Homeless Day. And so the reason I'm doing this is to raise awareness of the needs of our community. There are probably between 60 and 100 people in Lancaster County tonight who are going to be living on the street, sleeping in their car, staying someplace that's not safe. I am not trying to imitate or emulate or pretend that I'm experiencing anything that they go through on a daily basis, but I am trying to draw attention, trying to catch your eyes and we're live streaming this 24 hours to hopefully get people to pay attention and recognize we have friends and neighbors who are in need. So yeah, that's what we're doing, why we're doing it.
What time did this start?
So 3:00 in the afternoon.
Okay, just a little bit ago.
Yeah.
So far, how's it gone? Any conversation?
It's been great. Yeah. So this is the first lull we've had. And there'll be a few through the day, but we're going to have probably, 30, 40 conversations while we're here with leaders of organizations that are doing great work in our community, with some of our friends who are currently experiencing homelessness. Our most recent, Maria and Waleska were here in the last half hour, sharing their stories, sharing their struggles, and sharing the hope that they have. And that's what it's all about. So Mayor Sirachi is going to join me. Alice Yoder, one of our commissioners, was just here. And so that's the point, is we want to talk, we want to have conversations, we want to move things, and maybe together as a community to help our friends.
Yeah, I mean, I just, kind of explain like the trust and relationship of, helping end the cycle of homelessness.
Yeah. So I think a big part of it, Water Street, we've been at this for 120 years. In 120 years, we've learned a lot. We've made a lot of mistakes. We've done some good things. But a lot of it is that faithful presence. We've been here for 120 years, faithful presence. I was talking with Regina Cooper, one of our outreach workers in the community. It's about building trust. When people have lost everything, when they're at that point of I don't know where to turn, what to do, the starting place for that is trust. The starting place for that is relationship. We do that at our mission. When people come through our door, that first week they're staying with us is stabilization phase. We have very minimal expectations in that first week. It's all about, you can breathe. There's going to be 3 meals a day. There's going to be a safe place to sleep. We're not putting any expectations on you this first week. Let's just build some trust. Let's create space to breathe, because that's the first step to finding a path forward. And so it's about relationships. It's about trust. For us at Water Street, we believe that Jesus Christ can bring transformation to anyone. And we've seen it happen.
I mean, just so you may have touched on it, but just like, how do you, measure the success of an event like this?
Yeah.
How it's going to impact.
Yeah. So it's tough. What's successful about sitting on a bench for 24 hours? My hope is that there are a few people. I mean, my dream is that there will be hundreds of people here in Lancaster County who are going to be encouraged and inspired and motivated to do something. That they might be a little bit more aware of the needs but most importantly, they'll recognize that they can have a positive impact. Whether it's volunteering or contributing to Water Street or one of the other organizations, Tenfold, the Lancaster Food Hub, Anchor Lancaster, Dream Center in Columbia, the Living Room in Ephrata. There's so many great organizations that are stepping in to try to do something, but we need more help. It's not something any of us can do alone, and it's not something that we can do without the help of our community. So my hope is that not just Water Street will get more volunteers or more people connected, but that every one of the organizations that's serving our friends will get a swell. I'd love to see hundreds of people starting to volunteer, starting to donate, starting to get involved, loving their neighbors, because that's where it starts. If we love our neighbors, maybe we don't need to see our neighbors on the street anymore.
Okay, and I guess you got some stuff prepared to kind of stick it out for the 24 hours. How are you planning to prepare for that?
Well, thankfully, I got some friends who are going to be here with me overnight. So again, it's not the same as being out on my own. I've got a sleeping bag. I've got a blanket. It's not the comfiest bench, as you can tell, sitting here with me, but we'll make it through. It's one night. I can do anything for 24 hours. Our friends are going to have to not just stay out on the street tonight, but they might be there tomorrow and the next night and the next night. But hopefully, if we as a community start paying attention to that and recognize we can do something about it, we can see that change.
Pretty much most of my questions. Anything else you want to add that it might be missing that you want to?
No, I think if you're discouraged or challenged or feel overwhelmed by the fact that there are some of your neighbors sleeping on the street tonight, do something. It doesn't have to be big, but we're all able to do something, whether it's, giving a little bit, whether it's volunteering one day a year, one day a month, one day a week, whether it's just keeping an eye out. Because one of the things we talked about earlier is it's not just those who are on the street. There's a lot of people at risk right now. There's a lot of people living on the edge. How do we just care for our neighbors? We're in this world together. It's about relationships. It's about community. I believe the greatest commandment is to love God, but it's also to love our neighbor. The second is just like it is what Jesus said, to love our neighbors. What can you do today to love your neighbors? I hope you take a minute to think about that and maybe take a step in that direction.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Which one of these am I taking off? This one.
All right. Thank
Yeah,
you.
man.
Good
Thanks so
luck.
much. Appreciate you coming out.
Yep.
Sure. Actually, that'd be great.
My name is Luis Sanchez, and I was actually born in Puerto Rico. Came here when I was 4 with my parents, and I pretty much grew up here in Lancaster the last 38 years. I grew up in a Catholic home. Me and my cousin actually had a little bit of trauma with the Catholic churches and the priest and stuff. Also got molested by my 3 female cousins when I was like 9, 10 years old, and I was angry. My first felony, I was at 13 years old, and when I came back from the juvenile detention center, my father already had my bags packed. He said, "You wanna think you roaming the streets as a man? Go live your life." And I'm sorry. Yeah, so I grabbed my bags and left. So I guess when I got that freedom at 13, I just took off. I became a drug dealer because I had to make an income. That was my lifestyle. Doing drugs, selling them, doing whatever. It took me a while, but 2 years ago, something hit me at that moment in time. And I was hanging out there with like 5 other guys, and I literally broke down and cried. In front of all these grown men, we're not supposed to be doing that. I just had enough. I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. You know what I mean? I actually put myself in rehab, did the whole 90 days, came back into Lancaster to a halfway house, and finally they got me here. I came here looking for help, and it was probably like the best decision I ever made. Anything that you want and need is in this place. It's a great facility. The staff is great, dental, mental, medical. The whole staff in here is pretty awesome. This place has humbled me to the most. I walk around here, I'm a little bit more happier now, more relaxed, and I'm trying to get back to chasing my dreams again. April 6th of this year is my second year being sober, and I try to help as many people as I can because I know I've been through it. You know what I mean? If I could help at least one person, I feel better about myself. If you come seek the help, this place is for you. They will reach out and try to get you the help that you need.
Florham?
Maine, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where
'cause
that.
Florham's like right across the street
Yeah.
from Drew. That's
Okay.
crazy. So, hey, welcome back. There's a lot of weird conversation too, but
Yeah.
welcome back. Once again, here we are, Conversations on a Bench. I think I have 2 hours down. Shoo, it's like nothing. 24 might be a little harder. I think last year you got me like at the end.
I
And
did.
I was like,
You were really
I was
tired
pretty messed up.
and you were
Yeah.
cold.
Yes.
I like this. I like being at the
this
front
year-
end.
Yeah,
this
you get at the
time.
front end. I'm a little bit more awake and aware and everything. So let me make an introduction. For those who don't know, this is Mayor Deneen Sirachi, the mayor of Lancaster.
For 2 months and 27 more days.
But who's counting down? Who's excited about
Ah,
taking on a new phase of life rather
Yes.
than, yeah. But we are so grateful for your tenure as mayor.
we
all
made
you've
a
done
lot
for
of
the city.
progress, Jack.
I think we have.
Yes, we have.
I think you've done a great job of really just lifting the city up and shining a light on the areas we still need to grow.
Yes.
Um,
Always a perpetual work in progress as humans and as a city.
yes, absolutely, absolutely. So let me just start with a simple question. So mayor of a decent sized city, there's a lot going on.
Yes.
So there's a lot happening. Why would you take time out of your day to sit on a bench and talk about homelessness?
Oh, because it's one of the most important issues in our community that's facing our community. It's very connected to the housing crisis that we're in nationally. And I think, and also the kinds of considerations related to accessing medical care, drug and alcohol treatment, mental health services. We know the complexity of all of these things. And I know you know my story too, Jack, about my family doing a pretty crazy thing of, basically using the money that we did have from selling a house to going and living in a tent. So, and buying a piece of land and, building a house. And, for that summer, May through October was interesting. It was an interesting experience.
Yeah. So it wasn't quite the same as some of our neighbors who've
No.
lost it all.
No,
and
no.
been there, but
No,
But
the
a
first thing we
very
built
real.
was an outhouse. So it was it was different.
oh my goodness. Yeah. So you do have a real perspective into that experience. What, as you stepped into the role, 8 years now as mayor, what surprised you most about the challenges around this issue? I think a lot of people, if you're not living in that world all the time, right,
Yeah.
in leadership, and even you were on city council before you
Yeah.
were mayor, so you had a glimpse in, but then it became,
Yeah.
this was your life. What surprised you about the challenges we're facing around poverty and homelessness in the city?
I think the scope of the challenge surprised me because I remember when we first moved here, we were championing, the fact that we had a functionally eliminated homelessness among veterans, and we were on the map nationally for the work that we were doing,
Right.
and I think that honestly, I was really caught off guard with the scale of the problem. Like I had always known about, homelessness in our school district and the kids that were couch surfing and so on. But the number of people that are on the street that are not couch surfing, that don't even have that, it felt like it came very quickly in my first term, and then COVID.
Yeah.
It that was just unprecedented in so many ways.
Yeah. So what does that do to the lifespan of a mayor? The COVID years. Does that mean that instead of serving 8 years, you really served like
those were
37
dog years? Yeah, dog years.
Each one of those counts as 7.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
It is.
So the scope of the problem. And so let's talk a little bit about that. We do a pit count every year.
Yeah. Which
and that,
undercounts.
It totally undercounts. And, we've seen some progress supposedly in the last year, but we also did the pit count on the coldest night of the year.
Yes.
So how accurate is it? But I think anybody who lives or works in the city of Lancaster recognizes things are probably a little worse than they were 15 years ago.
Well, and
at least from a visibility standpoint.
I think the thing that has also really changed the conversation is that it's not just people in Lancaster City that have seen the increase in homelessness. It's in every community. And I think that has created a kind of conversation that we were not having before.
Right.
Because before it was really centered on homelessness was in the city of Lancaster. No longer.
Yeah. And I think that's really important for us to note. So 2 things. One, the national trends are actually outstripping what we're seeing in Lancaster. So we feel like, wow, the scope of the problem is larger than it used to be and larger than we expected. But that mirrors what's happening across the country.
Yes.
It's not just Lancaster that's experiencing this. It's everywhere.
Yes.
And actually most communities worse than Lancaster.
Way worse.
And then the other thing is the fact that it's not a city issue, it's a county issue,
Mm-hmm.
it's an everywhere issue.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that persists? Why do you think that lack of understanding that it's an everywhere issue? Why do you think it persists?
Because I think it looks different in different places. There might be more people sleeping in their cars. I think that it's a more geographically dense community that we are here in Lancaster. And I've really been very blunt in talking to people about this because the city of Lancaster cannot absorb all of the homelessness in the county. We are exactly 7.3 square miles, 4 if you're just counting like the downtown. And we just don't have the capacity. And we are carrying so much water. And the history of the Water Street Mission, the expansion of the low barrier shelter, and the permanency of that now, which is new and is a mark of success, and then the additional facility that's being considered, that's in progress, the hub, also on Prince Street. And so, we've made investments. We've our community has been very receptive, from a perspective of like, we want to help our neighbors. And if we look at the national data and on a county level, there's at least 500 people in the county that are homeless, at least.
Oh, yeah.
We can't absorb 500 homeless people. We already have over 100.
Yeah. And we see
that we know of.
Right. And we see those trends. I think one of the things that's really important to point out, and it's essentially the same numbers, but like the concrete numbers that I remember when we did right before you came into office, the Mayor's Commission on Poverty.
Yes.
You look at those numbers from back in the day. I remember having conversations with pastors all over the county who were just flabbergasted by the level of poverty in their communities out and across the county. And so just raw numbers when you think about it. So roughly Lancaster City's 55 to 60,000 people. I don't know what it is today. The county is about 600,000. There's a higher percentage of people below the poverty line in the city. But when you look at raw numbers, it's about 10 to 15,000 people in the city who are at the edge or below the poverty line. But there are 45,000 people in the county who are below the poverty line. So when we think of, who's at risk, who's one step away, who's one, major medical incident away, or a layoff at work away from becoming homeless. There are 45,000 individuals within family structures, but who are paycheck away, 2 paychecks away from being on the street. When you talk about those kind of numbers, absolutely the city cannot absorb that, can't be the provider for everything. We've got to look beyond. And so it was great. One of our first guests was David Powers from Columbia.
Oh, yes.
He runs the Columbia Dream Center.
Yes.
And so talking about like, how do we expand that? And what's the city's role in helping maybe? Because, okay, the city can't be the be all end all for people who are experiencing poverty and homelessness, but what role can the city play in helping the county better address the issues?
Yeah. I mean, what I would say is that we've really been pushing on developing a countywide strategic plan, and that is something that's happening now. We just participated in that session not too long ago.
Alex was here earlier too.
Oh, yeah. So she was talking about that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I also think it's the opportunity to we are so unique in this community because there is the number of resources that are here don't exist in other places in the same way. Like they don't have a hospital with an emergency room that's like a mile away. They don't have a year-round shelter. They don't have the mission. They don't have, so I think it is more challenging for our smaller boroughs and communities to address this, but they also all have faith communities. They also all have community-based organizations. And I mean, how can the city help? It's such a great question. I think the things that I've done in talking with my, colleagues around the county who are mayors is just to try to encourage, issues around zoning are like the biggest barrier. I mean, in Columbia and Ephrata, those have not been issues here.
Yeah.
We have that takes leadership, and it takes standing for, and I'm not suggesting that the other mayors are not standing for these things, but it's really challenging because there is this perception that somehow the homeless are coming from another community and they don't belong here. Well, that is not the ethos of the city. And I think that there's like the best thing that we can do is elevate that, talk about these are our neighbors. These are our neighbors from across the county that are in the city, and just reflect that back.
Well, and we've experienced and known for a long time, because probably on any given day, anywhere from 30 to 50% of the people who are staying at Water Street, their last address was not the city.
Yeah.
Right. And that's just a reality. Like we're not turning people away because they're coming from another community. And, we know though, when they go through our programs, when they experience transformation, when they're ready to go back out in the community, work a job and everything, the best place for them to go is back to their home community.
Yes. Where they
have other supports and connections and other things. And it may not have been enough to help them from falling into homelessness, but it can help them when they go back out. And so that's a big part of it too. And so if we're, rather than bringing people here and then going back out, and so a lot of our conversations, we're talking to our friends around the county, the hubs in different communities, about how can we support them in their work? How can we help them address before people become homeless? And then even when they do, are there other alternatives? The short-term shelters, maybe even permanent shelters, like the Dream Center has become a permanent year-round shelter, which has been fantastic. Echoes and the living room, Echoes in E-Town, the living room in Ephrata. Dave, I think, is joining me at midnight tonight to talk about that.
And I want to just continue to support and encourage investment in those communities and those partners, because it really does take all of us. And, as mayor, I think my toughest job is just, kind of holding the tension of like, we have to create space for everyone here. We're so small, and that's hard.
Yeah. What do you feel has been, in your 8 years, maybe one or two things that have really had a positive impact in kind of addressing the issues and helping the individuals. Maybe it hasn't turned the tide for everyone, but you've seen it have a positive impact in our community.
Our police social workers has definitely been a place where I feel like we did this. You know, we not only, brought in a police social worker, but now we have two, and Grace and Kelly are amazing. And the things that they do to help people, I mean, we helped someone who hadn't slept in a bed in, a really long time get access as a senior, as an elderly man, to care that he desperately needed. And that took months of phone calls and just everything. And it was such a big win for them. And, just on a person by person basis, I feel like the role that our police social workers play is really, really critical. And then I would say on a system-wide level, opening the Clay Street shelter was like just such a huge undertaking and effort. And to get that across the finish line when we did not have a shelter that was permanent and year round before, I mean, that's huge. And when I talk to my colleagues around the state, they don't have that.
Right.
There's so many things that we have in this community, and I feel good about that, and it's just inch by inch.
And we'd love to get to a place where that's not even that many beds aren't needed permanently. Between Water Street and Clay Street, we have 176 beds 156 beds for individuals between the two. And then we have our women and children's shelter. There's some others. So but
I mean, we have shelter beds for probably 200 people in the city of Lancaster on an ongoing basis.
Which for a city our size is remarkable. And very uncommon.
And very much more than our population, because if we are a city of 60,000, 1%,
it should not be that, but we're serving the entire county.
We're serving the entire county.
I mean, in the county, it's a symbiotic organism, right? It's not, if we all really tried to exist as isolated municipalities, we'd all be a mess. So we have to do that. But I think you're absolutely right to say, hey, how do we communicate and collaborate in ways that can make it not all on the city, but also we can step up in the county and community as well. So I want to ask two questions. I've asked everybody these two questions.
Okay. I'm sitting down.
So the first is, when you think of our friends who are on the street, who are experiencing homelessness right now, what is your hope for them? And then the second question, I'll give you time to think about this. Second question is, what gives you hope? As mayor and as you're leaving the office of mayor, but thinking about the challenges that our city faces, the challenges that our population that are experiencing homelessness, what gives you hope? So what is your hope for them, and what gives you hope?
My hope for our friends and neighbors on the street is stability in housing, like having housing and it not being a stress or worry, that they can focus on other aspects of their lives, whatever that may be. That's my hope. And what gives me hope, although this has been strained during COVID for sure, what gives me hope is the collective spirit of this community to do things for our neighbors. And I just am continually moved and inspired by the things that we get done here. Whether that's, making some calls and being like, hey, we need to open the shelter and we need to extend it and we need to raise $200,000 to, I mean, the work that you all are doing and the small wonders. I mean, Wonder Academy. I mean, just like all of that is like, okay, somehow we figure it out. And so that gives me hope.
That's awesome. Thank you for taking time.
Thank you, Jack.
Appreciate you coming out here and sitting on the bench in the cold. And talking about a very challenging issue. Appreciate your work.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Congratulations on the 2 months. How many days?
27, I think.
You have a countdown on your wall.
I do. Not on my wall, but on my phone. But I just want to say one more thing. Jack, it has been incredible working with you. And I know that we've shared this before, but it's just like another opportunity. The relationship between the city and Water Street was either non-existent or strained. I don't exactly know, but I just feel like your leadership and like the time was ripe for us to be able to partner together. You've included me, you've shared your strategic plan, you've welcomed me, and you've responded to needs and things that we've identified in and around the mission and Culleton Park. And I just appreciate you. So thank you. Yeah.
Thanks, Denise. I appreciate it.
Yep. All right. There you go.
Cool.
Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Good. I'll see you soon.
Yep.
Okay.
Take care. All right.
We have maybe just a little bit of time.
Sure.
I want to introduce
How you
myself.
doing?
I'm Taylor from
Taylor,
WGAL.
nice to meet you.
So we're going to be going live here, and
Okay.
then I think sitting down.
Yeah.
Right next to you.
Awesome.
So I'm
Yeah. Do you want to sit
say-
on which
it's up
side?
to you, whatever you
I mean, what's going to work for the camera? Where are you going to be at?
I'll have you sit on that edge.
On the farther side.
Yeah, so I don't stand in front of your feet.
How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
I'm just going to ask a little brief question.
Yeah.
Who you are. You'll just kind of describe, your position and what you do very
Sure.
briefly,
Sure.
and then again briefly talk about why you're out here today.
Awesome.
That's pretty much it, and then we'll wrap it up, and then
No
we'll
problem.
do it again at 6.
Okay. Sounds great. Not yet. 2 minutes. If anybody's watching the live stream, we're waiting. Channel 8 News, WGAL is here, and so we're going to do a little live thing with them. So that's why I'm just sitting here not talking right now. But appreciate you tuning in. Stick around for a few minutes. You'll get to see me hopefully not embarrass myself on the news. So that's the goal.
Yeah, well, that is exactly right. So he's spending 24 hours on event right here at 131 South Prince Street. And the man behind it all, Jack Crowley. So we actually have him right here. He's actively on the bench. Well, nice to meet you, Jack. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, thanks for coming
Can you
out.
tell me a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Jack Crowley. I'm the president of Water Street Mission, and I've been a part of Water Street for 32 years and 11 years in my role.
That's amazing. And why are you out here today? Why do you think it's so important to be doing this?
Well, tomorrow is World Homeless Day. And so last year was the first time I did this. And this year I'm doing it along with 70 other CEOs of missions across the country are all doing this today for 24 hours, really to raise awareness, to try to help our communities know that there are friends and neighbors in need right now that are going to be sleeping on the street tonight, sleeping in their cars, sleeping in places that aren't truly safe. And we can do something about it.
And can you tell me, so you said it's happening across the world.
Yeah.
Is that what this is going on right across from
Yeah,
us?
so there are 70 plus missions across the United States. So everywhere from Dallas, I'll be talking to Bruce in Dallas later tonight. I have friends in Pittsburgh who are doing this, out in California, all across the country. Missions and ministries that work with people experiencing homelessness are sitting on the bench for 24 hours, having conversations to try to raise awareness and get the communities hopefully thinking about how they can help their neighbors in need.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And we'll have more coming up on News 8 at 6 about his mission and what exactly he's doing out here. You have quite a few more hours to go,
Oh,
right?
a few more.
All right, Jerry, that's me. Thank you. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
no
It's
problem.
so nice to meet you.
Yeah.
And we might even
Good, man. How you
Good to
been?
see you. Good.
I heard you've been doing a lot of sports stuff too.
Yeah,
Nice.
A lot of sports.
I know,
That's
we
cool.
finally got him on news
Yeah.
here today.
Like my
I'm
first
very
news day
thankful.
in the week.
Okay.
Back Tomorrow I'll be back at high school football.
All right.
And then Saturday I'll be up at Penn State.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
A little interesting, a little busy.
Yeah, it
Wouldn't
sounds
be crazy
good, man.
to
Yeah. Yeah. That's very cool, man. Glad you're
And
enjoying it.
Yeah.
I heard this was going on today, and I was like, I know who you're talking.
That's so fun. That's so fun. I'm glad you could come down.
And we might even be
Yeah.
out here at 10 and 11 tonight.
Okay.
So we might be keeping
Cool.
you company later.
That'd be great.
as well.
I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere.
And I guess, is that like you got some stuff to kind of get you
So,
through all
yeah.
of this?
Yeah. So when it gets cold tonight, it's not about me suffering or even trying to pretend that I'm homeless. It's the 24 hours is to catch people's attention
symbolism,
and be like, look, what I'm doing is nothing. What people are experiencing every day is really challenging. And so, but if we can get people thinking about it, that's what we're trying to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I love that. Well, perfect. So we will be live here again at 6.
All right. Sounds good.
I don't know an exact time, but I will let them know. And then after that, if we could do like a sit down interview,
Sure.
Maybe that one can be even a little bit longer. And,
Yeah.
and we'll get
That
to
sounds
talk a little
great.
bit more. That would be great.
Cool.
All right. Thank
All right,
you so
thanks.
much. We'll let you get back to it.
In the meantime, would you mind if I put a microphone up here just to pick up your voice while you're talking?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
How you doing, man? How about you? Good. It's been a little while. It's good to see you. Good to see you. Have a seat. I got a mic. I think it's still working. There we go.
Well, you're fresh this time.
Yeah, it's last time you came out pretty late at night, I think, right?
Yeah.
I was getting pretty tired. Yeah, oh my gosh. So no, we wanted to get you on when we're both fresh. So.
Well, that was about 9 o'clock this morning.
I hear you. So are we good? Yeah. Okay. So let me do an introduction here. So welcome back. We just did our little news thing, and now I have another guest, and I'm really just grateful for Dave. This is Dave Costarella. Dave has multiple hats that he wears, but one of the reasons how I've gotten to know him is because he runs kind of a grassroots nonprofit that really is kind of on the ground working with our friends experiencing homelessness called Helping Up Partners.
Hand Up Partners.
Hand Up Partners. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Hand Up Partners. And Dave, you've been doing that for a while now.
Well, we officially became a nonprofit in July of '94. I started it in
24.
April of 23.
Yeah.
And that was just because I was so sick of the city and the county complaining about our homeless, thinking that they're worthless. And so as soon as my winter project got done, where I give out food and clothing to the people sleeping on the concrete late at night, and I was begging. I begged for socks during that time. So as soon as that was over, I started begging for $20 bills and started putting the residents of the parks that were being complained about, giving them $20 to clean the park up.
Yeah.
And they did a great job, and it just blossomed from there.
Yeah. And you're still doing that. I see you guys out there. You're doing it.
Now we have 14 daily cleaners at different community areas. We do group cleanups where 70 people walk from all over town to like Colson Park,
a neighborhood,
and then we'll do the whole neighborhood to walk 6 or 8 more blocks and pick up somebody else's trash for a $20 bill, and then we'll have a community area or a community lunch right after that. And my guys cook it, and
that's awesome.
we have a great time, but it proves that they're not lazy. 70 people will walk 10 blocks to
clean up trash. Help make the neighborhood better.
We need to relook at the way we work with them.
Well, I think a lot of, and we've talked about this before, the work that you do, Dave, and your heart is about creating dignity for people. Like they're your friends, people we know who are on the street. They could be feeling like this is the lowest point in my life. And what society tells them is that they're worthless. But you step in and let them know that they're not.
Oh, well, after about 2 weeks of daily cleaning, they start remembering where they were going and what they wanted to do. And they start realizing I got to get my license. I got to do this. I got to reconnect with family just because they get moving and they feel human again. And
Well, and I know we've had some guests come in who never wanted to come into our shelter, but because of some of the breakthrough they experienced with you, through the outreach workers that have come through our doors and said, you know what, I'm ready to give this a try and take steps forward.
Right. Another wonderful thing that just happened is your program at Colton Park that we're working with you.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you're not them.
Right.
You're.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to do is get rid of them and us the whole way.
Yeah.
Once people know my people.
Yeah.
Oh.
So people who don't know what Dave's referencing, this summer, Water Street started spending 2-3 hours a day, every day in the park, but it was only because Hand Up Partners and SOE and everybody collaborated together. You guys were putting up tents so our team had a place to hang out, and then our team was there running activities. People were just coming together.
Other outreach come in.
Other outreach people were coming in, and it was, I know Regina referenced being down there and hanging out and it being a great connecting point for her.
Right.
And so is that willingness to kind of like, hey, let's all collaborate together on this.
That's what Hand Up Partners is about.
Yeah.
Bringing everybody together. Collaborating. We're filling gaps in so many areas right now.
And Dave, this isn't your full-time job.
No.
I mean,
I was on the roof. I was on the roof till an hour ago.
Yeah. So let's, if you're okay, share. I'd love to hear a little bit of your own story. Like, you're working a full-time job, trying to care for yourself, right? But you saw a need.
I think this can be solved, and I'm not done trying because I have more possibilities. I have a great outreach worker. I have a great team now. I mean, we're spread thin. The money's spread thin.
Right.
My money's spread thin. You're just trying to figure out how to make next week and next week. But the biggest key to solving homelessness is you have to want to.
Yeah.
And I've watched this city and county, and they have no intention on solving it. So I need to generate people that want to solve it, that know how to run a business and form a board.
Yeah.
I want a campus just like Jet, but you run this way, but run what will work for us.
No, I think, and we've seen that all along. Like, we've got finally opened another community shelter, which has been a good thing. I hope you see that as a positive that's happening.
No, I can't wait for your new programs where you invite.
Right here. Yeah, I was talking about the Clay Street shelter.
I see that, but a shelter is a great relief, but it does nothing to solve homelessness.
Right. No, I hear you.
Until I can get this campus going, I want to put a well-managed tent city with tents inside of it, so people have a place to cry, a place to not be seen. There is no place for a homeless person not to be seen.
Yeah.
Like, if you're in the shelter, you're 3 feet away from somebody else.
Right.
You're being judged constantly. As soon as you walk the streets, you're with all your stuff in your hands.
People recognize
you're being
right away.
judged constantly.
Yeah.
So if I have a place, and it could be a tent city, a place for people to know they're going to sleep there and waking up there tomorrow and the next day, and know that their property is going to be safe while they're gone, then I can get some work done.
Yeah.
But right now we are in the same exact spot we were last year, trying to do the impossible, like manage homeless in parks. Asking the neighbors to be tolerant, asking the police to be tolerant, but nobody is working on a plan to change this. So year after year, it takes so much work and effort. And it can't be successful.
It's complicated. But even without that, you are making a difference, and we see it in the lives of the people that you're working with. Dave, what like What motivated you to get involved in the first place? There are people who see the problem, they feel like it's overwhelming, and they let that feeling that it's overwhelming keep them from doing anything. Maybe they'll write a check to Water Street or to Clay Street or to Tenfold, but maybe they just feel like, man, this is too big. I can't do anything. You saw the problem, you saw how overwhelming it was, and you started doing something. What motivated you?
I was 10 years ago, I was working with a young lady, helping her get off heroin. And I wanted a project to take her away from herself. A friend of mine said, we were at a club, and he said, yeah, I just got back giving sandwiches to the homeless at Pinch Park. I said, what homeless?
You didn't even know 10 years ago.
Right. Like,
wow.
I mean, I knew there was a couple.
Yeah.
He said, oh, there's a bunch. So I checked it out, and her and I went out with bottles of water and crackers and met people, and they and found out the lay of the land, and they were kind enough to tell us what they needed and how to do this. And it just grew from there. And she graduated and has a beautiful family.
Wow.
And I'm still stuck here. But how can I say it just felt natural to me. And once I saw it. But over the years, you just hey, we could organize this and make a safe place and and get a lot of results done. And I begged with
a change.
Everybody involved above county, city.
Well, I know there's at least one of our city council candidates who I know is
Amos. Oh my God.
No, he's gonna be on here later. I don't know if he's coming tonight or tomorrow, but I'm going to be talking with him too. I know he's got a heart to come alongside you in that and see what can possibly happen.
Right. We cleaned up his park when it was a mess. One of the girls that lived there was like the mom of the park, and we put her on cleaning, and all of a sudden, Jess King from the mayor's office called me up. Hey, director of SOE and the head of parks want to know why their park is usable again. Apparently your program's working.
That's awesome.
And then Amos came down and met people. They said, oh, they are nice people. They put a porta potty in. And then like Michelle said, they treated us like animals, and we acted like animals. Now they're treating us like humans again, and we are human.
That's awesome. Dave, I want to ask you two questions. I've been asking everybody these same two questions. So the first is, when you think of our neighbors who are on the street, who are sleeping in cars, who are homeless right now, what is your hope for them? And then the second question is, what gives you hope?
My hope for them is that we can get them to a spot where they can remember who they were born to be, and we can give them the resources to walk along with them and get them to who they were born to be.
That's awesome.
And we, at this level, we do it.
But we can do more.
I mean, we're just fighting the same. Too many things that aren't working. It's illegal to sleep outside. They get chased, or I can't even find them next week. And every outreach worker or every resource that's trying to, the person doesn't show up, their phone's stolen.
Right. We've got to find a better answer than
right. So if I can get them
chasing people,
get them a place to wake up. Every day at the same spot where they're confident they have a spot, a place that they can put their important belongings in, and that they don't have to drag from one meeting or to a job interview.
Oh my gosh.
Nothing says you're not hireable like having everything.
Where can I put my bags while I sit? Oh my gosh. That's a very real thing. Like, people don't think about that. Those who aren't in that situation don't think about how hard that is. But it's crazy. What gives you hope?
What gives me hope is slowly people are joining me on this thought process.
All right.
But I don't know if I can't change something within the next year. I'm not sure not sure my energy is best spent for the rest of my life on something that the town doesn't want to fix.
Yeah. I hear you.
But we're about to try so hard and make a lot of noise and hopefully recruit. There's got to be people that want this solved.
People care.
And if
They
you're
do.
a town,
They do.
like, picture the homeless as part of your infrastructure.
Yeah. Yeah.
If your foundation's cracked and your sewer's bad, I'm not saying that that's who they are.
Right.
But if the bottom is broken and you keep building penthouses, the people in your penthouses are going to complain. Everything's going to be wrong.
Yeah.
If you fix the bottom, everything can blossom over the top. So it's simple math for everybody.
Yeah. Dave, I appreciate you taking the time to join me, man. I appreciate the work that you're doing. And I pray that you have the endurance to keep it up.
All right, my brother. Much love. Thank you for doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Dave, do you have a website? Hand Up Partners?
Handuppartners.net.
Handuppartners.net. Check it out. See what Dave's doing. Stop by McDonald's down on King Street. You guys did that mural, right? Yeah, that was awesome, man. I love the new mural down there.
All right, much love, guys.
Take care, Dave. Great to have him on. Great to spend a little time with Dave. Dave is out there all the time, connecting and hanging out with our friends on the street, making things happen. So, all right. Hi, Vanessa. I'm not sure who we're doing next. Lewis, is it? And Vanessa is. Vanessa, do you have a few minutes? Can you wait if I do Lewis first? You're good? All right.
How you doing, Jack?
Good.
You remember me?
I do. How you doing, man?
I'm blessed and highly favored.
It's good to see you. You're gonna hold that mic. All right.
I have got stuff for you, though. I think you're special. God bless you, bro.
Thank you, man. Well, thanks for coming out. I appreciate you joining me on the bench. So this is Lewis. Lewis, will you introduce yourself to?
My name is Lewis Bone. I've been here since 1969 as a child. Lancaster is my home.
All right.
I've been through it. Ups and downs.
Yeah.
One of the first Puerto Rican families here in the 70s, 60s.
Wow.
And I've come a long way. I gave my life to the Lord.
All right.
But
Praise God.
before that, it was chaos.
Yeah.
A lot of chaos. Even though I gave my life to the Lord at the age of 12, His grace and mercy.
You mean it wasn't all perfect after that?
No. I thought it was. I thought it was.
That's not my experience either.
No, that's what I thought as a 12-year-old.
Right.
Hey, I'm saved now.
It's all good.
You know what I mean? Things are going to be. No, it wasn't like that.
Yeah.
I went to Camp Black Rock and I accepted the Lord Jesus Christ at 12 years old.
Amen.
And I came back and I lost myself in drugs.
Yeah.
At the age of 14, went to juveniles. And did one term. Wasn't enough to strain me up.
Yeah.
But when I got older, I got into drugs and alcohol, and life just went the wrong way.
Wow.
Even though I had a good role model. My mother was a very, very respected Christian here in Lancaster. She had the best intentions, but being that I was fatherless, I didn't have no authority figure, I did what I wanted to do.
Okay.
I quit school. I went to the gangs. I went to the streets. Got arrested at the age of 21.
Wow.
That was in 78. I was 14 years old, so I went to my first detention center.
Okay.
So after that, I went to prison here in Lancaster.
Wow.
And for drugs.
Yeah.
And then after that, I didn't touch. So I was 34.
Okay.
Then I went downhill.
Wow.
For drugs. Always drugs. It was an escape for me. Keep a job but make more money. but I wasn't doing nothing with it.
Mm.
I was just using, and you know what I mean. I became an addict. But I don't change none of that because it brought me to here anyways. And I will tell you, my testimony is it's amazing because I'm not the only one that's been through this.
Mm.
I'm just another statistic that happened that here in Lancaster, because Lancaster is my home.
Yeah,
Lancaster, I love Lancaster.
Yeah.
I've been to St. Mary's.
Okay.
I went to Eichels as a juvenile.
Okay.
If anybody knows Eichels, it was my first school. It was pre-kindergarten.
Okay.
Here on Prince Street, way down the street, and then I came to Catholic schools.
Wow.
From kindergarten to 8th grade.
Yeah.
And
so what?
I was well mannered, but it's good. But I chose the street from being in Hoboken, New Jersey. I chose the street.
Okay. So what was the turning point for you?
The turning point was 2 years ago. I was here at the center the first time.
Mm.
And I was ashamed to be here because I was the first pabon here.
Mm.
And I would leave in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning to go to work, then come back to the night till it was time to go in.
Yeah.
And I would hide my lanyard and everything. I was ashamed because I'm a pabon.
Mm.
But I used to drink and get high and come in. And Jim Daly, if you remember Jim Daly, he used to pray for us.
Yeah.
But I felt that calmness.
Mm.
It still didn't touch me.
Mm.
But when I woke up refreshed from him praying.
Mm.
And so God started tugging in my heart.
Yeah.
It took for me to hit rock bottom. I got a coke addiction, drinking, and ended up in the streets, lost my phone, but I didn't lose one phone number. It was a stepsister of mine.
Okay.
And in Harrisburg, and she told me to come out.
Okay.
When I go out there, I was just 23.
Yeah.
I went to church on my mom's birthday, May 27th. I'll never forget it. And the pastor asked me, female pastor asked me, do you want to reconcile?
Mm.
And I said, yes. I haven't turned back ever since.
Mm.
You know, God has been working in me overtime.
Mm.
Because in 5 months, I lost my home over there, being a Christian, and I asked God, where am I going to go?
Mm.
And he said, the mission over there.
Mm.
I said, but the mission over there is not home for me.
Mm.
Would you please send me home?
Mm.
So I came back here for the
Okay.
second time.
Okay.
I came to the mission.
Yeah.
7 months this time.
Yeah.
And being a light in the darkness
Yeah.
was the biggest challenge for me, because being me, Louis Pabon, not the other personas that I used to live,
Okay.
and being me in front of you and behind you was hard for me, because I was a different character for everybody.
Okay.
To please you, never please me. You know what I mean? So this time being true to me, true to God first.
You're telling a lot of people's stories, not just your own.
Not just mine, no, but being true to me.
Yeah.
It's like being me, just Louis Pabon, just not the other guys. You know what I mean? And for the first time, I found myself by myself.
I hear you.
But God talked to me.
Yeah.
He talked to me. He told me to give him a chance.
Wow. Wow.
And I said, I looked up and I said, who am I to give you a chance? I need a chance.
Yeah.
So that day, that May 27th, that I surrendered, I put my hands up and I said, well, I'm here to win it. I'm not doing it for my mother. I'm not doing it for my daughters. I'm not doing it for my brothers and sisters. This one, this walk is me and God. He grabbed me by the hand because I was lost. I was totally lost. But this time around, the mission was amazing, because now I'm reading the Bible. With Isaac, we started a Bible study.
Yeah.
With Ron, I would talk to him about Lord. Everybody that I talked to, if they didn't get a piece of Jesus from me, then they wasn't in my
They weren't listening.
and in my circle. Yeah. And I held a table in the day room every day, the same table for 7 months.
Wow.
But if you sat at my table, you had to talk about Jesus. And it was amazing. I had some rough times here too. You know, I mean, I was accused of something that I didn't do, and I ran to God, and he put the light on it.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And everything I got apologized. They apologized to me, and I apologized to them if I was, in wrong.
Yeah.
But being a Christian and in Lancaster County, for me, it was, I didn't want nobody to know. But if you don't let everybody know what God has done in you, then what's the use?
Can't put the light under under a.
And I all the glory I give to God, because I'm a changed man, and I'm a God's man, and I'm a child of God today, because His mercy and grace.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
Jack, I've been through the ringer.
Louis, let me ask
I've been
you.
good.
I want to ask you the same two questions I've been asking everybody.
Yes.
So I got my routine here. When you think of others who are experiencing homelessness, who are going through it right now, what is your hope for them? And then the second question is, I think I know the answer to this one already, but what gives you hope?
My hope for them is to find themselves at the bottom of the barrel and look up and give God a chance and know that all the hope and all the work that you got to put in, because this is not an easy road.
No.
It's worth it. It's worth it. It's worth it. I know who walks with me in my times of tests and tribulations today.
Yeah.
And I try to take my will sometimes and it doesn't work, but when I give it back, because this is something that you're going to fall.
Yeah.
But as long as you don't fall as hard as before, and sometimes are harder, but you know who's working with you, I hope everybody finds Jesus for real, because he did it for me.
Yeah.
He did it for me.
Yeah.
Jack, he did it for me. I brag about my Jesus for real. And the second question, my hope is always in God. That even though all these years that I serve Satan and I rebuke him in the name of Jesus, he'll give him back so I could do his work.
Amen.
That wherever I go, they don't see me, but see the Jesus in me. I get chills when I talk about God. I get emotional.
Yeah. Oh man. It's okay, man. That's all right.
God has done
That's
so
what
much.
he does for us.
So much for me. I'm so grateful and a grateful heart. Does not have no parts of anxieties, depression, nothing like that. But God did it.
He did.
I didn't do nothing, Jack.
Can I pray for you?
Yes.
Father God, I just thank you for Louis, Lord. I thank you, Lord, for the work you've done in his life, Lord, and for the work that you're continuing to do in him, because we're all continuing to be a work in progress, God. I pray you will continue to sustain him. Lord, give him strength and perseverance for today and for tomorrow and for the next day, Lord, that he might continue to walk true with you, Lord. Help him to be an overcomer, to persist and be sustained. And Lord, I thank you that he is a light to others, even coming and sharing his story today. Lord, I pray that it would touch somebody out there who's struggled and maybe felt like they've fallen down and gotten up, and they can't do it anymore. But they can see what you've done in Lewis's life, and Lord, they can have hope as well. God, I just give you thanks for him. Thank you, and pray that you would continue to sustain him in Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
And Jack, before I leave, I left 1.5 years ago. I'm an evangelist for my church, and I had just recently became a chaplain. And that's God.
Amen.
Praise God.
Praise God.
Hopefully,
that is awesome.
This is just doors opening for me, because I'm trying to get the juveniles before they hit upstate or the prison. I'm hoping that God open the door towards the juveniles, because they listen to me when I speak to them. I was them.
You were them.
You know what I mean? So thank you, Jack, for this opportunity.
Thank you.
I love you. I really truly love you, and thank you for all the times that I seen you when you were walking by.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ron and all of them were really good to me. So
we have an amazing team
thank
here.
you, John.
Thank you.
Jack, love you, bro.
Thank you, Lewis. Thank you, man. Take care. That's all good. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I got lots to eat on right here. Stories and things that are, hey, I'm good. I'm good. You got me early, so
I should come back.
We come back at like 11 tomorrow morning. See how I'm looking then.
I was like, how does this work? Is he out here the whole time?
Yeah. I'm allowed to take bathroom breaks.
I heard.
I'm allowed.
You're on this comfy couch here.
I know. Yeah, they found the most comfortable bench they could.
They could. I also was saying to your team, I was like on autopilot, and I just went down.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was like, where am I at?
I'm sorry.
No, it's me, because I don't read my calendar.
Yeah.
I just like move into the next thing.
Oh my gosh. So, I am so good at this. I always remember like
He
a
needs
minute,
like a
a minute
stand
later.
where he-
Yeah, if I could put it right back next year.
Yeah,
Wait,
we're
wait.
making
Did I say I'm doing it next year?
Yeah. He's like, who else from the team wants to do this next year?
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So there's like a whole bunch of other people
I
doing it. Isn't that
see.
kinda cool?
They were telling me it's so
There's
cool.
like 70 missions around the country doing this at the same time as us. So
It's really cool. All different time zones, I'm assuming.
yeah. So we started together. So in California they started at noon, and out here we started at 3, and we'll all end together tomorrow. So
That's great.
It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
So hey, for those of you who are listening to our little conversation here,
Hey, friends.
this is Vanessa Filbert. She is the amazing CEO of CAP, Community Action Partnership.
Yep.
In Lancaster County, and Vanessa and I have the privilege, or we suffer together.
We suffer in a privileged way together.
we spend a lot of time in meetings talking about community strategies and
Yeah.
how we can partner together, and the challenges we're facing,
Mhm.
which seem to change and double up every other day.
Yeah.
So,
Sometimes we think we're making great progress.
but Vanessa, for people who don't know, tell a little bit about what is Community Action Partnership.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I mean, Community Action is a network of kind of on the ground social service, human health service support organizations. It's a network of about 1,000 CAPs across the United States. There are 42 community actions in Pennsylvania, and it was originally birthed out of the work of President Lyndon Johnson.
Okay.
So Johnson had this idea and was curious about poverty and the impacts on poverty. So he sent a gentleman by the name of Sergeant Shriver to travel the U.S. So when we think about Kennedy Shriver family,
okay.
that was Maria Shriver's father, to travel the United States and to come back to D.C. with some findings about what was going on in America. And what Sergeant Shriver kind of recognized was, one, children are the most impacted by poverty. And generational poverty was the most dangerous. And really wanted to employ strategies to help support kids and families and to really disrupt generational poverty.
Wow.
So what the other kind of takeaway that Shriver really wanted is he didn't want to construct it from the federal government down. He wanted it to feel like a grassroots effort at the local community level. So there's, by design, no real design to community action. So what that means is that every CAP across the country looks different in terms of shape and size. Programming looks different because we are required to look at the needs of our community and the resources of our community and to best determine what services we should be providing.
Okay.
So, the CAP in Lancaster offers Head Start. There might be a CAP in another community that doesn't. The Tri-County Community Action does not offer Head Start.
Okay.
Head Start is run by another organization in that community. So that was by design. So they say in the community action world, when you see one CAP, you've seen one camp because they're all a little different.
Okay.
But the spirit of our work is that we believe that every individual and family deserves to thrive. And should have a chance to have some sort of economic prosperity at their fingertips.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. And so out of that, organically here in Lancaster County, what are some of the, Head Start you mentioned?
Yeah.
What else do you do?
Yeah, so our local community action will be in Lancaster for 60 years in 2026. So we'll be celebrating our 60th year. We offer services in 4
You guys are
areas.
babies. We're
I know, you're like double our age, but you're aging well. You're aging well. So the work that we do here locally is focused on 4 areas of impact: education, child development, so things like Head Start, home visiting programs, parents as teachers. Yeah, we do all that good stuff. A lot of coordination with school districts and early education professionals. Our second impact area is really focused on health and nutrition. So everything from food pantry work and food insecurity work. WIC is another major one of our programs. Senior centers, we have 2 senior centers that we operate, and then all kinds of nutrition education kind of resourcing. We're doing a lot of, this work we're doing with Hunger Free, but a lot of work around food insecurity there. Our third kind of area of focus is really on economic mobility. So we're supporting families with things like early childhood, like childcare subsidy reimbursement, basic case management supports, long-term case management supports, and then utility assistance, which is another huge one of our programs. I think last year we served 33,000 families in our utility program.
33,000.
So CAP serves a large number of folks.
So I'm just doing the math in my head. There's so we have 600,000 people in the county, but it's like 280,000 households.
Yeah.
And you had 33,000 that came for utility
Support
assistance.
with either PPL, UGI, or
So
water.
that's like 15%.
Yeah.
It's a big number. And, 2021, we were at 15,000. We've seen quite we're seeing such a need as you see it too. And then our last area of focus is really on safety and empowerment. So we are the domestic violence provider for the county. So we have a safe house, really focused on victims and survivors of domestic violence. We have transitional housing, legal services that we provide at pro bono to any survivor of victim or victim of domestic violence. And then we have Christmas Addicts Community Center, which is a new part of our portfolio. So our team, we have a team of about 320 staff, and we have offices throughout the county. But the spirit of our work is really to just remind ourselves and other business partners. I'm really focused on the business community these days. That a thriving community is good for everyone. And we've got to figure out how to make a way to do that.
Yeah. I've heard that a couple times on the bench today.
Yeah.
I heard Dave Costarella, so Dave's living in a very different world as far as like what his day to day looks like than yours. But same thing, like if we don't help those who are kind of at the hardest part, those who are at the highest in our community are going to suffer as well. And recognizing that the symbiotic nature of our communities, how we're all connected together.
All ships can rise together.
Yeah. You've been at this for a little while. How long have you been in your role?
6 years now.
6 years now.
It's kind of crazy.
And you've been at this for a while though too. Beyond that, beyond the 6 years in the role. How have things shifted? Like what's different today that you're like, man, you didn't expect, and you're having to deal with as you're trying to address poverty at all these different levels?
Yeah, I mean, I think the politics of things is different than it was, when I first started. When I first came in, I was dealing with COVID. So I was in this role for 2 months, and then it was like, welcome to a national health pandemic. So a lot of learning in that space, but it was interesting because during COVID, in my opinion, the nonprofit sector fared pretty well. There were a lot of additional resources and supports pushed in. There were lots of ways that we were able to do innovation that we hadn't thought about before because of those investments. And it was the unexpected fruit of that season. I'm trying to figure out what that will be in this season. And I'm hopeful that we will, in our own wisdom, maybe wisdom that is imparted, but in some wisdom that we can find that innovation in this moment. So I think the politics feel a little different now in terms of it feels very divided, and it's hard to make a really centered approach to solutions because people are listening for something different.
Okay.
So I think that's one thing. And I'm trying to pay attention to CAP is, uniquely positioned because we receive a lot of federal and state funds. So we're in a tough spot right now with no state budget and a federal shutdown. So it's a little bit of a tricky time for us.
We do those one at a time.
I mean, pick a time. Rock, paper, scissors, and decide who's going to do that. Right. But don't do it together. I agree. Both of you. Not both of you at the same time. So we're trying to navigate that and figure that out. So I think there's a uniqueness there. I'm trying to pay more attention to policy change because I think that's one of the things that I don't want to miss. I don't want to get so caught up in what the numbers are that I've missed the policy change that might have longer impact than the numbers.
Okay.
So I'm trying to pay attention to that. And I do think that from a human perspective, I don't know. I mean, everyone's working hard, man, and everyone's in a tough spot. And I want to make sure that we still create space where hope feels tangible.
Yeah. That's a good pivot. I'm going to ask you directly about hope in a minute.
Great.
But I did want to touch on one thing that I think you have a unique perspective to is because you serve the entire county and because you do so much in partnership with others, what are some of the bright spots that you see across Lancaster County in addressing issues of poverty and homelessness? Where do you see like, wow, here's some positive movement that we're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, I think and I don't know, I haven't lived in every community across the country to know this. I do really believe that Lancaster has a unique differentiator of a gift of partnership. I think there's a way that as colleagues, we come together where we're willing to explore and grapple with opportunities and solutions. I think we're pushing ourselves to get past scarcity mindset and high competition, to say what's really best for the community. And I wonder if that is the bright spot of this environment, is that we just have to be more collaborative than we've been. And I get to be a part of a lot of collaborative conversations. And for me,
that is a bright spot.
Yeah.
Is that there are
That's
really thoughtful, caring people who live here and work here and are aligned
Yeah.
in wanting that thriving community for everyone. So that gives me a lot of hope, but I do think it's a bright spot. It's unique to us.
That's cool. That's cool. So 2 direct questions.
Yep.
I've been asking everybody these
Yep.
questions as my wrap up. The first is, when you think of our friends who are going through it right now, experiencing homelessness, they're sleeping on the street, they're sleeping in their cars, they're somewhere they not safe. What is your hope for them? And then the second question is, as you engage in this work day after day after day, what gives you hope?
Yeah, my hope for them, I think, is that they can find refuge. And sometimes not in the environment, because we know that there's challenges there, but whatever it is, whether it's a practice of faith and spirituality, whether it's prayer, whether it's community, that there would be a place where they can find refuge and peace, so that they can keep going the next day, because sometimes you just need a little bit more to get through. So my hope is that they would always find that in every day, that there would be daily manna in that way.
That's good.
I think hope for me, it's interesting. I feel and I know you feel this too, a weight of responsibility to be in this moment. I keep on reminding myself that, like, you're called at the time you're called, and you're assigned to the season you're assigned to. So I'm trying to find hope in the assignment and just feel like, the burden isn't too heavy, and that I'm right where I'm supposed to be, so that I can be part of the solution.
The whole Esther, for such a time as this.
Yeah.
What I love about it, most people ignore this part of that passage. For such a time as this, you think of Esther and like, oh, Mordecai says this to her. Maybe you're here for such a. He also says, if you don't step up in this moment, God's going to bring somebody else.
Right. Don't miss
God cares about.
Right.
So you're here in this moment because you have a chance to be a part of it, not because it's only you who can do it.
Right.
And I think that's, as leaders, we need to remember that.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
We're here in this season for a reason.
Yeah. Steward it well.
But if we're not willing to step up and do what God calls us to, what we're responsible for, somebody else will do it.
Yeah. It keeps the humility together too. It keeps you humble. Can I ask you one question before I go?
Sure.
What's bringing you hope?
Today, it's these kind of conversations like that. I did this last year, and the emotions through the day, especially after 20 hours, are crazy. It's crazy. Hard conversations, good conversations, hopeful conversations, discouraging conversations. But at the end of the day, I spent 24 hours with people who care. Like everybody who's sitting on this bench last year and today are here because they care about people who are going through it right now. And so that gives me hope that we're not alone in this.
Yeah.
I find my greatest hope in Jesus and the work that he's done in my life. And I know he can do in others, but also seeing other people who care.
Yeah.
So you're part of my hope.
Yeah. Well, hopefully tenfold, my friend, tenfold your way.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks for joining me.
Oh my gosh.
Appreciate you being here.
I'm going to put this somewhere.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it here. That way.
Thanks for
Thanks so
having
much.
me. Oh, yeah.
Thanks for all you do, too.
Oh my gosh, you too. Appreciate you.
Yep.
All right. See you, friend.
Wow, that was good timing. Look at that. It's almost like I know what I'm doing.
I don't know that we need any background on this one, so I think
Okay.
we'll just do what we have going on out here today.
Sure.
And then if you want to talk a little bit about the conversations that you've been having,
Sure.
I think that would be very meaningful for people to hear.
Yeah. Awesome. Sounds good.
Thank you.
I think she's gonna have a longer conversation with you as well right after.
Right after. Cool. Sounds good. Okay. Cool.
She might not. So you can have to.
Okay, that's fine. Nice. My back is feeling it already. Did she really get me some Blocky Brothers? Dang, Lily. That's too nice.
If anybody wants to come stop by and say hi, are they welcome
Yeah.
to and just show you some support?
Absolutely. Yep. I know I said don't get me a cushy bench, but they found it good. Oh, some of them have like, who does? Man, is that?
The couch has been outside for 2 years.
But yeah, we're gonna have to give some people a hard time when I see their benches. Yeah, I think I might have to shift away from the little vest to an actual jacket soon. I did bring like a winter coat for overnight because it's going to be cold in the morning. 37. There's frost warnings tonight. First frost warnings of the year. Should get a picture to send to Carissa. We should get a picture to send to Carissa. Yeah. Oh, that's right. She might stop by with Melanie later. You miss here, yay. Oh yeah, if people are watching the live stream, I should tell them why I'm just sitting here doing nothing. I forget. People are like, what is that dude doing? He's just he's literally just gonna sit there for 24 hours. So no, we're waiting. Channel 8 WGAL News is with us, and they're waiting for the cue for us to do a quick live conversation with them, talk about what's been happening here on the bench. So you get to watch us record that from another angle. 1 minute away. All right. Sounds good. A little more dead air, then we'll be with you. I got some dinner over there, so when we're after the little news clip, I'll do dinner. I just had to pee a lot. That's the danger with the coffee. So you want to be careful. You got to measure that out over time.
Someone online just asked the kid with a crowd.
There isn't a crowd.
This is the first break you've had.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So he's spending 24 hours on a bench. That bench is right here. And this is Jack Crowley. So I want everybody to meet Jack. So we just met earlier today, and I want you to tell everybody at home why exactly you're out here today.
Yeah, so I'm spending 24 hours on this bench having conversations with leaders from the community, leaders of nonprofits, just friends who have experienced homelessness themselves. Tomorrow is World Homeless Day. And so we just want to raise awareness. A lot of times we can kind of get caught up in our own world and forget we have neighbors and friends who are on the street struggling today. There are going to be people tonight sleeping on the street, sleeping in their cars, sleeping in places that aren't meant for humans to sleep in. And we can do better as a community. And so today, the first step is just to raise awareness.
And you talk about those conversations that you've been having with some of our local leaders. What have those conversations been?
Yeah, it's been amazing. We had Alice Yoder, who's one of our county commissioners, Deneen Sirachi, the mayor of Lancaster. Vanessa Filbert was just here. She's the CEO of CAP. There are so many people who care about those who are struggling and want to do more to help. And that's the conversations we're talking about. What is happening in the city? What's happening countywide? How can we collaborate better? What kind of good work is out there? But what more can we do?
That's great. Thank you so much, Jack. And there is a live stream if you want to stay tuned. You'll be out here until 3 p.m. tomorrow. Or if you want to come stop by, it's 131 South Bridge Street. Back to you. Thank you. You too. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you okay to do a quick interview here? Okay.
Sure, you can do that.
We'll grab the tripod. We'll keep it super brief for you.
No problem.
I saw you got some food there too.
Yeah.
Lucky you. Oh, I love it. What is it?
Souvlaki Brothers. So
Is that your go-to? Is that one of your?
actually, I haven't had them in a while. I love their stuff.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
pitas and I think I got a salad tonight. So something nice. A bowl. A Greek bowl. Yeah.
Yeah, there you
We'll
go.
pretend it's healthy. I don't know if anything they make is healthy.
I thought Mediterranean Greek stuff is supposed to be good for you. I
I tell myself that. I go to Cava all the time. So
Well, it's
and this is similar.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
Souvlaki
yeah.
Brothers, just like that.
Okay, perfect. So while he's getting that set up, get started.
Where you guys going
Am I
for
good here?
burgers?
What'd you say?
Where you guys going for burgers?
Calabar.
Cavalar. Yes.
No, it is
Oh.
our first time, and we are so excited.
Yes.
I feel like I've been to every other county recently besides Lancaster County, so I'm excited to
Oh,
finally
nice. Yeah, Cavalar's great.
be
It's worth
here.
it.
I know, and
Yep.
everybody talks about it. I'm from Lancaster County, and I've never had it.
Yeah.
I'm very mad at myself, but it's okay. We're redeeming ourselves. We placed our orders,
Nice.
and it said about an hour. So
Oh, you're good
we're
then.
gonna go pick it up.
Thursday night is like the not this week night as well.
It's
crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. It's an hour though.
Oh,
But an
yeah,
hour,
I
yeah.
know. I know.
That's wild.
All right, you ready? Okay,
Okay.
so I am going to hold the mic for
Okay.
you. You will look at me the whole time.
Great.
First question is always the easiest. Can I have you say and spell your name and then let me know your position as well?
Jack Crowley, Water Street Mission, or Jack Crowley, JackCrowley, and I'm the president of Water Street Mission.
And what exactly is today? What is all this that we have
So
going on?
yeah, so today is Conversations on a Bench. I'm going to be sitting here on this bench for 24 hours. I've actually been here for a few hours already. I'll be here till 3 tomorrow afternoon. And the whole point of the day is to raise awareness. Tomorrow, October 10th, is World Homeless Day. And so my goal today is to raise awareness for our friends, our neighbors who are struggling right now, who are on the street, who may be sleeping in their cars, who may be living in shelters, who are kind of going through the hardest moment in their lives. As a community, we can't close our eyes to that. We need to recognize the needs of our neighbors and recognize that we have a part to play in bringing hope to them.
Absolutely. And you've been having conversations with local leaders. We
Yeah.
just discussed this a few minutes ago. But why is it so important to have those conversations with them?
Yeah. So the conversations today are really just to raise awareness again. But we're having conversations all the time because we do in this community. As Vanessa, who's the CEO of CAP, was just here, we talked about that spirit of partnership and collaboration in our community. And it really, it is true. We can do more though. And part of this is so that those who are watching us live stream this for 24 hours, maybe they're not involved, maybe they're not connected and helping in some way. This is a chance for them to be inspired, to be encouraged, to step up and love their neighbors.
That's great. And I mean, what inspired you to get into this work and even do this here today?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it has to do with my own personal journey. I was, we heard a testimony from one of our former Water Street guests here, and he was talking about getting involved in the juvenile justice system and making some bad mistakes along the way, getting involved in drugs, and then his life being transformed through Water Street, through the hope of Jesus. That's my story as well. I made a lot of bad mistakes as a kid, and I got involved in dumb stuff, but God protected me from a lot of the consequences. But at the same time, I saw that others weren't as protected. And so I was drawn to come alongside and just walk with people who are struggling, people who are going through things, whether it's their own fault, they've made some bad decisions, whether it's circumstances, family, generational poverty, whatever's led to that point, we all need somebody to walk with us. And that's what Water Street's all about. It's about walking with people on that journey of restoration.
I love that. You have a beautiful heart. This is what you're doing is amazing. And can you talk about over here, we see this monitor. What is all of this?
Yeah. So one of the great things, last year I was the only one doing it on October 9th. Some other friends of mine at other missions had done it other times. This year, we have 70 missions and ministries around the country that are all doing conversations on a bench at the same time. So we all started at 3 o'clock Eastern, but there are missions in California. My friend in Fresno, who was one of the originators of this idea, in Houston, Texas, in Winchester, Virginia, in Portland, in Seattle. There are CEOs of missions and ministries just like ours who are doing 24 hours on a bench, conversations about homelessness to raise awareness and hopefully move people's hearts.
That's great. Anything that we should know or the people at home that you think is very important?
I think the simplest thing is that it feels like an immense and insurmountable problem, but we can all do something. We can't solve it ourselves. Water Street can't solve it ourselves. You as an individual can't solve homelessness, but we can all do something. We can all step out, whether it's volunteering, whether it's giving to an organization that's doing good work, or whether it's just loving your neighbor, because people are vulnerable. There are, over 50,000 individuals in our county that are below the poverty line. They're one paycheck away. They're one medical incident away from becoming homeless. But as we get to know our neighbors, love our neighbors, we can all be a part of being the solution.
Amazing. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to meet you.
Thanks for coming out.
And I love everything that you do and that you stand for. And we really do appreciate you. I think we're going to head out, but we should be back here as long as there's no big breaking news. We should be back here for 10 and 11. And we can do this all again.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much.
Sounds good. Yep.
I got introduced to Water Street through a friend of mine. At that point, I was living in my car at a Rogers gas station. When I heard about the mission, I kind of balked at the idea because at that point, even though I lived in my car, I did not consider myself a homeless person. To me, I was just in a situation where I had to sleep in my car for a few days. Well, those few days turned out to be 60 days. So eventually I swallowed my pride and decided, sure, why not? Let's go see what it's going to be like. As a day shelter guest, I noticed that the people who work here actually seemed to be genuinely interested in knowing what is going on with you. A lot of time in the outside world, nobody really cares. After a while, I started feeling pain in my lower jaw. The level of pain I experienced was such that a lot of the time, I'd actually avoid talking. I knew that there was a medical center, but I was referred to the dental clinic. I actually did have a bad infection in my tooth, and that was what was causing the pain. But I didn't know that. All I knew was that it hurt. I have worked with other dentists, and I really hoped that they knew what they were doing because I'm not good with pain. So by the time the whole procedure is done for the day, my confidence in the dental team increased. The quality of service you'll get over here would compare favorably with the service you'd get at any practice. I used to have to take an acetaminophen every other day because of the pain in the mouth. But now I generally don't have to. I'm now in stage 2 of the residential program. I actually went to this part of the program called Step Up, where they help you try and find a job. We came up with a resume and sent it out. The very first position I applied for extended me a conditional offer after the interview. It taught me a lesson to actually understand that you need the help of other people can be a very humbling experience. On the good side, at times it is said that as a human being, you sometimes have to stoop to conquer. So I prefer to say it that way. Maybe I had to stoop to conquer.
You guys are live.
We're live. Hi. We're like, it's not super formal. We're on for 24 hours. You're not going to get like precise, hard cuts every moment and super entertaining. I apologize. Can't do that for 24 hours. But
maybe for the next 4 minutes.
For
we
4
got
minutes.
some- No, I don't know. That's maybe saying a bar too high for me. You may be able to. Anyhow.
we'll do something. We'll have some conversations.
Yeah.
And hopefully that's what you're tuning in for, since it's called Conversations on the Bench. We're going to have a conversation on the bench.
Yeah.
And I'm super excited to have Nina with me today. Excuse me. Nina is our vice president of Next Gen Ministries here at Water Street. So Nina, maybe you can just tell everybody who's watching or listening or checking us out later,
Yeah.
what is Next Gen Ministries and what's that all about for you?
Yeah. So Next Gen Ministries, within the context of Water Street, it encompasses our preschool, which is Wonder Academy, our Teen Haven ministry, which is like our youth ministry from 1st grade through 12th grade, and then our young adult ministry, which is just graduated high school up to 28 years old. So it's all of our youth and young adult community facing programming, where we offer it. It really is like, okay, so Water Street is, we want everyone that encounters us to be equipped for the ministry of restoration, right? We want them to experience restoration while they're with us, but we also want them to be equipped for the ministry of restoration. And so Next Gen for me has been like, this is like the reason it makes sense for Water Street to have Next Gen Ministries.
That was going to be my next question for you. Like, wait a minute, isn't Water Street only about homelessness? We're about helping people who are experiencing homelessness. We got a shelter, we got residential. Why do you have an early learning center? Why are you working with youth and young adult? That's silly. Why do you do that?
Right. It's a great question. And so for us, it's like we want to invite and equip the next generation to join God's mission of restoration, to be a part of the ministry of restoration here in their community, in their homes, in their schools, in their workplace. Like it leads back to that mission of restoration.
Yeah. And by creating these ministries, these programs that are connecting with kids at a young age, connecting at kids throughout their school career, connecting with young adults, we're also stepping in to disrupt something, right?
Yeah.
Because there are systems and generations and kind of waves of poverty that exist in our community, in people's lives and their families. And that's what Teen Haven and Wonder Academy and Compass are all about, right?
Yeah.
It's about interrupting that.
Yeah. It's not about preventing it, because we actually, and maybe we will, like, we know that there is a contribution to that. Like what we get to do will contribute to if someone ends up taking a different route or a different path, or realizes a different skill, or realizes something about God or about the way that they're created, that they can take and explore a different path and make a different choice. But we don't actually get to know if we prevented anything. Only God knows that. And it's good because he gets the credit for it, right? But I love that to play a part in interrupting. That's just one of the previous directors at Teen Haven used to always use the analogy of there's a time in a young person's life or a young adult's life, like we're like crossing guards. Like sometimes we got to literally stop traffic. for them to cross the street.
Mm.
Sometimes we have to walk them across the street. We have to teach them, what those, how to walk within the lines and within the boundaries. And then sometimes there comes a point where like, man, we're making sure that it's as safe as possible, but ultimately they have to do the crossing.
Mm.
And so that's kind of like the stages that I kind of see in Next Gen. And how we're involved in that, whether it's interrupting or it's equipping or it's just inviting, like, hey, this is the street, this is the cross,
Yeah. No, I think that's really appropriate, and I'm glad you didn't like kind of use the word prevention, because I think even in the heart of those who started the youth ministries at Water Street when they first had the vision to do it, it was actually a partnership. They were connected with another program called it was Grace something, or I can't remember what it was called, Grace something or other. But and then it evolved and eventually became the Water Street Youth Center. Eventually partnered with Teen Haven and everything. Yes, there was a sentiment like, well, if we reach kids early, if we reach kids and they come to know Jesus, then we're preventing them from becoming homeless in the future. First of all, we know that like just because you follow Jesus doesn't mean you're not going to experience homelessness.
That's right.
You're not going to struggle with poverty. You're not going to it's not a magic formula that like accept Jesus and your life is now free of all difficulties.
Yeah.
We just had that conversation with Lewis on the bench and his own journey. But there's a reality that like that interruption is stepping in. Yes, a lot of the kids that you work with, that your team works with every day, they're at risk. Their families are at risk of they're already experiencing poverty and maybe they might take a turn. But our role isn't prevention, but it is about kind of interrupting, inviting them to experience restoration. But have we prevented homelessness? We could never measure that.
Never know. Yeah.
But we can know whether we've seen transformation and restoration in somebody's life.
Yeah.
And we can know if they are now providing positive impact in their community because of the work God's done in them.
Yeah.
And that's what we're after, right?
Yeah. And that's the long haul. Like, that's why I love that we actually have all the way from preschool up to young adult.
Right.
Because it really, when you talk about transformation, like that's not a one-time thing. Transformation, we know that, right? Like we see it in our own lives. Like, so it's something that it's a continuous process, right? Restoration is a continuous process. And so I love like being with Water Street and being a part of Next Gen for the years that I have been. I actually have been able to see like kids who were part of our Wonder Academy preschool program. I'm aging myself now, right?
It's possible that you could see a kid from that age to being an adult. You're not old enough.
Impossible, right? But the reality is that I've gotten to see like there are young adults now who are making a positive influence and a positive impact in their communities who started out at Wonder Academy, were a part of Teen Haven, and now through Compass are being equipped for creating community, and it's just really beautiful to see the work of restoration. Like they are literally a part of the work of restoration. They're fulfilling the mission, and so that's really cool.
Yep. That's fantastic. That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Our whole tagline, restored to be restorers, and seeing that, we can watch God do the transformation, and then they're living it out.
Yeah.
And bringing it to others.
And it can anybody can do it.
Yeah. That's super cool.
Like when you're a kid, like anybody can do it.
Yeah.
Anybody can be a part of God's mission of restoration.
That's awesome.
Which is, I love it. Yeah.
That's awesome. Some of our families are facing challenging things. Have you seen a shift in our community? A lot of the kids who come to Teen Haven, come to Wonder Academy, their families are dealing with poverty. They're dealing with barriers to success in their lives in different ways. Have you seen any shifts in that, or is it any different than when you first got involved in working at Teen Haven?
Yeah. I think it's some of it is like the things that have been coming up a little more recently, like post-pandemic, the learning, the ability, and the learning and just the ability to just be in structured environments is something that I'm seeing for within Next Gen that's just really, it's challenging.
It's hard for the kids.
It's hard for the kids. From littles, but from our preschool ages up through elementary and middle school and even some high school. And so that's been a challenge. And so equipping our teams and equipping our staff to really be able to meet the kids where they are, but still not like lower standards for them. There's like it's two tensions that you're holding all the time.
But not lower standards to where they are. That's huge.
Yeah. Still expect from them because kids are able, and people will give you what you expect of them. Kids will do that anyway. And so that's something. I don't know if that's a huge shift.
And I think it's fair to point out like some of that has shifted since COVID with just the separation and isolation that we've dealt with there and haven't completely come back from, right? I want to ask you 2 questions. I'm asking everybody these 2 questions.
Sure. Okay.
That's kind of my wrap up for you. So the first is when you think of, families experiencing poverty, our friends who are experiencing literal homelessness that are on the street, sleeping in cars, wherever, maybe in our shelter. When you think of them, what is your hope for them? What would you hope for them? And then the second question is for you. It's what gives you hope?
What I hope for them is true friendship and community. It's hard enough to face struggles in life when you're alone or when you feel alone doing it. And I think that's the gift of friendship. Friendship really helps. It just having key relationships, people that will in your darkness where they can shine light, in your darkness where they will speak life. It's not always that a friend is going to be able to completely lift you up and out of the situation that you're in. But man, a friend will sit on a bench with you. A friend will sit beside you and listen. A friend will see you. A friend will care. And I think that's what I remember getting phone calls primarily from single moms, like, I don't know what to do with my kid. Like, I just don't know. And sometimes it was just listening. And in the moment, can I be a friend? Can I be, I get I'm their youth leader or I'm the whatever, but can I be a friend right now and just listen? And so, and that's, I think people need that. I think that gives people value and it gives them like, all right, somebody sees me, somebody hears me. And isn't that who God is? Like God sees us, He hears us in our darkest moment. He sits with us. A bruised reed, He doesn't break. A smoldering wick, He doesn't blow out. Like He's just, He's a with you God. Anyhow, so I think that's what I would. What gives
feels
me
like you're
hope,
already heading that direction. But what gives you hope?
What gives me hope? Oh man,
because it's tough. The work you do is tough.
Yeah. The stories, it doesn't, I get hope by just the one. Like one story is enough to give me hope to continue to do the hard work. One story is enough. And so when I think about that, there was again another previous person who worked at Teen Haven, and he would say always like, look for God's fingerprint. We did camp ministry, and he would always say, look for God's fingerprint. And that has always stayed with me.
May not see his hand moving things in big, but look for the fingerprint.
Yep. Look for his fingerprint. And so I've held on to that. Okay, where I see God's fingerprint, man, that gives me hope. And so
cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks
Nina.
for doing this.
Yeah.
I hope you.
Thanks for joining me.
Yeah. So glad to be here.
Yeah, you can hang out till 3 tomorrow if you want, but
let me check with my kiddos. They probably know.
No, thank you so much, Nina. Thank you for the work you're doing with Next Gen.
Thanks for setting a good example for us. Appreciate you.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks.
Yep.
You are free.
Thank you.
Give me a hug.
I appreciate you, Jack. I will leave this here.
Yeah. All right. You can talk. It's fine. It's in.
Also such a loud walker.
Nice.
What you have going
Thanks for coming out, Kate. Yeah, appreciate it. If you can grab the mic there. I always forget to hit putting it over there.
You have a little bit going on here, so it's fair if you lose track of something.
It's all good.
Yeah.
So, hi everyone again. Quick introduction. This is Kate Zimmerman. Kate is the CEO.
Yes,
is that right?
CEO.
CEO of United Way Lancaster, and had other leadership roles in the community. Most recently, Leadership Lancaster before you went to United Way, right?
Yeah, Leadership Lancaster.
And I think I first got to know you as you were leading the Coalition for Sustainable Housing, which is a huge issue in our community.
Yes.
But Kate, thanks for coming out. Thanks for being a part of this. Tell us a little bit about, everybody thinks they know what the United Way is.
Sure. Yeah.
We've all heard it, right? We all know, we've seen commercials way back in the 80s.
Yeah.
I talked about the United Way and all the amazing things they did. And probably most of us don't really know.
Absolutely.
So tell us about United Way, because I think you play such a critical role in our community. And most people don't have a clue.
We're trying to. One of the things we say right now is, one United Way, one United Way, because a lot of communities have United Ways.
Vanessa used that with Capital.
Did she really? Well, she came from United Way, so maybe she stole that. No, it's true. But I think that's one of the neat things about like a CAP or a United Way, that we're nimble and can respond to the needs of our community in a way that feels authentic to that community. So there are United Ways in Pennsylvania, for instance, that only do, they do school programs. And then there are others that are doing have like some really strong mental health partnerships.
Okay.
When I think about our United Way, we have three main focus areas. The first one is our own internal programming, and we're really intentional to only do programming that someone else isn't doing. We know there are smart people out in the community on the front lines doing the important work. Let them do the work. Yep. So we do VITA, which is Volunteer Income Tax Assistance Program. So free taxes for families that make $70,000 or less. Last year we did over $10,000 or 10,000 returns, and returned about $12 million in taxes. So it's this strange group of humans who enjoy doing taxes as volunteers. It's like retirees who leave their paid jobs and then go do taxes for other people, which is the strangest thing in the world to me.
There are people who love doing that. They do exist.
I'm married to someone that has a finance accounting background, and I am always convinced we're going to get audited and something terrible is going to happen. And meanwhile, we had a volunteer just actually this week say that one of the most meaningful volunteer jobs he has is VITA, because in an hour and a half you can change a family's life.
Wow.
And that resonated so much with us.
True, because when you go into that, we could talk about this for a while, but they're not easy. Tax returns and who teaches you to do your tax return? Who passes that? Like, how many parents are really passing down to their kids?
Yeah.
Like, I got to check myself right now.
Right. Oh,
because I've done it for my daughter. Right.
We had a very awkward conversation where someone was like, "Wait, am I supposed to be getting money back from my taxes as a 16-year-old?" We haven't talked about this, have we?
Yeah. Let's. Yeah.
So,
but it can't. That can be life changing.
It is. It really has been. Like a family that didn't know they could qualify for a deduction that puts money back in their pockets, and then it maybe impacts their living situation or food insecurity.
Oh my gosh.
So, it seems simple, but a really impactful program.
Yep.
One of the other programs we run is 211, and I think that's probably the way we most intersect with the work you do.
Right.
It's also like my housing hat, but 211's like 911 for folks who don't know. You can dial it really from anywhere in the country, but from all of Pennsylvania, if you just put in 211, you reach a navigator, and it's someone who will sit with you in a moment of crisis. It's health and human services needs. So it could be food insecurity, it could be utility assistance, it could be domestic violence. Most of the calls are housing related. So right now, over 60% of the calls we receive are for housing needs.
People who are experiencing a crisis, about to be evicted, don't know what to do about it. They're already homeless and
already on the sleeping in a place not meant for habitation. We'll call, and we have folks, right in our office here in Lancaster that will pick up that phone call. The average housing call is 38 minutes.
38 minutes.
38 minutes. And they will sit with folks because there's so few resources.
It's not just plugging them into something. It's really trying to listen and understand their circumstances. And
it's very much, we are intentional to not be a call center model, that we people don't get to be heard.
Right.
And I think that's one of the important things about 211. Like so often folks in need just want someone to listen to them and hold space for that.
So 60% is a huge percentage, but let's volume. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Like how many calls do you get a month?
Yeah. Well, so for housing in Lancaster, so we are the coordinated entry for Lancaster County.
Yeah. You do more than Lancaster
We
County.
do Berks. Yep. We cover Lehigh. We have 5 counties that have been in our footprint, but for Lancaster, I just pulled up our housing report for last month, and it's 800.
800 calls in a month.
800 interactions in that month that
related to housing.
Related to housing.
Oh my gosh.
And referrals, the biggest one's prevention.
Yeah.
And we do referrals to shelter. We do referrals to transitional housing. But the sad reality is most places are full. There's not a lot to offer folks. So that's where we get to that time, because they will sit with someone and say, we know that the shelter's full tonight. So can we get you to a food bank? And so maybe if you can take care of your groceries this month, you can use that money towards your rent or utility assistance. And
So there's
then
some like active problem solving that your team is willing to do with them to kind of help them think through. Are there other ways? Diversion.
Yep.
It's a
Ton of diversion work.
that. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. And those are folks just right here in Lancaster answering those calls and sitting with their neighbors. So 2 big programs for us. The other piece is grant making. So we put money back out into the community. We match dollars. One of our largest sources of grants out into the community is to the Homelessness Coalition.
Right.
And so we donate $250,000 to them. That's matched 3 to 1. So $1 million goes out into Lancaster County and across the county for housing issues. So anything from helping to support the Clay Street shelter. We have, we've done prevention work down at the factory or the food hub, you name it.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. And then the last piece is really like we call it convening, but it's our volunteer center. It's trying to, we're a nonprofit that can be a step above other nonprofits and kind of problem solve in a different way. And because we can be nimble, we can be community focused instead of issue specific and kind of move that way.
So what, if you don't mind me get personal for a minute, what led you to get into this? So Leadership Lancaster, like, and I can't speculate on your journey, but like the focus of that isn't necessarily helping people in poverty, right? It's not coming alongside families that are struggling, being that critical kind of point in time when people are struggling. You made a shift to United Way. What led you to get even more directly involved? You were already a part of, when you were with Leadership Lancaster, you were part of Coalition for Sustainable Housing. Clearly, you had a heart for those other needs. But what made that move for you?
So first of all, family that always encouraged, like that was part of our DNA. You gave back, and it was through volunteerism, youth group mission trips, all of those things. And I went into my career I thought I'd be in politics. And so I have a degree in political science, and I thought that's how I would fix the world. And I spent a short amount of time in Washington, D.C. and went, okay, this isn't it. We're going to rethink this a little bit.
That was enough.
And moved back to Lancaster. And I really was kind of lost and couldn't figure out how to plug into this community. And a family member at the time was involved with Habitat for Humanity. And so my first nonprofit job was at the Lancaster, it was still Lancaster area Habitat for Humanity. And I went from, a couple days a week to full time. And I don't think I knew what the need for housing was until I was in that role, and you got to walk alongside families who worked full-time jobs, just wanted the same things for their kids that I wanted for my kids. And it was really eye-opening. And so if anything, like Leadership Lancaster, which was an amazing transformational experience, was almost a step aside from the human services piece of it. And so housing has always been something really near and dear to my heart. My kids and I, at one point too, we lived in a townhouse. It was super expensive. We were what I would consider housing insecure. And so I worked at Leadership Lancaster at the time. So it really hit home how tenuous housing is for folks. Like if I was nervous that the landlord would raise the rent in an already not great place, because I wanted to keep my kids in the school district we were in. I think people forget how often it was families like mine that are on the edge of anything, of one major crisis just absolutely destroying their stability.
And that's real. I'm curious, that's all, there's always been a part of that. It's always existed. Has it been getting better? Has it been getting worse? What are you seeing?
Not the person you want to invite to a party right now, because I mean,
I'm going to ask positive questions
Right,
at the end.
yeah,
I'm going to
okay,
give you a chance to end positive. That's my goal today.
yeah, and the reality of it is, and I think folks need to understand that it's not getting better. Our call volume continues to increase in housing, and it increases across our footprint. It's not a Lancaster County problem; it's a state of Pennsylvania problem, or it's a U.S. problem. Housing is out of reach for most families, and that idea of the pipeline.
Right.
Where folks can move, from your first apartment into that first house and just keep progressing along and opening those spaces up for others.
Yeah.
The pipeline is stopped, which means we can't move folks who are at Water Street and are great candidates for their first apartment.
Yeah, they can't find that first
Right,
apartment because
yeah.
people are clinging to them in desperation because they know they can't move up.
Yeah. So the last statistic I heard in Lancaster is that we need about 12,000 new units just to hit flat. And to
meet the current need.
Current need. And, the population will change, needs will change, but that's just such a huge hurdle here in Lancaster County to get up over that more and more families are finding themselves in need, unfortunately.
And the thousands of families that are paying more than 50% of their income for just their housing expenses, which is totally unsustainable.
Yeah.
And we know that. And so it is challenging. And it does feel like it's getting worse. And that's part of why we're doing this, right? It's about awareness for those who are experiencing homelessness. But the reality is the numbers of people experiencing homelessness will continue to go up if we don't address things upstream. And so that's why we're talking about both today. It's not just like, yes, what can we do for those who are in it? And at that crisis moment in their lives, how do we do better for them? But then how do we help?
Right.
So I know there's a lot going on. I know there's a lot of encouragement, movement. We've got the countywide strategic planning process that we're all a part of and talking about. And I'm hopeful that we can see some good come out of that. It feels overwhelming at times. So I want to ask you, I want to wrap up with these two questions that I'm asking everybody. So the first is, when you think of those who are calling your call center, who don't know where they're going to go tonight, they don't know where they're going to sleep. When you think about them, those experiencing homelessness, what is your hope for them? And then secondly, what gives you hope?
Sure.
You're leading an organization that's stepping right into it every day, doing hard work. What gives you hope?
So for the folks who are calling 211, there's the practical, my hope for them is 12,000 units.
12,000 units tomorrow.
But I think more than that, it's dignity in the process. Because so often when someone's sitting on a curb or kind of tucked into a doorway, our inclination is not to make eye contact and to not sit with folks. And, it's one of the beautiful things. One of the things we hear a lot in 211 is like, thank you for listening to me. Just there's a whole part of our community that people don't pause to listen to. And so dignity in folks' stories and dignity in their journeys and the understanding that it really could be any one of us instead of the othering of folks.
Yeah.
So my hope is dignity
huge.
for them.
That's huge.
The thing that gives me hope is like we get to be on the inside of it and get to see the people who care. And I think that's a big piece of it. Like I have a team at United Way and every single person cares.
Yeah.
But more than that, like we're part of the Coalition for Sustainable Housing and there's folks having conversations. It's not, we haven't turned our head and we're not acting like it's not an issue. The community does come together and it's not in a competitive way,
Right.
You have Water Street, there's the Clay Street shelter, and it's never been, oh, well, we have to protect what we have.
From day one, we've supported that opening.
Right.
It's like, how can we help?
Right. How does the water raise all the boats? And I think that's special to Lancaster. And I hear that about Lancaster and that gives me hope. Sometimes we overcorrect for it, like people, oh, there's a problem and everybody jumps on it. Right.
Yeah.
But I'd so much rather that than there's a problem and no one stops to help.
Yeah. That gives me hope. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming out tonight and joining me on the bench. Appreciate the work that you're doing with United Way.
Thanks.
And,
Yeah, appreciate you. Thank you. And the sun went down as we were sitting
It did.
here,
It's starting to get dark.
We got some
so-
lights all of a sudden. Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
I
Kate.
appreciate you. I hope
Yeah.
you aren't too cold.
Oh, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. It's one night. This does not compare to what others are going through. So,
So I said, I knew you'd say that. I actually.
all right. Hey. Huh? I'm good. How are you?
I know you're hungry.
Oh yeah. No, I could eat sometime. I'm not.
I think we've got one more conversation, if that's okay.
Cool. Yeah.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
Kevin is our next guest.
Yes.
Great.
Kevin, if you want to go ahead and head up, we can have a conversation with Gavin. Okay. Are you comfortable sitting over on the bench?
I'm being very comfortable sitting along with you.
All right. Come on over. Oh. No, that's okay.
You're good?
Got it. Hi. You're Kevin, is it?
What's your name?
Jack.
Jack. Pleasure.
Nice to meet you. Here, I'll give you this and you can have a seat on the bench here.
You and I are sitting with the Lord here.
Absolutely.
He's got me in here.
Yeah. So Kevin, can you introduce yourself?
Okay.
Tell us who you are.
Okay, I'm Kevin. I'm an alcoholic, and I didn't know a thing about my life, and all of a sudden, I didn't realize it was a brother and my Lord. So how messed up I was. I was hanging out in Jersey. I was homeless for a little bit, and he was taking care of me a little bit, but he saw how messed up I was, and he got me to Salvation Army in New York City.
Okay.
And I didn't know a thing, didn't know what I was doing, so I got in there, and it was obviously fearful, upset, and feeling depressed, and I didn't know a thing. And after 2 weeks, I was able to go out and go to AA meetings.
Okay.
I heard of him. I didn't know a thing about him, but
Yeah.
and all right. And I started going there.
All right.
And I kept going back to Salvation Army, back and forth, and going back to Salvation Army, praying and go to meetings, and doing that. Finding that the higher power was going to take care of me. I didn't know, but I did that for almost 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'm sorry, I did that for almost 2 years.
Okay.
I was able to stay there. They said 6-month program, but they didn't let me stay there for that long. And I remember one of the captain's wives, Captain Miriam, she mentioned a place. So I finally asked my counselor, can you talk to Captain Miriam? She's up there, but he got a hold of her. And she found the place.
Okay.
Where's it at? Salvation Army, right here. The Lord got me right here. So I'm here, and I'm grateful for that.
So are you staying at the Salvation Army?
Right there,
Okay.
yeah. I stay right there. So
All right.
I pay my rent there. But,
Yeah. Has that been helpful for you?
Yeah. I'm doing great, and I'm just keep on praying all the time. But I'm trying to find a job. I haven't found a job yet. Probably want Social Security. I got the money to pay the rent, but I'm looking for a job and nuts. But
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep on hanging there and keep on doing
Yeah.
the right thing, which many times I had those thoughts back in the day. I could do this and that. And now and those thoughts still keep coming.
Yeah.
I know I don't want to do it. And
Yeah. One day at a time, right?
Stop and pray, and something says, "No, don't do that. Don't do this." But he's been taking care of me. So,
Yeah. Salvation Army does some amazing work
it's
all across the country.
Do you know Bruce in there?
Over here? I don't.
Okay,
I
the
don't,
young lady
yeah.
who when I was walking by before, I saw it was okay. She told me what to do, and I was thinking just gonna keep on going. Yeah, well, I went back and I ate.
Yeah.
Hey, so I'm gonna come back. I'm here, so I can do it. So,
Yeah. So what do you feel has made the biggest difference for you as you've been on this journey to overcome and stay sober and have a positive outlook on life?
The most positive thing was when I was in New York City. Well, I went to this one meeting and all of a sudden talking to a couple of people. They call this fellowship thing. I didn't know what they were talking about. And then all of a sudden they said they're going out for coffee. I said, no, I kept blowing them off, kept going back. Hey, I didn't have any money. I didn't have nothing. I couldn't do that. And all of a sudden, come on, Kevin, we want you to come with us. And they're buying me, I have nothing. People.
Yeah.
And the Lord and the people, they help me out.
So the fellowship.
And the fellowship, yeah.
The relationships. Yeah.
And I got here, and I'm doing a fellowship here, and I'm just gonna keep on.
That's awesome.
Back and when I first got here, all of a sudden, I got there. Bruce said, "Me up, you get off my Amtrak, got in the train, brought my bag, and showed me my room. I put everything away.
All right.
I said, go do what you want. I didn't know what I was going to do.
Yeah. You're brand new to the city.
Yeah. And all of a sudden, I'm walking out. I said, where's Amy? Nobody knew nothing. And I asked him, he thinks there's something on Walnut Street. I don't know where Walnut Street was anyways. So I remember walking up Queen Street. I see Walnut. I start walking down. I didn't know. And I see a church there. I didn't know. But I'm sitting up front. And then all of a sudden, a gentleman's walking by. He walks right by me. He turns around and comes back and says, what are you doing here? I just said, I don't know. I'm just looking for a meeting. Come on. He takes me aside. He gets me in there. Awesome. But I mean, it was just.
That feels like God delivered that person right in your path.
He's looking after me. That's awesome. I didn't know the first thing about it, but
yeah.
But it's.
Yeah. Well, that's what it's about, man. We need one another. We need fellowship. We need relationships because none of us can do it alone.
Yeah, we can.
That's the reality. So yeah,
I got them, and they're taking care of me.
Yeah.
And also, by the way, in 2 weeks, I'm going back to New York City.
Are you? Are you moving back?
No.
Or just a visit?
Well, to visit.
All right.
And go celebrate 3 years sober.
Amen.
Lord, take care of me.
3 years.
And
Congratulations.
And actually, when I was there, and
awesome.
When I got my 1 year, a nice woman, Sherry, she celebrated with me.
All right.
I celebrated 1 year. She celebrated 58 years.
58.
And I walked her back and forth all the time. Sherry, how'd you do it? What'd she say? 1 day at a time. Okay.
I've heard that before.
And I've been talking to her, and I saw him come back. She said, she'll be there.
Yeah.
She's going to celebrate her 60 years.
Wow. That's amazing. That is amazing. There's a friend of mine that works at Water Street with me, always says 1 minute at a time.
Yeah. I hear people say that too,
Yeah. That's all good.
Yeah. Well, when I first got there, seeing it one day, I didn't know. Actually, when I first got there, and like I got to the Salvation Army, I couldn't go out for 2 weeks. I didn't know what they're talking about. I didn't know.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, I was hanging there. I hear people coming in. And people were complaining and screaming and yelling. And I'm just standing back. I'm not interrupting with them. And then in 2 weeks, this nice gentleman, Passat, a young gentleman, Kevin, you got 2 weeks to go to a meeting. What are you talking about? Kevin, you could go outside. Okay. So I go up 48th Street, I walk out with him to 10th Avenue. There's a bar right there. And I was just looking, come on, he saw you. He got me the meeting.
Yeah.
And guess what? I didn't stop. But anyway, so he gets me there and walking out when we had to go right back. So I'm walking back. And he says, I messed up. Anybody here first time? Yeah, Kevin, first time here. She said, Kevin, you're an alcoholic. I don't know what I am.
That was your first time, and it was your first time in a meeting.
It's like, but anyways, it probably took me a week and a half. I finally said alcohol. It's like,
Yeah.
And I wasn't still even sure, but I'm saying it. But
yeah,
I had a problem. Yeah, and guess what? I'm realizing
we can overcome with his help.
I can't do it myself.
Yeah. No.
I need the people, and I need the Lord, and He's been taking care of me. So.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. I'm asking everybody these two questions on the bench as we wrap up. When you think about those who are struggling right now, maybe haven't found that sobriety, haven't found that hope. What is your hope for them? Those who are, experiencing homelessness, what is your hope for them? And then for you personally, what keeps you going? What gives you hope?
Well, what gives me the hope is that I got the Lord in my mind. He's taking care of me. And I'm going to keep on doing that. So what I'm going to say for them, hopefully they can pray, find that higher power, whether it be the Lord or something. Just have something, because you can't do it yourself, right? Find something and find something.
Yeah.
But I mean, I just tell them when I get to meet, I tell them, you got to find something, somewhere, something. Absolutely. And we talk about it. Hey, we realize you can't do it yourself. They say we can't do it ourselves. So you know, we gotta keep
No. We need the Lord. We need each other. Well, thank you for stopping by.
Oh, no problem.
I appreciate you
I want to
visiting.
ask you a little more anyway.
Yeah.
So you're the owner of this place?
I'm not the owner.
Okay.
No. I serve as the president of Water
Oh, you're
Street.
serving
yeah.
the president. Okay.
Yeah.
And what are you basically doing over there? Just taking the homeless people in?
Yeah, so we have a whole array of programs.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
when those who are experiencing homelessness, we have a shelter
Okay.
is the first step where people can come in and they have a place to stay for the night. They can stay there for up to 90 days.
Okay.
If their focus is just, hey, I want to get a job, I want to get a
Yeah.
place to live, then they stay in our shelter for up to 90 days and we try to help them with that.
Yeah.
If they're willing, and while they're there, they can stay 24/7. We have 3 meals a day. We
Okay.
have a day shelter. We have life coaches and case managers. We're going to try to help them along the way.
Okay.
They can choose to take classes and some other things, but it's all optional. If they want to do deeper work and kind of deal with the root issues that led to them becoming
Yeah.
homelessness, then they can choose residential. And we have a residential track that can ultimately be about another 100 people that can do residential track, where we're going to look at those root issues and try to really help them overcome
Yeah.
and develop the assets that they need in order to thrive. And all of it's a Christ-centered program. So we want them to hear the gospel and know that Jesus
Yeah.
loves them and that he's going to walk with them on the journey. If they aren't interested in Christianity, they can still be a part of it.
Yeah.
But that's our heart. Because we know ultimately God's the one who can bring real transformation.
Good, but I mean, but like I said, and I'm going to meetings and
Yeah.
and there's a couple of things. Oh, they tell me they're atheists. And
Yeah.
I know. I mean, I've heard about it. I didn't know what it was really even talking about.
Yeah.
But I know what it was. But then I talked to them and listen, get a good conversation, and then
Yeah.
also, then you know, even like let's say a week, or maybe a month later, but I may see them again.
Yeah.
They found something. they found something that's taking care of them.
Yeah.
They say they're actually going out and praying. You
Wow.
know, just you know,
Yeah.
you play to the rock on the street. Just something, find something. You know, just in your mind, just you know, clear that.
You got to get outside
Clear,
of yourself.
clear that crap out of there
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
put something else in there. It's,
Yeah.
but I mean, I'm grateful that, like I said, my parents took me to church, and I remember then also I stopped going, but I was praying all the time.
Yeah.
But then you know, I didn't know a thing. I got here now. Yeah, guess what? Yeah. I'm grateful I did that, but hey, you know, hey, might have been the one that got me there, got me here, but I don't know. It's been,
Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing well.
it's been-
I appreciate you stopping by and joining me.
How long are you going to stay here?
I'll be here all night. I'm going to be here till 3 tomorrow afternoon. So I do this for 24 hours to just share stories and hopefully raise some awareness of
Okay.
our friends who are struggling. So,
So I'm gonna hang out for a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go lay down.
all right.
And actually, I go to the 7-Up meeting in the morning,
Okay.
and I get over there at 6:00.
Yeah.
I'll be walking by here
All right.
at 5:45.
Feel free to wave. I'll be here.
Hey, and can I do this again? I mean,
We'll see because we have a whole bunch of people lined up to talk.
oh, you got
so
people?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
all right.
yeah.
Well, hopefully
But I
you show up.
appreciate you.
And hopefully everybody shows up then.
Yeah, yeah.
Where's everybody else now?
Well, I appreciate you coming, Kevin.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
so much. All right.
Hey, and I tell you what I'm going to do. I tell you what I'm going to do. Keep coming back.
All right.
That's all I can do.
All right, man.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
All right.
I was not checking that, but thank you. Appreciate the update. Oh yeah, I do.
Well, are we gonna switch to video?
Yeah, that'd be great.
20 minutes to eat before the national broadcast.
All right, sounds good.
We don't have anyone scheduled until then.
Okay, sounds good. I'll be here on the bench. We're gonna show a video for you while I eat, so you don't have to watch me make a mess and all that stuff.
This is Maria and her son, Daniel. A year ago, Maria never thought she'd be in this situation, without a home, exhausted, and uncertain. As a single mom, she worked hard, juggling a job in healthcare while raising Daniel. But a medical emergency changed everything. Without paid leave, she fell behind on rent, and soon enough, she was evicted from her apartment. Rents in Lancaster have been rising, and affordable housing is scarce. Even with a job, many families struggle to keep up. Homelessness rarely happens overnight. It's often a struggle that builds over time. For Maria, it was a medical emergency. For others, it could be job loss, lack of affordable housing, mental health struggles, addiction, domestic violence or family breakdown, relational poverty, having no support system to turn to in hard times. With nowhere else to go, Maria and Daniel came to Water Street Mission. They found warm meals, clean beds, and a welcoming community in our family emergency shelter. The next morning, Maria met with a case manager and discovered that Water Street Mission is so much more than a shelter. It was a fresh start. With a life coach, counseling, and pastoral support, she began rebuilding. And for the first time, she heard that God loves her. For Daniel, Water Street became a place where he could just be a kid again. He spent time in Water Street's family engagement ministry, playing and feeling a sense of normalcy. Daniel attended Wonder Academy, Water Street's pre-K and kindergarten, giving him a nurturing place to grow. And when Maria joined our residential program, things began to turn around even more. At the core of Maria's transformation is her newly ignited relationship with God, who loves her and created her to be beautifully unique. With support from career and financial coaches, she pursued her nursing degree and paid off debts. She also saved enough to afford the deposit on an apartment and have a few months' savings as a buffer. Maria and Daniel now live in their own apartment. She takes the bus to work. Daniel thrives at his new school, and they're part of a local church. Hard days still come, but she's no longer facing them alone. She has the support and tools to keep going. Maria and Daniel's story is just one example out of hundreds of people who come to Water Street each year, seeking hope and a fresh start. To learn how you can support individuals and families experiencing homelessness, visit WSM.org.
My name is Luis Sanchez, and I was actually born in Puerto Rico. Came here when I was 4 with my parents, and I pretty much grew up here in Lancaster the last 38 years. I grew up in a Catholic home. Me and my cousin actually had a little bit of trauma with the Catholic churches and the priest and stuff. Also got molested by my 3 female cousins when I was like 9, 10 years old, and I was angry. My first felony, I was 13 years old, and when I came back from the juvenile detention center, my father already had my bags packed. He said, "You wanna think you running the streets as a man? Go live your life." And I'm sorry. Yeah, so I grabbed my bags and left. So I guess when I got that freedom at 13, I just took off. I became a drug dealer because I had to make an income. That was my lifestyle. Doing drugs, selling them, doing whatever. It took me a while, but 2 years ago, something hit me at that moment in time. And I was hanging out there with like 5 other guys, and I literally broke down and cried in front of all these grown men. You know, we're not supposed to be doing that. I just had enough. I was sick and tired of being sick and tired. You know what I mean? I actually put myself in rehab, did the whole 90 days, came back into Lancaster to a halfway house, and finally they got me here. I came here looking for help, and it was probably like the best decision I ever made. Anything that you want and need is in this place. It's a great facility. The staff is great, dental, mental, medical. The whole staff in here is pretty awesome. This place has humbled me to the most. I walk around here, I'm a little bit more happier now, more relaxed, and I'm trying to get back to chasing my dreams again. April 6th of this year is my second year being sober. And I try to help as many people as I can because I know I've been through it. You know what I mean? If I could help at least one person, I feel better about myself. If you come seek the help, this place is for you. They will reach out and try to get you the help that you need.
I got introduced to Water Street through a friend of mine. At that point, I was living in my car at a Rogers gas station. When I heard about the mission, I kind of balked at the idea because at that point, even though I lived in my car, I did not consider myself a homeless person. To me, I was just in a situation where I had to sleep in my car for a few days. Well, those few days turned out to be 60 days. So eventually, I swallowed my pride and decided, sure, why not? Let's go see what it's going to be like. As a day shelter guest, I noticed that the people who work here actually seemed to be genuinely interested in knowing what is going on with you. A lot of time in the outside world, nobody really cares. After a while, I started feeling pain in my lower jaw. The level of pain I experienced was such that a lot of the time, I'd actually avoid talking. I knew that there was a medical center, but I was referred to the dental clinic. I actually did have a bad infection in my tooth, and that was what was causing the pain. But I didn't know that. All I knew was that it hurt. I have worked with other dentists, and I really hoped that they knew what they were doing because I'm not good with pain. So by the time the whole procedure is done for the day, my confidence in the dental team increased. The quality of service you'll get over here would compare favorably with the service you'd get at any practice. I used to have to take an acetaminophen every other day because of the pain in the mouth. But now I generally don't have to. I'm now in stage 2 of the residential program. I actually went to this part of the program called Step Up, where they help you try and find a job. We came up with a resume and sent it out. The very first position I applied for extended me a conditional offer after the interview. It taught me a lesson to actually understand that you need the help of other people can be a very humbling experience. On the good side, at times, it is said that as a human being, you sometimes have to stoop to conquer. So I prefer to say it that way. Maybe I had to stoop to conquer.
This part of my journey actually started when my father passed away. I had been joint caregiver with my father for my mother, who had dementia. And not long after my mother passed away, my father was diagnosed with cancer. We were blessed with 4 years with him when they thought that we'd only have 6 months, but I was his primary caregiver. And by the time my father passed away, I had no idea who I was anymore, because everything in my life had been taking care of other people and doing for other people. I had hit rock bottom emotionally. I ended up at Water Street. Now that was about 5 years ago. I did not complete the program, moved out, ended up in the same situations, and said I need help, and I knew that Water Street would help me. This time, I went 110% in. I did all the work I'm supposed to do, did all the reading, did all the meetings, and I actually will be completing the program and starting a new part of my life. It's important for me as I'm reaching the end of this journey for me to get others to understand the help is here. You have to want it. You have to be willing to work for it. Nobody's ever going to tell you it's easy, but it's there if you just reach out and grab it. And Water Street is a This part of my journey actually started when my father passed away. I had been joint caregiver with my father for my mother, who had dementia. And not long after my mother passed away, my father was diagnosed with cancer. We were blessed with 4 years with him when they thought that we'd only have 6 months, but I was his primary caregiver. And by the time my father passed away, I had no idea who I was anymore, because everything in my life had been taking care of other people and doing for other people. I had hit rock bottom emotionally. I ended up at Water Street. Now that was about 5 years ago. I did not complete the program, moved out, ended up in the same situations, and said I need help, and I knew that Water Street would help me. This time, I went 110% in. I did all the work that I'm supposed to do, did all the reading, did all the meetings, and I actually will be completing the program and starting a new part of my life. It's important for me, as I'm reaching the end of this journey, for me to get others to understand the help is here. You have to want it. You have to be willing to work for it. Nobody's ever going to tell you it's easy, but it's there if you just reach out and grab it. And Water Street is amazing, amazing. The staff is so caring. They genuinely care. First time ever in my life, I feel that I have been loved unconditionally. And because I have experienced the unconditional love of the staff, I have learned how it is that my Heavenly Father can love me unconditionally, which was something I never understood before, because nobody had ever done it. If I can be a living, walking example of you can make it through, it's not always going to be easy, but it's so worth it to get to the other side. Because of Water Street, I'm secure, I'm healthier, my relationship with God has been restored and is stronger. Because of Water Street, I'm a better person.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. We are back live.
All right. We are back live. I just finished a nice dinner from our friends Lily and Nick. Adi, thank you so much, Lily and Nick, for hooking me up. That was very good. Souvlaki Brothers out there on James Street. Anybody who's looking for some good Greek food, check it out. Get your gyros, get your Greek salads, get your whatever. We're not doing advertisements on this. They're not sponsors, but we like their food, so we'll talk about them a little bit. It's all good. So we have a little break here in the formal conversations. So I think our next scheduled, looking forward to having Deb Jones with us. She's the director of our Coalition on Homelessness here in Lancaster. So she's going to join us in a little bit. But we have a little break here, and then we're actually going to connect to the national feed for a little bit. So I wanted to just take this chance while I don't have somebody on the bench to talk to you a little bit about Water Street and about who we are and what we do. But I guess before that, because I don't know the exact timing, they're going to cue me when we go to the national feed. But what is the national feed and why are we doing that? What does it have to do with Jack sitting on a bench for 24 hours? So if you're just tuning in, or maybe you've been a part of this for a little while, or you saw some of our ads for it, Conversations on a Bench is an event that I did here last year, but I had actually stolen the idea from a couple friends of mine who also lead missions around the country. The first person that I know that did it was Brandon Thomas, when he was the executive director of the Winchester Rescue Mission, just a couple hours from here down in Winchester, Virginia. A small mission. Brandon really wanted to kind of just draw attention to some of the needs in their community. And so he decided, how can I get people's attention? I'm going to sit on a bench for 24 hours and just talk to anybody who wants to talk to me about homelessness, and just did a fantastic job of setting the stage for this type of event. He did it a couple years. Our mutual friend Matt Dildine out in Fresno did it for a couple years, and then they talked me into doing it. So it was at their kind of insistence and goading that I did it last year on this exact same day. And as we were talking about, we realized, man, like it's great to raise awareness in our local communities. It's great for us to kind of to raise the bar and say, hey, can we do more? Not just here at Water Street, not just at Winchester Rescue Mission, but in our communities. Can we do more? Can we partner better together? Can we help people who maybe aren't involved in addressing this issue to think about it and to take a step towards helping? And so that's kind of what was inspiring our local ones. But then we thought, can we ignite something even bigger than that? Maybe we can get people to pay attention on a national level and realize that homelessness is not a Lancaster issue or a California issue or a Virginia or Houston or Pittsburgh. It's a national issue. We have friends who are struggling all over this country. And so the idea was, let's invite leaders of other missions all over the country. Let's invite them to do the same thing. Let's see, can we get 50, 60, 70 missions all to commit to doing it on the same day? And so that's what we did. And so grateful for Matt out in Fresno and his team. They really are spearheading kind of the technology side of this so that we could all do it together. So today, when I sat down on this bench at 3:00 Eastern time, there were over 70 other CEOs, presidents, executive directors. We all have different titles, but there were 70 other leaders all over the country doing the exact same thing, sitting down on a bench at their mission, at their ministry, to say, hey, can we do more? And so it's amazing. Conversations on a Bench is truly a national event with over 70 missions all over the country, again, doing this. My friend Jarrell in Pittsburgh is out there. Jacqueline in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, he's sitting on a bench right now. Lauren Krause down in Winchester, we're going to be talking with her later. We're going to be talking with Jack later. My friend Bruce Butler in Dallas. I actually have friends in Dallas who are Dallas Cowboys fans. As hard as that is to believe, but Bruce Butler down in Dallas, we're going to talk together probably at like 1 a.m. tonight. We're going to connect with each other and talk, hear what's happening down in Dallas, and maybe razz them about the Cowboys a little bit. But so it's amazing. Right now I'm looking at a screen over here. There's live feeds happening. You can go to conversationsOnABench.org. We set up a website just for this, conversationsOnABench.org. And on there's a map of the United States with every single bench highlighted on there. 70 benches. You can click on there. You can watch the live stream of that that mission, and you can watch the live stream of that mission. You can check out their websites, learn about the work that they're doing. There's amazing stuff happening all over this country. Water Street. I'm so grateful for the legacy of this organization that I'm a part of, but I'm so grateful that we are just one of hundreds. There's over 320 missions across the country doing great work, loving people who are experiencing homelessness, trying to help them. And so 70 of us are participating in this. So we're going to click to a live stream in just a little bit. That live stream, there's a couple different things that'll be happening. There's some interviews that were pre-recorded with the president of our association, Citygate Network, with some individuals who, are playing big roles as advocates or leaders on the issue of homelessness. So we'll get to hear from them, check in on that. I'm going to stay right here on the bench. I'm not slacking off on my duties during those times, but it'll give you a chance to see that Water Street's not alone, that there are others that are doing this, that Lancaster's not alone, that there are communities all over the country that are trying to step up and address homelessness in meaningful ways. So are we joining the live stream right now? In 2 minutes, I just saw my screen flash over there, so something different's happening. But yeah, we're going to check that out and see what's happening. In the meantime, during those 2 minutes, want to remind you that you can send us your questions too. You can be a part of the conversation on the bench right there on Facebook or YouTube, whichever you're watching it on right now. You can put your comments in there. Put a question in the comments if there's something you'd want me to address, something you're curious about. If you have a comment or an insight that's super insightful, maybe we'll read it. I don't know. We'll probably screen those. But questions, I'm open to anything. So feel free to send questions. I'd be happy to check that out. Isaac can check out our Facebook feed, and we can take a look at what's happening there. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Okay, so we're going to join that feed for 30 minutes. Do we know who's going to be on this one, Isaac? Did they tell you?
Nope.
All right. So I'm sure it's going to be great. I'm sure it's going to be insightful. If it's boring, then you can take a break. Yeah, looking forward to what's happening around the country, and hearing from probably it's going to be Tom DeVries or Matt Dildine or Brandon. Those are the guys that I talked about that are going to be on there. Hi, Marjorie.
Hey.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
So we're just about to flip off our camera and show the national camera.
You know we're
for a
about to have
minute.
the coldest night here, right?
That's what they told me. We picked a good one, huh?
At least it's dry.
That's true.
Hey, everybody. It's been so great to be able to see all of the different conversations on a bench that are happening through 70 different communities across the country. And to all of you CEOs, we say thanks and appreciate everything that you're doing and your teams are doing to make this event memorable and meaningful. And right now, we're trying to get all of our missions just into the same breakout room so that we can run the national feed and be able to share that with you right now. And we're going to be sharing an interview with Rich Stearns and then another interview with Billy Baldwin. And it's great to be able to see how each of your conversations are different. And yet how connected we are in the midst of all of them. So give us a minute as we bring everybody into the same Zoom room, and then we'll be running, I'll do a brief introduction on the national feed, and then we'll send it out for those two videos. Some of you are going to do dinner, some of you are going to do a bathroom break, but hopefully all of us will be able to continue to do this journey, which has been so wonderful so far. Yeah, I can. No, I will. Good for me to do that now. Well, welcome everybody to this conversation, which is between myself and with Rich Stearns. And Rich is the president emeritus of World Vision and been a good friend for well over a decade. And Rich, so appreciate your leadership of World Vision globally, especially in reaching out to helping children, and especially in the area of really crisis and being able to say, how do we serve and love in the name of Jesus? But as president of World Vision, that really wasn't your initial calling, or maybe it became a calling, but really your background was more out of the business world. And why don't you share just a little bit of your time at Lennox and how God worked in your heart to begin to move you into a place of humanitarian aid and being able to care for people as how you lived out your faith?
Well, sure, Tom. Thanks for having me on the
Recording
program
in
today.
progress.
And yeah, back in the late 1990s, I was the CEO of Lennox Fine China and Crystal, America's fine china company, back in New Jersey. And as I like to say, I was minding my own business when one day a recruiter called and said he was representing World Vision, and that World Vision was looking for a new president. Now, my wife and I had been donors to World Vision for about 15 years at that time. So we knew of World Vision. In fact, we knew the president of World Vision, who was then planning to step down. But I basically said to him, well, that's a hard job to fill. You need somebody that's, part CEO, part Mother Teresa, and part Indiana Jones. And, good luck with that, right? Finding somebody. But and of course, as recruiters often do, later in the conversation, he said, well, what about you? Would you be a good candidate for World Vision? And I think my voice went up about 3 octaves, and I said, me? Surely you don't mean me. And, Tom, at the time, I had never been to Africa. I knew nothing about global poverty. I had no theological degree. I had never done any fundraising. I had never worked for a nonprofit. I mean, I was a terrible candidate, I thought, for the president of World Vision. And I won't get into all of the details because of time, but this was clearly God knocking on my door and asking the question, are you available? Are you available? And I didn't want to be available. I was at the top of my career. I was 47 years old. I was, I had made it to the CEO chair in a wonderful company. And I call it my rich young ruler moment. And we all know that story from scripture where this rich young man comes to Jesus and says, Rabbi, what must I do to inherit eternal life? And Jesus gives him a stock answer. Well, keep the commandments, worship the Lord at the temple, keep doing the things that, the scriptures command you to do. And of course, the man, who might have been a little cocky, he said, well, I've done all of that. You can check me out. I've covered that base. I keep all the commandments. I'm a faithful tither. And then, as I like to say, the young man made one mistake. He decided he would ask another question, and he should have quit while he was ahead. He said, is there anything I still lack? And scripture tells us that Jesus looked at him and loved him and said, you lack one thing. Sell everything you have and give it to the poor, and come and follow me, and then you'll have treasure in heaven. Well, I wish at the time World Vision was calling me, that story was resonating in my head, because metaphorically, what World Vision was doing was saying, Rich, sell everything you have, quit your job, quit your career, sell your dream house, turn in your company car, pack up your family and move them 3,000 miles to the West Coast and follow me.
We are in Charlotte.
In other words, give everything you have to the ministry with the poor, and then you'll have treasure in heaven. And at that time, I was more interested in treasure on earth than I was in heaven, to be honest. And so it was a difficult decision. But the way that story ends in Scripture is tragic, because it says the man went away very sad because he had great wealth. So kicking and screaming and fearful of, this is a career suicide, I did quit my job. World Vision offered me the job. I quit my job, and we sold our house, and we moved all the way to Seattle, Washington. And I showed up that first day terrified that the Lord had made a terrible mistake. And as I cried out to him, I said, Lord, if you don't show up, this ministry's in trouble, and we're both in trouble, because I don't know what to do next. I feel helpless and totally dependent on you. And I felt the Lord was saying, I've got you right where I want you. You are totally dependent on me. Now keep showing up and watch what I do. And that's what I did. And I served for 20 years. I ended up being the longest serving president in World Vision's history. So yeah, that's how the Lord got my attention.
I love that, Rich. And really, thanks so much for sharing your story, because I'm sure there are a lot of folks out there that God could be knocking on their door or inviting them into a second chapter of their life and leadership, and maybe hearing of your courage to be able to step out and follow might allow them to do something similar. So really appreciate that. How about though, as you began to kind of think about that role that you had as president of World Vision, it began to inform and impact kind of your understanding of the gospel.
I'm feeling a lot better.
One of the things I appreciate that is the book that you wrote, The Hole in Our Gospel,
Definitely,
which was really significant and almost shares for you of certainly coming to a place of faith in Christ, but then this second conversion of looking at what does that faith really mean, or how do we live it out or engage or act in it? And I just wanted to kind of read a quick excerpt out of that I've appreciated over the years.
For a long time, they saw me not
The Hole in Our Gospel, and you say we're the carriers of the gospel, the good news that was meant to change the world.
Hi, my name is Serena,
Belief is not enough.
I've been in the
Worship
program
is
for
not
about
enough.
4 months now.
Personal morality is not enough.
So a lot of
And
chaos,
Christian
a lot
community is
of
not enough. God
abuse, that
has
type of
always
thing. I
demanded
have 4
more.
kids.
When we
time
committed
goes on, you
ourselves
get
to following
tired.
Christ, we
So
also
I
committed
just
to
one day
living
I
our lives in
finally
such a way
packed
that
up
a
and left.
watching
Originally
world
went to
would
Serene
catch
Harbor,
a glimpse of
and
God's
then
character,
they have a
His
time
love,
frame on the time that you can
justice,
stay there. So I
and
started
mercy
looking
through
for
our
options.
words,
And so I
actions,
found
and
it.
behavior. We
When I
are
finally got the
Christ's
call, it was just a
ambassadors,
state
wrote
of
the Apostle
relief.
Paul,
I didn't have to
as though
worry about
God
that
were
time
making
frame
his
for Serene
appeal
Harbor, and
through
didn't
us.
have to
God
scramble
chose
about
us
where
to
I
be
was
his
going to go live
representatives. He
my
called
head.
us to go out
You
to
know,
proclaim the good
there's
news,
a
to
huge
be
difference
good
in my
news,
kids'
and
behavior
to
being
change
here
the
just
world.
because there was
Living
no
out our faith
chaos. There was none of that.
privately
And then
was
since
never
being
to
here,
be an option. And what might you hope, as you kind of look and have penned those words for Christ followers across our country, as they would reflect and glean on living out their faith today, how that perspective maybe changed your heart a little bit, and how you would hope it would change the hearts of other Christ followers?
Well, Tom, let me first say I couldn't have said it better myself than that quote. But I would add a couple of things. I think, first of all, I would say that we need to understand as followers of Christ that he did not call us to a life of comfort. He called us each to a life of service, a life of loving other people with the love of Christ in our heart and demonstrating his life to that watching world. You know, most of us go to, if we're Christians, we go to worship every Sunday. We go to Bible studies during the week. Our kids are in Sunday school. But the Lord, I don't think, is impressed with all of those activities unless they result in putting what he taught us into action, right? So there's some great scriptures about this. In the book of James, James says this: suppose a brother or sister is without clothes and daily food. If one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, but does nothing about their physical needs, what good is it? In the same way, faith by itself, if it's not accompanied by action, is dead. I can't imagine a better scripture for a homeless ministry to settle on and to talk about. There's another one in 1 John chapter 3, where John says this: if someone has enough money to live well and sees a brother or sister in need but shows no compassion, how can the love of God be in that person? Dear children, let us not merely say that we love each other. Let us show the truth by our actions. Our actions will show that we belong to the truth. So we will be confident when we stand before God. Just in closing this question, this answer, there is a real simplicity to our Christian faith that is often lost in the complexity we create around faith, right? The Lord gave us the two greatest commandments: love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and strength. And he said the second commandment is like it: love your neighbor as yourself. And I would add a third great commandment, which is the Great Commission, which is about sharing the love of Christ to everyone so that they too can become disciples of that same loving Lord. So love God, love others, and then make disciples of other people by sharing the love of Christ so that they can also then love God, love others, and make new disciples. So it's kind of a virtuous cycle. And that's the simplicity of our Christian faith that a 5-year-old can understand. We all know the question used to be these little bracelets: what would Jesus do? Right? WWJD. Try substituting the question, what would love do? Because Jesus is love. John tells us that God is love. So what would love do about homelessness? What would love do about refugees? Don't ask what a political party would do, or what should the government do. What would love do about refugees, about homelessness, about those struggling with mental illness or addiction? We need, as Christians, to ask that question, what would love do, and then attempt to do it.
I love that, Rich, because we're really talking about being grounded in love, and then saying that our faith has a tangible expression that lives itself out, that ultimately impacts other people. And being able to do that. Oh, that's great. Well, one of the questions I have, and again, coming out of your leadership position a little bit, you really engaged in two significant humanitarian crises. One was AIDS and HIV in Africa. The other was around refugees and migrants, especially in Syria. And you've had a front row seat to humanitarian crisis. And as we look in the U.S. today at close to 1 million people that are experiencing homelessness and issues with addiction recovery and mental health challenges, what, from a leadership perspective, could you take from your engagement of a large organization that was helping to bring solution to those situations globally to what we're trying to do here on the homelessness front in the United States? What kind of leadership insights could you provide?
Well, I think for those that might be listening, big crises are often overwhelming. When I used to talk about to our donors and child sponsors at World Vision about global poverty, and I had the statistics of global poverty that 1 billion people are living on less than $1 a day, and 29,000 children under the age of 5 die every day of preventable causes. And I throw out these huge numbers, and what I found is people were overwhelmed by these big numbers. Like, how could I possibly make a difference? How could I possibly make a dent? In other words, those facts were having just the opposite effect that I wanted them to have. Instead of inviting them to make a difference and do something, they kind of, oh, it's hopeless. We can't possibly make a dent. But what I learned about any crisis like this, no matter how big, it always boils down to helping one person at a time. The world has changed one person at a time. So no act of kindness, no donation is too small to make a difference. We can each do our part. There's a part in Scripture where Jesus says, if you have the faith of a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, you can be thrown into the sea, and the mountain will be thrown into the sea. And, I always struggled with that. Really, I've tried that and it didn't work. I tried throwing a mountain into the sea and it didn't work. But then I turned it around and I said, well, what if he meant a mountain of mustard seeds, right? In other words, if each one of us as Christians has our mustard seed of faith, what if 100 million Christians in America took their mustard seed of faith and pitched in? I bet 100 million Christians, if we each picked up our shovel, could throw that mountain into the ocean. We could throw that mountain into the ocean. And I think if we each picked up our shovel on the homelessness crisis, we could also deal with that crisis, one person at a time, everybody doing their part, everybody doing whatever small or large role they can play. God is not asking everybody to quit their job and move their family and go lead a homeless ministry somewhere in America. He may be asking some to do that, but he's asking the rest of us to just, be involved and do our part. Be involved and do our part. So I think if we all pitch in, this is a manageable crisis, and we can make tremendous progress in helping these desperate, desperate people who live on our streets.
I kind of look at that, Rich, and you would probably say at some point in your leadership at World Vision that the situation around AIDS and HIV was unsolvable, irresolvable. I think probably as we look at people living on the streets in the U.S., that many would have kind of a similar feeling that we can't fix it. Yet your history would say some of these irresolvable situations can be fixed. What hope might you give us as we look at trying to help those experiencing homelessness, that we could get on the back end of this and be able to bring some kind of resolution?
Well, first of all, I would want to say to those that are already serving and giving toward the end of helping the homeless in our country, thank you. You're doing exactly what Christ calls us all to do. Every single person you are helping is precious to God, created by God in his own image and precious to him, no matter their circumstances, no matter their religion, no matter, where they are in their life. And many of them are in addiction or struggling with mental illness or just, financial disaster in their life, and they can't afford to have a home. Even women and children, as you know, are on the streets, living in automobiles in terrible conditions. So, but to those who are standing on the sidelines, I might say it's time to do something. We all have three things that we can offer: time, talent, and treasure. We can all do something, no matter how small. My wife and I, we're big boosters of World Vision. We're donors to World Vision. We have been for 41 years, but we give to 3 different homeless ministries in Seattle where we live. Because we read the scripture and we see Christ's passion for the least of these. And I can't think of another group that title fits better, the least of these in our country, than the people that are so poor that they're living on the streets and they're living hand to mouth. So with time, treasure, and talent, you can give, you can volunteer, you can advocate to your local government officials for this in favor of doing more. We can all do something. We have to remember that Jesus is going to ask every one of us what we did for the least of these brothers and sisters in our world. When I preach on Matthew 25, that famous passage where the sheep and the goats are gathered together, right? And it's the judgment day. It's not a parable, it's a prediction. And Jesus tells us this story. He gives us this prediction, and he basically, goes through, I was hungry and you gave me to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me to drink. I was in prison and you visited me. I was sick and you cared for me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. And people say, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, Lord, when did we see you hungry and thirsty and naked? And when did we visit you when you were sick? And he says, I tell you the truth. Whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it for me. And of course, the people that did those things are welcomed into the kingdom of everlasting life. And the people that didn't get a very different treatment. And, I like to say in Matthew 25, this is the final exam, right? This is the final exam. It's the judgment day. And there's only one question on the final. What did you do for the least of these? And fortunately, and that's the question Jesus is going to ask each one of us when that day comes. And fortunately, we all still have the time to work out our answer to that question. Right. And I don't want to get into the whole theological thing. Of course, I believe in salvation by faith alone. But the evidence of faith is what Jesus is looking for in our lives. How will he know whether our faith is genuine? He'll look for the evidence. And the evidence he's looking for is, what did you do for the least of these, of my brothers and sisters? So anyways, I would just encourage people to get involved, no matter how small. If you can give $25 to a homeless organization, that'll make a difference. That'll change somebody's life. If you can give 25,000 or 25 million, that'll help even more. Or if you can volunteer once a week in a volunteer program, in your community. That'll make a difference. And everybody can pray. We can pray for the homeless. So those are some words of encouragement.
Those are great words of encouragement, Rich, and just really appreciate this conversation. Appreciate the friendship that we've had over the years. Appreciate really, again, your leadership and your involvement and influence for the kingdom. And I think a lot of the things that you shared and have experienced certainly apply to what we're trying to do here today in raising awareness of how followers of Jesus Christ don't stand on the sideline, but jump into the fray, commit themselves, support, engage, volunteer in order to share the love of Christ and live out their faith in tangible, relevant, and significant ways. So thanks so much. Appreciate all that you've shared with us and look forward to how that's going to impact those that are listening during this 24-hour period of Conversations on a Bench.
Well, thanks, Tom, and I appreciate what you and Citygate are doing to pull this off and get the word out and invite people to join what you're all doing.
All right, good. Blessings. Thanks again, Rich. We'll see you.
All right. Bye-bye now.
Man, I tell you, I think one of the things I really love about doing the bench is just some of the incredible conversations you get to have, some of the creative conversations. And I know many of you are having awesome creative conversations. In fact, here's a creative conversation right here. My friend Billy, man, hey, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for having me.
You never know who's just going to pop into Houston and have a conversation.
You never know. Houston, we have a problem. Billy Baldwin has arrived.
That's it. Now we're going to be able to fix everything. So, hey, thanks so much for stopping in and us having a conversation about what's happening and what you've seen. But before we do that, I've got to let people know how we know each other, because there's probably a lot of reasons people think we might know each other. But what you don't know is Billy and I actually starred in a movie together.
Define starred.
Well,
or define we, because I starred in this film. You were in this film. Did you have any lines?
I walked by.
Yeah. And did you make it into the final cut?
These are all semantics that really don't matter.
Okay. So it's called being left on the cutting room floor. People, look it up. And his picture, Brandon, is right next to it in the dictionary. I got left on the cutting room floor. Now, we made a wonderful film about homelessness. And then it spun off a documentary.
That's right.
On homelessness. The film was called No Address. The documentary was called Americans with No Address, and now it's spun off another documentary with a group of people we were working with. Dr. Marvitt, our buddy, our partner in solving homelessness, and on fentanyl, called Fentanyl Death Incorporated. The feature was a scripted feature with Xander Berkeley and Beverly D'Angelo, Ashanti, myself, you, of course.
Of course.
The fabulous Brandon Thomas. And we had a great time, forged some very, very important, meaningful, strategic relationships. That was years ago. What year was that? I don't remember.
Oh man, that was
21?
No, it was probably 22. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's still years. And it's forged some partnerships and some alliances that I think are really, really critical to addressing this issue, raising awareness concerning this issue, and coming up with meaningful solutions. Really gaining some headway, because this problem, because of COVID and because of the fentanyl crisis, as we're now experiencing it on an entirely different level. So
without a doubt. So I'm going to say this. One of the things I've loved about getting to know you is really how, and again, not trying to be funny, but how smart you are. Like, you have a depth of knowledge, and what's been really awesome, and I know a lot of my colleagues who are currently on the bench right now as well have experienced is when you do a role the way you did the role in the movie No Address, is you really immerse yourself into it. And part of that journey was immersing yourself by visiting several of my colleagues and friends across the country, who many of them you might know, they're sitting on the bench right now. Could you tell some of the things that you learned about that journey and how that influenced even what you're doing today with Dr. Marbutt?
It sort of reintroduced me. I had been doing it decades ago, and I was doing a lot of advocacy work, some for the homeless. In fact, I did a panel discussion on homelessness at the Republican National Convention in Houston, Texas in 1992. I've been to every DNC and every RNC since 1988. And I actually went to the first DNC in 88 in Atlanta. And then in 92, the DNC was in New York and the RNC was here in Houston. And we did panel discussions on homelessness here at the RNC back then in 1992. And I've been to every RNC since then. Sometimes we've been effective and productive, and sometimes we've been arrested. No, I'm really kidding. We got ourselves into trouble. But yeah, it's great to be back in town here. It's great to be working on this important issue. And, you know, I've learned so much. I've been inspired and motivated. First of all, you know, it's weird. You have that line like, I'm not a homeless advocate, I just play one on TV. Well, I am both. I play one on TV, hence right now, and I also am one in real life. But really the credit goes and the thanks goes to you and everybody, all of the CEOs at Citygate and all of the missions across the country, because you are the people on the front lines, down in the trenches, rolling up your sleeves, getting your hands dirty in a meaningful way, you know, 70, 80, 100 hours a week to try and move the ball down the field, to try and raise awareness, to try and improve lives, but ultimately to make people self-sufficient, independent, and save lives. That's the stuff that you guys are doing. That is not my day job, and I really want to give you props for that and credit for that, for the incredible work that all of you are doing. That I've learned a lot. I've heard Marbutt say we learned from someone who had graduated from a mission and was working in a mission in Seattle or San Francisco, I think Seattle, and he said, compassion without accountability is enablement. That's one of the things that I've learned. Compassion without accountability is enablement. One side has tons of compassion. They accuse the other side of not having enough. One side wants a lot of accountability. They say the other side does not have enough accountability. Well, guess what? Now, because the crisis has gotten so much more complicated and bigger and worsened, if you will, because of fentanyl, because of COVID, homelessness. I think these numbers may be wrong, but in Sacramento, it went from 4,000 to 17,000 over COVID. LA City, LA County went from 54,000 to 76,000 over COVID. So you factor in the fentanyl issue, we're dealing with a crisis that's unprecedented. And what it's done, it's created an opportunity when it comes to mental health, when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to addiction. You now have this bipartisan opportunity because everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of humanity. Everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of compassion, getting people back on their feet, self-sufficiency, independence. So we have the left and the right, not in total agreement, but willing to work together in a time where, you know, we're relatively, you know, as maybe more divided than we've ever been in my lifetime, you know, perhaps since the Vietnam War, to say the least. So the fact that the left and the right are willing to sit down, be civil, be respectful, to work with one another to advance the cause of, like I say, it's not really a homeless crisis or an addiction crisis as much as it's a mental health crisis. The fact that we're willing to talk to one another, work federal, state, local, faith-based, nonprofit, corporate America, having us all finishing each other's sentences. We're not quite there yet, but, you know, all working in concert with one another to get the kind of results that you're having here is amazing.
Awesome. Well, I think about my friend Jarrell right now, who's at Light of Life mission in Pittsburgh. And what they're doing there, kind of the theme of their bench is about being a good neighbor. Obviously the home of Mr. Rogers. And so they're kind of using that theme, which I think is pretty cool. What would be your advice as you've been an advocate and you've worked in this space for so many years, and for somebody who's just kind of watching this bench event play out in their local, with their local ministry, what would be your advice for just somebody who's kind of stumbled upon this on social media, they're watching, you know, their local mission? What would be your advice to them to be a good neighbor when it comes to serving and helping those experiencing homelessness?
Boy, I have several answers to that, but the main thing is, in my experience with people that are struggling with homelessness and addiction and mental health issues, is that they want to be seen and they want to be heard, and that's one way. You know, obviously volunteer. Obviously, if you can, write a check. No check too small. $5, $25, $50, $100. You know, no check is too small. But when you're volunteering or when you're encountering, you know, homeless people in your community, to make them feel seen and feel heard, I think goes a long way in sort of making them feel, you know, helping to sort of restore their dignity, rather than going to the other side of the street or putting your head down and pretending you're on the phone, looking them in the eye, saying good morning, ask how they're doing, ask what their name is. Just looking them in the eye and smiling, saying, hope you're having a great day, you know, is such a beautiful thing. But when it comes into the nuts and bolts of the activism beyond volunteering and beyond writing a check, we have to do this in bipartisan way. We have to cut through the bureaucracy and the red tape. We have to bring in new partners. It has to be faith-based. It has to be government, has to be corporate. It has to be nonprofit, has to be social workers. We all have to be working in concert with one another. And we have to try new things. I travel the country like barnstorming with Dr. Marbot, and he's, you know, too busy analyzing and assessing and sometimes critiquing where we failed on the right to go after my people. And I'm too busy going after my people to say, look, we had these well-intended programs. I'll give you an example. Well-intended programs, and we implemented this policy 15, 20 years ago, and we're realizing now it was well-intended, and it's not working as effectively as we would have liked it to, or it's not working at all, and we have to course correct. One of them was harm reduction and no harm, and housing first, taking people off the street and putting them and providing housing. Well, that is wonderful. A person that was formerly unhoused is no longer homeless. They have a home. But if you're not addressing the treatment, comprehensive 360 treatment to deal with the mental health component and the addiction component, you now have a homeless person who's no longer homeless, who's struggling with a mental health crisis and an addiction crisis. And it has to be addressed, like I said, in a 360 universal way. A lot of people say, and this is where I talk about being bilingual, you have to know how to speak liberal English and conservative English, because when I talk to my my liberal friends, they sometimes will just try to sling a lot of stuff against the wall, regardless of the cost, to see what works and what sticks. And we find out 15 years later what's working and what's not working. My more conservative friends, where it comes with the compassion without accountability, they want accountability, and they're like, wow, universal 360 care, that you may be treating somebody for 6, 8 months, 12 months. That sounds awfully expensive. Who's going to pay for that? And what I say to them is, when you call 911, firemen, sheriff, police, nonprofits, paramedics, you're paying. And sometimes they're calling on the same person in a state of emergency, a fentanyl overdose, 2, 3, 4 times in one day. So they call all those resources in, you pay. They go to the emergency room, you pay. They get admitted to the hospital, you pay. They go into the legal system, judges, courts, lawyers, you pay. They become incarcerated, you pay. You go downtown, property values, Small Business Administration, Department of Commerce, Department of Tourism, all being adversely, negatively affected. So we are already paying an enormous price to not do enough. If you're addressing the mental health component and the addiction component, along with life skills, getting these people off the street and preparing them for a life of independence and self-sufficiency, a job, livable wages, affordable housing, job placement, these are all the things that you're doing here. It's improving lives, it's saving lives, it's restoring dignity, and it's getting people on a path to self-sufficiency and total independence, so they're out of the system. And that's the work that you guys are doing. And I just sit here and get to thank you, because I do it when I can. It's not my it's not my go-to gig. And nobody's doing it better than you. Nobody's doing it better than Citygate. I love the corporate and faith and government sort of intersection of all this with the nonprofits. And that's my cue. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it, right
We broke
there.
it for lunch.
That's the deal.
We broke it for lunch.
So last question, or last thing we have.
Who has the best Citygate in all of the 300 Citygates?
And that's what you want to know, right? And you're going to answer that right here. It's probably your co-star and friend. I'm totally kidding. Don't do that. All right. I can't let that go, man.
He's begging for it. He's begging for it.
Yeah, I'm working hard for
that's
it.
You know what? I just did this 5 times while we were sitting here. But that's the problem. The press gravitates towards me. I helped with Olympic wrestling, right? And Olympic wrestling was restored. And they're like, oh, Billy Baldwin, he saved Olympic wrestling. No, I was the face that the media paid attention to. I got to do all the talking points. I was the one on camera. But the reality is, you are the one that's addressing homelessness. You are the ones that are improving and saving lives on a daily basis in a big city like Houston, one of the biggest cities in America. And I am not taking credit for it. I'm happy to enhance whatever it is that you're doing and assist. I'm happy to be your wingman, my brother, right here on the bench.
Well,
I'm his wingman on the bench, and I'll do whatever I can, whatever is in my power to keep moving. I don't care if it's a 80-yard bomb for a touchdown or if it's 2 yards. As long as we keep moving the ball down the field, that's what I'm here for, and that's what I thank you for.
Well, thank you, sir. Last thing, many of my friends and colleagues are watching right now around the country, sitting on the bench themselves for 24 hours. Any words of encouragement for them, as it might even be a point now where their rear ends are a little sore and they're ready to go home and take a nap. Any encouragement for them?
Yeah, lots of coffee, and you are on a bench, so if you need to at any point, just catch a quick a quick power nap. I encourage that. I think that's not allowed, huh?
Oh, it's absolutely allowed,
they are.
and
Okay.
I do plan to do that myself here in a little bit.
I want to get footage of that. You and I on the bench together, spooning, taking a nap.
Well, typically that would be to keep us warm, but we don't need that in Houston.
Yeah, 24 hours of doing this. It's I've done marathons like this before, and make sure you I would say make sure you get a couple of workouts in the days leading up to it. Eat very well, stay totally hydrated, and do some flexibility work, because if you're not flexible and you're sitting on that bench for 24 hours, it's not going to feel good when you're about 2 or 3 hours into it. So take a couple of yoga classes, hot yoga, stretch.
There you go.
Loosen up.
Awesome. Well, guys, keep up the great work. We appreciate y'all, and I can't wait to hear stories of how your bench event's going.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you're doing.
So, yeah.
All right. So we are back on. I hope you enjoyed that little interlude to join our national feed. And like I said before we went to that, it's really special this year that it's not just me doing it. I know Brandon, who you just saw talking with Billy Baldwin, he was kind of the originator of this idea, this concept of conversations on a bench. And so for years, we all kind of just did it when it worked for us. And now we decided, and it's been so exciting to see 70 other missions all over the country, all doing this at the same time, because we want to raise awareness. That's what this is all about. Here in Lancaster, we want our neighbors, we want you to know that we have neighbors, friends, family members who are struggling right now. And we can be a part of the solution. Every single person who's watching this, every person who's coming and sitting on the bench with me, many of them, most of them are a part of the solution, as is my guest right now, Deb Jones. Thank you so much for joining us. Deb is the executive director of the Lancaster County Coalition on Homelessness. She works with the Housing Redevelopment Authority, is what they're kind of housed under. But Deb, thanks for joining me.
Yeah. Oh, I'm glad to. Jack, this is awesome. Like you said, last year when you were here, just creating an awareness so our community members understand and have a better picture of the services that are being provided about homelessness, Water Street services on homelessness, and also about the need. So, we're not in Houston. It's a little chilly out here, and I'm thinking you might have a cold evening.
I think we picked what's going to be the coldest night of the year so far of the fall. So thanks whoever chose this date. I think it was me, actually. I think I was the one who lobbied in our national discussions. We're like, when should we do it? And I was like, World Homeless Day, October 10th.
Awesome.
It totally makes sense. I'm grateful. Actually, I won out over one of the other contenders was January 20th.
Oh, okay.
Which is some of my friends did it last year on January 20th. It was literally the coldest night of the year. There were 12 cities doing it.
Okay.
9 of those cities had their coldest night of the winter on that night.
Really?
Brutal.
Southern part of the United
Southern
States
parts-
and
so-
Western,
so
not the cold areas.
My
though.
friend Keith down in Alabama, it was 28 degrees in Alabama, in Huntsville. Like, it doesn't get that cold there. He was freezing. But Jarrell Gilliam in Pittsburgh, it was 10 degrees in Pittsburgh on January 20th. It was freezing.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we're not doing this to voyeuristic suffering. And we're not doing this to pretend that we're homeless. We're not saying like this experience is the same as what people experience every night in our community. It is not at all. I know that tomorrow at 3 p.m., I get to get up from this bench and go home to a warm house and take a shower. And tomorrow night, I'm going to be sleeping in my bed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Totally different, right? And so sleeping or trying or not sleeping on this bench for one night doesn't compare.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping it catches somebody's attention out there and reminds them that there are people who this is what they're dealing with every night. And it is not fun, and it's not safe, and it's not healthy. And as a community, we can do something about that. So, and that's what you are all about. That's what the coalition is all about. It's saying as a community, we can do more.
Right.
So Deb, first of all, explain a little bit about what is the coalition.
Right.
You guys don't have a shelter. You don't let you own and operate yourselves. You don't have, a vast array of programs that you're running, but you help coordinate so much in the community. You help fund and support the work that's happening. Tell us about the coalition.
Yeah. So the Lancaster County Homelessness Coalition, which Water Street is a part of, right?
Yeah.
It's over 75 different agencies that are addressing homelessness and housing insecurity here in Lancaster County. Lancaster County is pretty big, right? And about 950 some square miles. And so that coalition is made up of different social service agencies and also of the educational system, mental health, behavioral health, and the list goes on, faith communities as well. And so the goal is to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-reoccurring, right? So we believe that everyone deserves a home. But that home might look different, right?
Yeah.
It might look different in people's eyes and what they're comfortable with and all. But we want to make sure people are safe and secure, and that they have a future ahead, right? And so the coalition, as I mentioned, is all across the county and working together on an array of different programs. So I'm a social worker, and so we call that coalition work and community building and mobilizing macro social work, right? So the agencies that are actually doing the work are the coalition members, right? They're the ones like Water Street that are providing the services, boots on the ground, working directly with the clients. And so the coalition has all this array of partners being able to do that. But somebody needs to kind of provide some direction, right? For Lancaster County in a sense, knowing that there's autonomy in the different agencies.
Yeah, we all have our individual missions and purpose statements and approaches.
That's right. And we all dovetail nicely together as opposed to duplicating services, right? Because the need is so great. And so that group is the steering committee for the Homelessness Coalition, along with what we call the Office for the Homelessness Coalition. And that's key team that's looking at funding and compliance and data and service gaps and where are the assets, where are the needs, and then also expanding services, right? And so that's kind of makes us a little unique in the sense of the work that we're doing. And some people scratch their heads and they're like, oh, okay, how does this all fit together? But great partnerships, right? Because when the agencies are working with clients, we need to be able to collaborate with each other.
Right.
We need to be addressing the food insecurity as well as some of the other areas, such as the need to increase income.
Yeah.
And that's what's great about the coalition.
Yeah. And at the beginning, you talked about our goal as a coalition is to see homelessness become rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. Right? And so rare means like it's not just about services to those who are currently experiencing homelessness, because if it's truly going to be rare, we probably have to do some upstream stuff as well.
Yeah.
So what are some examples of upstream work that the coalition or some of those coalition partners are doing?
Yeah. So that's exactly right. I mean, we've heard about the analogy about going upstream and the babies in the water,
Yeah, we're just pulling people out of the water over and over again. Somebody go look at how are they getting in the water?
That's exactly right. Yeah. And I would say too that, with limited resources that we have here in Lancaster County, many of those are really geared towards those most in need, right? And so I use this analogy, and the analogy is like that is like a laser beam, that little laser beam that you use, when it's like a red beam. Sometimes if you have a cat, they play around with it and all. I mean, that's kind of where a lot of our resources are towards those that are most in need, and that's the HUD defined homeless, right? And people living in places not meant for human habitation, cars, sheds, parks, tents, between buildings, tents. And then we have also a flashlight, which is a larger beam, which is like the Department of Education's definition of homelessness, right? Yeah. Which allows individuals who are doubled up or couch surfing to be considered homeless, right? And so we have these two definitions that we always feel a need to kind of level set as we begin talking and educating about homelessness. But then we also have what we consider in the industry a floodlight, a much broader beam, like in your driveway when the light comes on, it's lighting up the entire. That's prevention.
Yeah,
that really should represent getting upstream or addressing the needs as soon as someone becomes housing insecure. And that looks like many different things, right? That looks like mounting medical bills. It looks like an accident that occurs and you're not able to go back to work. It looks like a family disruption that is happening, right? Leaving the household behind with not having the income coming in. And so if we can provide an intervention as a community at that time with wrapping around some services, being able to help that family, that household become more stable. And so we see that being done in some of the regional hubs or in our different parts of Lancaster County, or having that tailored kind of advocacy and social work case management with individuals and with families so that they can stay in their house, because there's nothing worse than trying to have, when you have an eviction record, trying to get rehoused. And so if we can get that intervention and get more funding for that intervention, then less people show up in the doors of Water Street.
And the reality is, like, and we've got a kind of the advantage of prevention work is that it's actually cheaper to keep somebody in their house than it is when somebody has hit the street and you have to go through all that it takes to get somebody back to a place where they can get back into housing.
Absolutely.
Incredibly time-consuming, painful, and expensive process, right? Even in the best of circumstances. An intervention, whether it's to help with medical bills, whether it's to help with, that momentary disruption of work, to help bridge and provide rent support until they can land a new job or whatever it is, those interventions that we can do short term, cheaper in the long run. The challenge with it is, and we've talked about this at the steering committee, is that data to prove the effectiveness of prevention is so difficult, because how do you prove that if you hadn't intervened, that person or household would have become homeless? And I remember back when HUD used to provide a lot of funding towards prevention. And I remember we'd do our funding conversations. There was a big pool of money that went towards prevention efforts. And then it was like, we're not going to do prevention anymore because we can't prove the outcomes. And so we're going to move to more expensive interventions after people become homeless. And it leads to things like when they call 211 and they're looking for help. Kate was here earlier and we were talking about this, and somebody's at risk of being homeless. I mean, there's certain things they can do, but like when it comes to arranging for shelter or rapid rehousing funding or anything, getting them into some of those programs, they can't do it until they're homeless. So it's almost like, okay, call us back when you're evicted. Call us back when you are unable to make that payment anymore and you're out on the street, and then we can help you, which is like, feels so backwards sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where, we can't put a reliance on our federal state funding sources, right? And so we need funders and people to be able to say, I understand that. In fact, I was there in that kind of situation. Someone came in, like those type of people that say, I get what that looks like, and so, and I also think that the faith community has been doing this for decades, right? And being able to walk alongside and all. And so, I think that if we can do that as a community, we will be healthier, right? I think about all the trauma that would be avoided. I think about all the families that would end up maybe being separated because the children don't have a safe place. And so, I dream of the day that we can make Lancaster, and dream of Lancaster in a way that we have like these resources to help people, all social economic statuses, and that they are all valued. And I just commend like our homeless advocacy board that have individuals lived experience that are out there sharing their stories, being able to say, listen, this is what our experience has been like, and here's how we are engaging with others, and helping programs get stronger from that view of being in experiencing homelessness. That's key.
And I appreciated earlier you mentioned the hubs too out in the county. And so we talk, so I just got a text from Adam a few minutes ago. He's not able to join me this year on the bench, but Adam runs the Factory Ministries, a good friend of both of ours, doing incredible work out there, and Echoes, who you know very well, right? Having worked a number of years with them. Rod at Real Life. There's just these small organizations. That connection to families that are at risk is so key, that identification. So I think about that part of it on the prevention side of that. We have to build relationships with people so that when they hit that vulnerability, we already know them. They already know us. We have an opportunity to then step in and provide those supports. And that's so challenging. And that's why the coalition has to be more than just homeless service providers. Right? It's all the organizations that are addressing not just homelessness, but housing vulnerability, poverty from so many different angles, health, food insecurity, all of that. We all have to come to the table together, because you can't address homelessness just through the pulling people out of the river model.
Well, you're absolutely right. And you touched upon something, that is a relationship, right? Relationship building, building trust with people that we work with, being authentic, and being vulnerable. Right. And so, we have so many social service providers that have embraced that model and are working with clients and being authentic with them, listening and being able to walk alongside. And that's great, because that's where it happens, right? Because many individuals who are experiencing homelessness have been traumatized by the system, and traumatized throughout their life. And so I think that's what we might miss sometimes as Lancaster County, in the sense of former generations could think, well, just get over it. Just pull yourself up by the bootstraps and just move on. And it isn't like that anymore. The barriers are so much more challenging. I mean, to be able to see the data and to that you have to here in Lancaster County to afford a 2-bedroom apartment, you need to make $26.79 an hour
for a 2-bedroom.
For a 2-bedroom apartment and market value, right? Right. So when you think about that, I mean, how many college graduates are struggling with that?
Right.
You know, and so, like that's when that kind of data, when we share that, people are like, oh, really?
Yeah.
Like, and to find out a 2-bedroom apartment easily costs $1,600. How can people afford that? And so, I think that when we work with the case managers and front boots on the ground, frontline staff, and in all these different areas, whether it's in homelessness services or in food pantries or in youth services or working with children, there's a lot that those professionals bear on their shoulders. And many times, it's looking at those that have been in this field for some time. We won't say how long, right? But in this field, and they look to us as models and being able to say, how do you hold this tension of a family who's sitting in front of you and you're a case manager and you have to tell them there is no availability in a housing program right now. And how do you do that, and how do you work through that as a case manager then?
Right.
And so that brings me a question I want to ask you.
Okay. You do this. You warned me. That's okay. You warned me.
And that is, as being in this field is like, how do you take care of yourself as a professional and in the midst of holding the tension with the organization and the needs and the demands and things of that nature. And I just want to personalize it because I'm going to count on the viewers out there who are like thinking, how do you do it?
Yeah.
And like, what helps you to take care of yourself?
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the hardest things about what we do. And we at Water Street, we've been wrestling with this a ton because it's not just about you or I in our positions of leadership, but it's those who are frontline especially. I know sitting with some of our social services staff who handle the intakes and, are the ones who sometimes have to say no. We don't have a bed tonight, or no, because of this reason, you're not able to stay here. And there's very few reasons at Water Street why people can't stay, but there are occasionally times. And how hard that is when you hit that, or when you're working with a family for months and months and months, and once again, it falls through. Or the other experience. So just painting the picture of all that we're carrying sometimes. The young man or woman or middle-aged man or woman that you've been walking with for a long time, and they've achieved sobriety and they've seen restoration in their life and they've got a job and everything's going great, and they move out and they get their apartment and they isolate and then they fall off the wagon and they start using again. After literally years of walking with them and sowing seeds and seeing hope, and then it all feels like it falls apart. It can be devastating. And I think one of the biggest things that I've learned through the years is, one, like at the end of the day, like I'm not responsible for the successes that happen when somebody's life is restored and changed. Like it's a gift. It's not something I've done. It's something that God's done. And when things don't go right, it's also, I'm not responsible for that. So there's a part of it, like just knowing we care deeply and we try as hard as we can, but the results aren't ultimately always on us. Because there's a piece of that. If you own every success and every failure, you will burn out. Like you will crash because you're going to experience failures. And so we have to recognize, like, we can be responsible for our faithfulness and our diligence and our good work, but we're not responsible ultimately for the results. So that's one piece of it. Broader than that, though, is we're still going to experience those emotions, and we're still going to experience just the weight of the enormity of the problem, because we're going to help this family today, and we're going to turn around and there's another family in just as bad or worse of a situation. And then as soon as we're finished with them, there's another, or we're going to be managing 10 or 12 or 15 of them at a time. And so there's a reality of just learning how to care for yourself. We actually partner with a ministry that helps us at Water Street and helps our staff. They're called Safe Place Ministry, and their whole purpose is to work with people who are in ministry that causes secondary trauma. Like when you're serving those who are going through the worst, there are counselors trained to do trauma counseling to deal with that. But what about those people who are around it all the time? They're experiencing secondary trauma. And so Safe Place has been a great resource to us, both to train our staff about self-stewardship and then also to be there for interventions, to walk with our staff through hard times. For me personally, it's about disciplines. It's about making space for life, and knowing, like, I've been at this for 32 years. I'll admit the number of years, and there are good days and bad days, and some of them are the same. and there are hard seasons and there are harder seasons. There haven't been too many easy seasons in all my 32 years, but recognizing, like, I need to pull away and be refreshed. I need to have friendships outside of work. I need to have space to refresh, because I could very easily work 100 hours a week and still have more to do. So at some point you actually have to close up, shut down the computer, go home. For me, a lot of my source of strength really is my relationship with God, and my church community and the people around me who love me while there, and the chance to stay connected to God, and Jesus is my source of the strength for it. And then the practical things: take a vacation. I'm not great at that. So I share this, that I'm learning and getting better, not because I'm really good at it. And I've shared this with a lot of people. One thing I started doing a couple years ago, and I will never change, is that I take 1 2-week vacation during the year. I take breaks other times, like at work with my girls' schedules, because I have young adult daughters. So it's about college schedules and when we're free. And so trying to take big blocks of time, get long weekends and a week off here or there. But I do a 2-week vacation. It's so needed and refreshed. And I know that's not possible for everybody early in your career. But even if you can extend and take that week vacation and add a day or two on the back end of it, because so often, for me anyway, I'd go on vacation the first 3 days, like my mind's still in work mode, right? And I'm still thinking about all the things I left behind. And I finally settle down and it's Wednesday and I'm like, okay, I can breathe. And then Thursday, it's like, oh, I got to get ready to pack, and when I'm going to go back, and when I get back, what am I going to deal with? And it's just like, and the first year I did a 2-week vacation. My family goes to Ocean City, New Jersey. We love it. It's just a peaceful place for us. My daughters love it. The first year we did a 2-week, when I woke up on Saturday morning in the house at the beach, and I didn't have to load up the car. It was like, oh my gosh, what's a Saturday at the beach feel like? I've never done it, because we'd always get there, Saturday night, and we'd leave Saturday morning. And so you didn't get a Saturday in there. And it was like, I woke up on a Saturday and I could actually just relax and have a late breakfast and walk out to the beach and just chill, and then know that I've got a whole nother week. And it was like, it was a whole different level of relaxation that I had not experienced in years. And it was like, to me, it was profound. I was like, this is what vacation is supposed to feel like. Because all my other vacations didn't feel like vacations. So I mean, it's a simple, maybe sounds trite, but for me, it's that. And then having those other places, again, like I said, I play guitar. Just having those hobbies or habits that kind of just let you enter into another space. I love to hike. The wonderful thing about Lancaster County and working in Lancaster City is that I'm also 5 minutes from County Park.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, my house is on Locust Street. I can walk to work and I can walk to County Park.
Yeah, nice.
So I've got both right at my hands, and to just go down to County Park and walk and experience green and water and trees. It's just refreshing, and I love it. And then when I can, my wife and I can go and take longer hikes all over the place, and it's great.
Yeah.
How about you?
Well, I'm glad you shared. Yeah, glad that you're sharing. Yeah, I would say too. I mean, my faith is the guiding, like it's the compass to be able to help make decisions and also to give wisdom, right? Because many times we're in positions that we have to embark some wisdom, and that can be a tough spot. Really, really tough. And so, but I would say that what's really been important to me is to really embrace that I will never get my to-do list done.
Yeah.
It will never get done, right? And because
That's
for
hard for
young
people to hear
young
or admit.
professionals, that's exactly
Yeah.
right. Because you can go in and you can set your
Yeah.
course for the day, and it could shift within 30 minutes of being there. And so I think that's really important for just managing expectations.
Yeah.
We talk a
Oh,
lot
that's
about.
good. That's good.
And then creating those hobbies, because I think that's important as your support network is there and all. But, as we think about working with the individuals experiencing homelessness, I mean, I've just come to really appreciate their resiliency.
Yeah.
I could not be doing what they're doing day in and day out, to be carrying everything with them, to be being out there in the community, for people to avoiding eye contact and feeling like they're being treated less than. And I just cannot say enough about when you get to know and work with individuals experiencing homelessness, you get to see the reality of who they are and just admire their strength. And so as we talk here about, the young professionals coming into the field and all, and, it's important for them to embrace the success stories that they see, because to carry them forward.
Celebrate when you can.
Yeah, that's right.
But don't hold on like you did it.
Yes, that's exactly right. That's
can't
right.
own it, because if you're going to own that, you're going to own the hard ones too. But yeah, that's so good. I want to ask you a question about, in your time at the coalition, what's something you've seen in the last couple of years that you feel like, man, that's working. We're making progress. We're seeing some things change. Because I know big picture, it's been rough. Nationally, numbers are not looking good. Our conditions locally, I mean, the pit count's the pit count. We know it was the coldest night of the year. How accurate was it? But overall trend has been a little rough. But we also know we've seen changes. We've seen individual lives impacted. You've seen that. But what else have you seen that maybe you're like, okay, here's something that's working. Lancaster is doing well.
I really appreciate that question. And from my perspective, I've been part of the coalition for about 12 years now. First as a provider, right? A provider in the field doing case management, and then being able and honored to lead an organization and all, and now to be in this role, right? Looking countywide and also respect the staff that endured the crisis, with the part of the coalition. And that was a really hard time with the pandemic. And so, my perspective goes back all the way those 12 years, and then kind of looking at the whole landscape. And I just want to commend the perspectives of the social service agencies that are doing the work with all around homelessness, whether providing shelter, street outreach, day centers, the winter shelters, the housing programs. What I've seen, especially in the last several years, is just a willingness to collaborate. A willingness to lay an agenda down and walk in through the door into a meeting and be talking about clients and being able to focus on the client's needs. And I think maybe that is, pandemic and the hardship kind of bringing things together. Maybe it's years of just working, but either way, I cannot say enough about the growth that's happened and the willingness for providers to think outside of the box for the benefit of the clients. And so I see that growth. We have more growth to do as a coalition, but boy, that has been so empowering and encouraging.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Yeah. I've actually heard that reflected by a few people on the bench tonight so far.
Oh,
that
awesome.
There's something unique that they see. I want to ask you, there's two questions that I'm asking everybody before they're allowed off the bench. You got to answer these two.
All right.
So the first is, when you think of our friends who are experiencing homelessness right now, sleeping in a car, on a bench at one of our shelters, what is your hope for them? And then the second question is more personal about you. What gives you hope in the midst of this work?
My hope for the individuals that are going through maybe some of the darkest times of their life is that they will get those resources, the supports, to help them walk through that to the other side. I know there have been times in my life that have been hard, and it's the people coming alongside of me and sometimes speaking truth to me, right, that have helped me get through it. But I have not experienced what so many of our clients are experiencing. And so those resources, time, talent, treasures, all those coming alongside and helping and encouraging them to move forward and that they can see a brighter future, right? Because when you're in that dark time, it's hard to see on the other side. Right? And I think for me, what gives me hope is knowing that so many people care. They care and they're committed to helping individuals, and that may be our clients. It also may be coworkers who are struggling with that balance, and being able to see the success stories of when someone walks into that apartment that becomes their home, or when they're able to secure that job, or when they've been able to defeat something that has been pulling them down, and that's
awesome.
Is so rewarding.
Awesome.
Deb,
thanks so much for taking time.
Absolutely.
To join me on the bench tonight. Appreciate it.
Thanks for what you're doing, and thanks for your commitment in the steering committee and all the work here. And so, really
Glad
appreciate
to be a part of it. We need to work together to make this happen.
For sure. Okay.
Absolutely. Thanks so much. I can take that. All right. Have a good evening. All right. All right, where are we at?
With Adam Bixby.
Adam. I think you're in, Adam. How you doing? Good.
See you, sir.
Good to see you.
I feel like I'm on the Today Show. I was sitting in my
our luxurious set.
I know. Well, I was sitting in my dining room and I was watching you and Deb talk.
Oh.
And then I biked down here and I saw you guys in person. I was like, this is like a meeting Michael Strahan or something like that.
Michael Strahan. Oh my gosh, he's referencing the Giants on the night that the Eagles are playing the Giants. I don't know.
Are they playing tonight? I didn't even know that. Okay. Yeah, it shows I'm not much of a fan.
That's all right. We'll forgive you. So thanks for coming out, Adam. Appreciate
Thank you
it.
for letting me be here.
Adam Bixby is with us. He's with LCBC City Church.
Yeah.
So could you tell us a little bit about who you are and what your role is there?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I am the student ministry director.
Right.
So I oversee middle school and high school ministry at LCBC in Lancaster City.
Yep.
So our location is on Liberty Street. And actually kind of sweet. I live on Charlotte Street, and so it's about like 3 blocks. So I can walk or bike down very easily. Really awesome.
Nice.
But I've been there about 4 years.
Okay.
And before that, I did 2 years in our residency program at the church. So it's about 6 years overall.
Nice.
Yeah.
There's a young man that was a part of our young adult ministry here, Compass, who's doing the residency program up at Effort.
Daniel.
Yeah,
Daniel's the best. Great guy.
He's a really good guy. So, and went to my alma mater too. So,
yeah, F&M.
So
do you know Will Kiefer, by the way?
I know who
Benchmark.
I know who we actually have crossed like this for like 10 years. So
Got to meet him.
Yeah.
He's an F&M guy. That makes you guys have a lot in common.
And Benchmark's right down the block.
We could probably throw a rock down there. Yeah.
So, Adam, one of the reasons why I know Brad wasn't able to be here, but we were excited to have somebody from LCB here, just that we talk about this issue. The whole point of this conversation on the bench is, thinking about our neighbors. We want to raise awareness of those who are really going through it right now.
Yeah.
You guys are a church right in the city. There's many, and there's some other churches that'll be coming out as well. But that's one of the things we want to ask is just as you're doing ministry, as you're connecting with families and everything, how are you seeing, poverty, homelessness, and that intersection in our community as you're trying to, be a church in the city?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think 2 things right away. One, we see it and it hurts our hearts.
Mm-hmm.
Like it moves us. We're like, this isn't right. You know, like there's something wrong here. So that's the first part where you lament and grieve.
Yeah.
But then the second part is it moves us to action.
Mm.
Like if this is happening, we have to do something about it.
Yeah.
And as like a church, we believe the church is the light of the world, meant to like show other people this is how you ought to live.
Right.
And so that means we're going to do something about what we see happening in our communities. And it's sort of like the way that we approach that is mainly through partnership. And so we partner with other organizations like Water Street, for example.
Yep.
And that's partnering by volunteering our time and also our money to help make those missions go forward.
Right.
Knowing we're not going to be able to do everything super well.
Yeah.
And that frustrates me sometimes personally. I'm like, man, I wish we had like our own food bank and our own shelter and our own, but like you can only do so many things so well. Analogy that helps me is like, it'd be like if I used to play basketball. Did you ever play sports? Was that?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I played basketball, not very well, but I played. And it would be like if I decided I was going to play all 5 positions.
Right.
You know, it's like, oh, I'm going to be the center and the power forward and the point guard.
Yeah.
That doesn't go well.
It's rare that somebody could do all those.
I got to know your
Definitely can't do them all at once.
No, exactly right. So you know your position. Yeah. And for us, we're like, well, we're a church that we can do weekend gatherings well. We present the hope of Jesus. Our goal is to introduce people to Jesus and together fully follow him well. And we've got great partner organizations that can do those other things. Yeah. And so our question is like, how do we move our people to help make Water Street's mission realized?
Yeah, no, that's awesome. That's cool. And I think that's so wise to kind of figure out. And it doesn't mean that your church or other churches should never get involved in direct care and service to the community. You know, it's fantastic. We need those churches that are running food pantries. Not everybody's called to do that. So I think there's so much wisdom in kind of figuring out who are you, who is God, you know, blessed and equipped you to be, and then live into that, and then find partners to do the other thing.
And I wonder if too, Jack, it's like we think about like churches as organizations, and they are, but really the church is the people.
Right.
Like,
right.
I'm the church,
right,
and you're the church. Yeah. And so it's like, how do you move people to help people?
Yeah.
Because it's about people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, let me ask you specifically
yeah,
on that, because that was leading into where I was going to go. Is, you know, that primary role as a church of equipping and inspiring, encouraging, and discipling people to follow Jesus, to live like he did, to fulfill his commands in our lives. So clearly, second greatest commandment, love your neighbor.
Yeah.
There's so much in scripture, not just in Jesus's stories, but all through the Old Testament about caring for the poor, caring for the stranger, caring for those who are in need. How do you as a church, or how do you as a leader in the church, maybe with the young people or the families that you're working with, when somebody realizes, you know, they're at that point in their discipleship where they're digging into the word and they're like, oh my gosh, like I see this need and I see God and I recognize his heart is breaking over this and he's calling me to do something about it.
Yeah.
What's that look like? How do you as a leader in the church help them figure out what do I do with that? I see a need. I feel the heartbreak. I know God wants me to do something, but I have no idea.
Yeah. I would want to ask them some more questions. I'd dig into what is it specifically that you, because I think it very well could be the Holy Spirit moving in their life, convicting them of something specific. Like, I need to volunteer in this way. I need to give a financial gift in this way. And if we can drill in on that, I think that's going to make like whatever they do next even more helpful. Because we all are like, I don't know, I'm an emotional person, so I like, I want to do this and I want to do this. Every like commercial I watch makes me come with a new cause that I want to get behind. And so I think it's like helping figure that out. What's God saying to you specifically? And then it's me as a pastor knowing what are the resources available to us in our community. And to be honest, I'm not always doing a great job of that, but I know that like our resource bank and the people that we know, they'll help us figure out what is available for that specific need and for that person. And that's why, it's part of what we said earlier. Like, we can't do everything, but what can we do?
Yeah. I love that your first response involved more questions, because that's so key. Like the understanding and allowing people to search, what is God really saying? Because we have that initial reaction, that initial response. And I've had that conversation with so many pastors and churches where they're like, you know, God's making it clear to us as a church that we need to serve the poor. We need to care for the poor. So we want to come volunteer at Water Street. And I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Well, because we're supposed to serve well, why Water Street? And like, having never taken that next step in the process of understanding, okay, like, well, what is it about this? And where might God be moving? Well, how has he uniquely wired me? what aspect of this am I really called to address?
How do you, that's a question for you. How would you know someone should serve at Water Street specifically? Pitch Water Street to me, I guess.
Yeah. Well, so I think one of our volunteer coordinators is behind the camera right now. So he might not like what I say about this, because I think sometimes my answer to that would actually lead them away from Water Street.
Okay, interesting.
And actually, some of our conversations with churches years ago did. Like, we had churches that, like, it was a weird season. We had a bunch of churches all within about a 6-month period, like, say, hey, we want to start motivating our people to get down to Water Street. We want to send more volunteers down there. And we're like, whoa. Like, we don't need 1,000 new volunteers in the next 6 months. That is not going to be healthy for us or for them. We need to figure out what's going on here. And so then we started having conversations with the churches, and actually it led to us then having a much bigger conversation. We now do an annual daily gathering of pastors and church leaders to talk about how do we love our neighbors better.
Compelled, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been. Yeah.
And so that's the whole focus of that is, and we've dug into specific areas. This year we're going to go back again and talk about poverty and homelessness very specifically, but like, how do we as churches really love our neighbors? And it really is like, I think there's a million reasons why people should volunteer at Water Street. I think there's great reasons and ways to do it, and that will align with you. But again, it comes back to that individual. What is God? Same thing with donors, to be honest. Like, yes, we do mass appeals and we reach out, please support. We need donor support to do what we do. But at the same time, like, the most meaningful connections are when people really, they seek God for what is it that God has made me passionate about and given me, like, I truly believe that God has a purpose for all of us in establishing and growing his kingdom. And I think we're all uniquely wired, and we could give to anything and everything. But I think there are times where he wants us to align. This is my passion. Like, God has given me a passion for this thing. My heart truly breaks over this, and I want to do something. And I may not have the physical, tangible, like, skill gifts to do it, but he's blessed me to run a successful business over here. And at the same time, my heart's breaking over this. And I know that here's a response that would bring glory to God and positive impact in a kingdom sense. So I'm going to align those things together and put it in place, as opposed to somebody who's like, wow, that was a really compelling commercial. I need to care more for the poor. Let me send you a gift.
Yep, exactly right.
It's just like, okay, great. That's a first step, but let's go deeper. Because maybe God's really calling you. And I'll give one example of it, of a real situation that happened early on when I first became president of Water Street. And we did very little good work with major donors. But we were starting to try to reach out and understand a little bit more about some of our major donors. And there was a woman who had supported us for years. And had recently given some really large gifts. And so it was like, let's get to know them. And we got to know her and find out a little bit more. And when we asked that question, like, what are you passionate about? What has God put on your heart? Why do you support Water Street? And she said, because I got this newsletter, and there was a story of a woman who horrendous backstory of being sex trafficked, leading to a life of addiction. She came to Water Street, freed of addiction, freed from the trafficking that she was experiencing, restored life. Amazing, beautiful thing that God did in her life. And she's like, and my heart has always broken over this. And she had a connection to somebody who had been trafficked. And so she's like, I just feel like God's calling on my life is to use what he's blessed me with to help women who are being trafficked.
Okay, wow.
And I was like, that is unbelievable. It's phenomenal. That's not what we do.
Yeah.
Right. It happens at Water Street, and there are women who have experienced that, but that's not like, there's actually some really cool ministries in Lancaster that's all they do.
And you told her this.
And so we were able to point her to North Star Initiative and say, this is what they're all about.
Right.
It's coming alongside women who are trafficked and bringing freedom and healing from the trauma and walking with them. I was like,
it must have taken some courage for you to be willing to do that.
Yeah, I mean,
I guess you were just following God. You're like, this is what I had, this is the right thing to do.
If I try to pretend that I wasn't thinking about we're going to lose this major donor, I'd be lying.
Yeah, sure.
That's there, but I had to trust that, like, if God brought her our way, God's going to bring other people our way. And if that's, I mean, I don't know if it's my cop out when it comes to fundraising, but there's a part of me that says like Water Street's been here for 120 years. God has sustained us through all of that. We've had a lot of ups and downs. If he wants us to go another 120, he's going to make it happen.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm going to trust that. And I think the more we walk with integrity and truth about who we are, what we do, and why we do it, and allow God to align the people with us to support it, we got a lot of work to do to connect with those people, but trusting that he's going to do that. We can be freer about like, man, this is what's going to really bring blessing to you, to this organization, and to God, is when all of that aligns.
Right.
And she didn't stop supporting us.
Yeah.
But she supports them a lot more than she supports us.
And that's good.
And that's awesome. And
yeah, because
I don't think she's even on our major donor list anymore, but she's definitely supporting them. And
right.
Like that's a blessing.
And you're on the same team with North Star.
Yeah.
Like you're both supporting the kingdom of God. I was going to say, like, in many ways, your role is kind of a pastoral role in some sense. And like what you're doing is shepherding resources and shepherding people, steward resources, shepherd people. And you shepherded her, like helping her see this is what God has for you. And you did. You took some humility to do it.
And our team does that. Like that's our approach. And so we have our advancement team who's connecting with donors. Like that's their heartbeat. We want to minister to them. We want to help them find what God is doing in their lives and help align that. And again, if it's with us, awesome.
Yeah.
And let's go deep and far and do amazing things. But if it's somebody else, let's make an introduction and help you connect there.
Yeah, makes
and I think
sense.
that same approach when somebody in your church is like, man, I know God wants me to do something in this arena, to really explore with them. And I love that you ask questions and go from there.
Yeah. Well, the other thing I would mention, probably should have said this last time, I forgot. We do something twice a year that is specifically designed to get us out away from our church. Because, churches after a while become like a holy huddle.
Sure,
it's a bunch of, they're all dancing together and having fun in their holy huddle. But we want to get out. That's one of our values as a church, is like get out into our community, do something out there. And so it looks like in the spring, we have a day called Impact PA. So we've done it twice now. But it's real cool. It's like a wave of generosity unleashed for the community. I'm sure you maybe heard about it this past year. And part of it is like, not necessarily like virtue signaling, making ourselves feel good and wearing the cool t-shirts. Like that's whatever. It's more about like, did you get to meet someone from an organization that's going to propel you into the future as a consistent, like make this a consistent part of your life. Yeah. Service is a spiritual
Here's a
practice.
taste of it, but
yeah, man,
where does it lead?
You need a meal, right? So it's like, make that part of your spiritual rhythms, your practice of your life. And that, if that bakes into who you are, it changes your like identity. You're like, I'm not just someone who goes once a year to do this. Like I am this, you know what I mean? And then in the fall, we do something called Easy to See, very similar, getting people into partner organizations, stuff like that.
Oh, that's so cool. And that speaks to a lot of, what we're trying to do with why we're doing a 24-hour live stream, right? We want to, one, open people's eyes to what's going on in their own community. There is need, and their brothers and sisters, their neighbors, their family members who are literally on the street and they're sleeping in cars tonight. And so let's remind people of that and that you can do something about it.
Yeah.
You don't have to just sit there and lament how horrible things are and wonder like, this is so enormous. What's anybody doing? Like, no, you can play a role. And, we're highlighting our organization, but other organizations that are doing good work. And then my hope is that people are going to be inspired and encouraged to actually do something, to step out and do it. And even if it's that first, just do something, one little taste, one little effort to help, whether it's a donation or volunteer hours or whatever, do it, and then see where God leads. And I wonder, be open to what he might show you beyond that.
There's a quote by Andy Stanley, who's a pastor, that he says, do for one what you wish you could do for everyone. I say that in student ministry all the time. Like, if I can drive a couple kids home from practice, like that's doing for one what I wish I could do for everyone. And it's kind of the same thing. I think I experience analysis paralysis when it comes to things like homelessness or houselessness. Like, well, there's so many, and the world is so big.
What's the right thing to do?
Exactly.
I'm going to figure out the right answer.
Just find one person that you can interact with today and do something to help that person. Like, it doesn't have to be like the entire world. But imagine if everybody did that for one person, we would solve it. You know what I mean?
And I've said it compelled probably almost every year I've done compelled. I've said, like, look, if we as churches would really love our neighbors the way that God called us to, like, think about Lancaster County, how many churches there are, how many people are in church on a Sunday morning, Saturday night. If every single one of us was loving our neighbor the way we were called to, Water Street wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
We'd have no reason to be there because people wouldn't be falling into homelessness. We'd see it way before it happened, and we'd be walking alongside them. And we've got a long way to go to get there. But I think we continue to step out in faith and take those steps, encourage others to do the same.
That puts a fire in my heart, though, Jack. Like hearing that, like that's the church.
Yeah,
that's what we're supposed to be doing. Like we have our like marching orders from Christ. Like he told us to take care of the orphan, the poor, the widow, the least of these inheriting the kingdom of God. It's like, so we're supposed to love our neighbors. So go out and do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm gonna ask everybody 2 questions.
Sure.
Before you get off the bench.
Yeah.
When you think of our neighbors who are out there right now experiencing homelessness, sleeping in a car tonight, sleeping on the street somewhere, they're in a shelter at Water Street or Clay Street. What is your hope for them? And then the second question is, as a pastor, working with young people in a challenging time, right? A lot of division in our country, a lot of judgment and isolation, and yet we know there are people hurting out there. What gives you hope to enter into that space and be like, I'm going to try to help people figure out this walk with God?
Yeah.
And so what's your hope for those who are going through it right now, and then what gives you hope?
So the first part, hope for others. I think I just hope they get the resources that they need. And the way I think about people, and I think this is how kind of the biblical perspective on people is, we're integrated people. Like our emotional health, our physical health, our spiritual health are all kind of connected. And sometimes we like to take those apart and be like, we'll get healthy over here and then don't worry about this part over here. Yeah. But it's like when you get healthy physically, that's going to help you get emotionally healthy and mentally healthy and spiritually. So resources doesn't just mean, although it does mean physical resources, certainly.
Sleep, food.
Yep. The basic needs, like Maslow's, hierarchy of needs, like going up that triangle, but also like the mental help you need, the emotional help you need, spiritual help. That's where LCBC, our church, comes in. Like all these, that's why you need organizations to partner, because you need all these places to come together. That's what I hope those people end up with. And then my hope is just Jesus. I maybe you expected the pastor to say that, but I have to say that because it's true.
Yeah, and your senior pastor would be all over you if you didn't.
Maybe so. But also, it's just my story, bro. Like my life got changed by Jesus Christ. If I didn't know Jesus, I don't even know if I would be alive, to be honest with you. Like Jesus changed everything about who I am, and I've seen that happen for my friends, my family. And I just want everyone to know about how much he can do. Not just when you die, like not in eternity. Now, he gives you hope to wake up tomorrow and live a purposeful life.
Yeah.
And that keeps me up every day.
Awesome. Adam, thanks for coming out tonight, man.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate it.
Getting to know you a little bit. Appreciate the work you're doing at LCBC, and look forward to partnering with you.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah. Take care. Yeah, I'll take that. Cool. What's up? Oh my gosh. Yeah, come on, man. I don't know. Are you guys willing to be on camera for a minute?
This guy thinks he's a little shy. You don't want to talk, right?
You want to talk for a minute?
I want to give you a hug.
Oh, you want to get all right. Thanks, man. I'll take the hug. Thanks for stopping by, man. Appreciate it, man. I have some actually. Somebody already brought them. So thanks for coming. It's cool to see you guys. I'm good right now. Thank you. Yeah. Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. It's good to see you. Yeah.
This part of my journey actually started when my father passed away. I had been joint caregiver with my father for my mother, who had dementia. And not long after my mother passed away, my father was diagnosed with cancer. We were blessed with 4 years with him when they thought that we'd only have 6 months, but I was his primary caregiver. And by the time my father passed away, I had no idea who I was anymore, because everything in my life had been taking care of other people and doing for other people. I had hit rock bottom emotionally. I ended up at Water Street. Now that was about 5 years ago. I did not complete the program, moved out, ended up in the same situations, and said I need help, and I knew that Water Street would help me. This time, I went 110% in. I did all the work I'm supposed to do, did all the reading, did all the meetings, and I actually will be completing the program and starting a new part of my life. It's important for me as I'm reaching the end of this journey for me to get others to understand the help is here. You have to want it. You have to be willing to work for it. Nobody's ever going to tell you it's easy, but it's there if you just reach out and grab it. And Water Street is amazing, amazing. The staff is so caring. They genuinely care. First time ever in my life, I feel that I have been loved unconditionally. And because
And Jeremiah. All right.
Mine's Joseph. We all start with
And
a
Joseph, all with J's. My friend's family
All J and our,
is all J's too.
really?
Yeah.
Our last name are all Santiago.
Santiago. All right.
We're the Santiago family.
You're the one asking questions, so you know.
All right. Are we on? We're on. Okay. I'm going to give you the microphone. And so, oh, you got it written on your hand. That's good planning. That's really good planning.
How did you feel while planning to be outside?
Oh man, that's a good question. So before I answer that, can you say your name again so they can hear what it is?
Josiah Anthony Renee Santiago.
Oh, all right, the whole thing. Josiah, and your brother is Jeremiah?
Yeah.
Jeremiah, do you want to say your name on or no? You can get shy now that the camera's on. That's all right.
What are we supposed to do? Your name.
Just your name. What's your-
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah. Thanks for coming out. So your question again. What was I?
What were you thinking while you were planning to be outside?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking that there are a lot of people who don't have a house to sleep in at night, and they're stuck in hard places. So they're sleeping in their car, or they're sleeping outside in a tent because they don't have a house of their own. And so I thought I could come out here and sit on a bench and draw some attention to that, to get people in our community to say, you know what, those people who don't have a place to sleep, maybe we can help them. So that's what we do at Water Street. We have our mission over there. We have a place.
Water Street Mission?
Yeah, Water Street Mission. Right there, that's where I work. And so we provide a place for people who don't have anywhere else to go, and they can come.
Food there?
You're right. We provide food to people in the neighborhood. We also provide a place to sleep for people who don't have anywhere else to go. We provide meals for them, and then we try to work with them and help them so that eventually they can have their own house.
Cool.
So, and that's why I'm doing this, is because I think as a community, as a city, we can help those people. We can help people who are struggling and do better for them. So I'm doing something crazy, sitting on a bench all night.
Yeah, because it's really cold outside.
It is pretty, it is pretty. I didn't know it was going to be this cold when I planned it. But yeah, I thought it was important enough to do. So that's why I'm doing it.
Why? But you pretty much answered it.
Yeah. Why am I doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I care about people. Yeah. I mean, how does it make you feel when you think that there are some people who don't have a place to live?
I feel like that's crazy.
It is crazy. It's crazy, and it's sad. And so when stuff seems crazy and it makes us sad inside, I feel like we should do something about it. So that's why I'm here.
To spread the love of Jesus.
Yep. That's what he wants us to do. He said to love our neighbors as ourselves. And so that's why we do what we do.
So that's why you're doing that?
Yeah.
Say thank you.
Yeah.
Finish.
Because he changed my life and gave me hope. And so I want to do that for other people too.
What's your name?
My name is Jack. It's another J.
Mm-hmm. Wow. JJJ.
JJJ. Is your mama J too?
No.
Kayla.
Well, we all have Santiago's at the
Okay.
end.
Yeah.
So we're the Santiago.
Santiago. All right.
Well, I hope you stay safe
Thank you.
and warm because it is really cold out tonight. It is.
And I think this is crazy as well. I couldn't believe it. I was like,
Yeah, it feels a little crazy to me too.
yeah.
But I think
but
we
it's a
have to
brave
we
thing.
have to do crazy things sometimes.
Yeah.
To make a difference. So I appreciate you coming out and bringing your sons out and letting them ask their question.
Yeah. They
Like,
were like, what? You know?
who's doing what?
I was like, come on, guys, I'm going to show you.
You can ask. Yeah. So maybe someday God's going to have you do something crazy too.
Yeah.
But hopefully it's to help other people. We can do crazy things to help others. Be careful about the crazy stuff that's just for craziness. Crazy stuff to help people. That's okay. All right.
Not just like craziness for nothing.
Not just craziness for nothing. Your mom would not like that.
Yeah, you
No. How old are you?
8. I'm about to turn 9.
All
My
right.
birthday's December 17th.
Nice.
He just turned 7 because he's
7.
September 13th.
All right.
And mommy's July 3rd.
All right. Getting all the birthdays down. 9 years old, and you got a lot of wisdom and a lot of heart. I can tell. I see it in you. That you would want to come out here and talk to me about this and figure out what's going on. Like that's because you've got curiosity and you've got spirit within you that wants to do something big. That's okay.
But a little bit.
You did great. You did great. You did awesome. Well, thank you for coming out.
Thank you
I appreciate you stopping. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Now maybe you could go home and get warm. I'll stay out here and be cold.
I had a whole soccer game today.
Oh, nice. My daughters all play soccer too.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I said your Carissa's dad.
Yeah.
They were like, they thought it was Caesar.
Oh, that's Carissa's husband. Yeah.
That's soccer.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
We go to Compass.
Oh, awesome. Oh, so cool. So you guys know this place, man.
Yeah.
You guys know this
The
place.
bench. They were
How
like,
saying maybe?
how did they get the bench there?
Yeah, they brought it over earlier today. I don't know what they did. Forklift or something. It's heavy. Well, thanks for stopping by.
Ready? Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. See you. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
Bye.
See ya. Thank you. Oh. He's like, that's mommy doesn't have a beard like that. Aw. Wow.
We have the next national broadcast at 9:30.
Okay. Should we do David before that? What was he scheduled for?
He's scheduled 9:15 to 9:30.
Yeah, let's do David.
Cool.
That's funny. My screen now has a smaller number of them. For some reason, it's only got 7 on there.
That's because we're in a breakout room for the national broadcast.
Oh, okay. So then when we pop back in, we're already set.
That's my hope. I may have to join another room.
Okay. Make sure I got this.
They're really cute. I'm not worried about
David, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, thanks.
You ready to join me over here? You ready to come out?
I just filled out the form.
Yeah, come on over.
How are you, Jack? Nice
I'm
to see
doing
you.
good. It's great to see you.
Good to see you too.
Thanks
Thank
for coming out.
Oh, I appreciate
I'm
it.
going to give you this to hold, and we'll
to hold the mic.
Yep, we'll have a seat. I have my own mic over here, so that one's just for you.
This is just for me.
Yep.
Well,
So thank you. We'll do a quick introduction. This is David Nagel. He's a friend of mine, and most recently, we've been serving on the steering committee for the Coalition on Homelessness.
that's right. Yeah, we're on the same steering committee, Lancaster County Homelessness Coalition.
Yep.
And that means at the very least we see each other once every 2 months.
Yeah.
But normally it's more often than that.
A little bit more. That's great.
So yeah, I'm really happy to be involved with that. And
Yeah.
I think, as you know, I'm part of the organization that Mandy helped.
Yeah.
Mandy Mastros helped
The
really helped formulate, helped
Right.
put together,
Right.
which we call the Homeless Advisory Board.
Yes.
And did I say that right? Homeless
Advocacy Board. Yeah.
Excuse me.
That's all right. That's all
The
right.
HAB for short. So I'm used to calling it the HAB,
The HAB.
forgetting it's the Homeless
Advocacy
Board.
Yeah.
And of course, this is a much smaller startup organization.
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't compare to the entire homelessness coalition.
Right. Right.
But
But it has a unique role to play.
we have some very interesting things lined up
Yeah.
that we're getting involved with some things that we've managed to achieve already.
Yeah.
I think. And the one thing I did want to mention, all of us who are in the group, we all have either current or recent lived experience
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
homelessness.
Yeah.
So I mean, we've all been unhoused.
Yeah.
And including me, as you know.
Right. Right.
I spent a good year plus at Water Street,
Right,
and
right.
I just will tell you once again how grateful I am for all the hospitality
Absolutely.
and resources.
Yeah.
When it comes to just shelter and food, and I should mention very good food.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
Nobody around town compares to Water Street Mission. So, I'm just so grateful for that.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't like a year of, okay, I get to sit around and have a free place to sleep and free food.
Right.
It gave me like a platform to take care of things that I needed to do to kind of move forward in life.
Yeah.
That included all kinds of things, Social Security applications and certain other types of benefits that I had never looked into. And
Right.
ultimately, I was able to get housing.
Yeah.
But without having that sort of stable place for that solid year,
Right.
I don't think I could have pulled off any of those other things.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's one of the biggest challenges. Like, how do you take steps forward when your most basic needs are not being met, or you don't know from day to day how you have stability? So I'm glad we could provide that space for you, that season of stability and just kind of a place to breathe and then take some next steps. So
Exactly. I
yeah.
mean, a place to find an empty table and lay out a bunch of forms and fill them out. How else you do? You can't do that on a park bench.
That's true.
And even beyond that, having access to computers.
Yeah.
I got some real help there
Yeah.
from the people who were running the I forget what it's
The
called.
enrichment center.
Enrichment center.
Yeah.
Being able to get online, use a computer. But I'm very happy to be involved with the HAB.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure a group of us, there were 5 of us last year, plus Mandy, plus Marjorie Schaefer.
Yeah.
We all went out to San Jose, California for a national conference on homelessness.
That's awesome.
And it was actually dubbed the Lived Experience Leadership Conference.
Wow.
And that was like a 4-day event. I think we all came away having learned quite a bit about, a myriad of issues.
Yeah.
And seeing some videos and speakers talking about some real success stories in other parts of the country. Right. But, well, the reason I mentioned that was last November. Coming up in a month, there's going to be another one of these conferences.
Okay.
And various people selected me to go again.
Oh, fantastic.
So this time it's in Cincinnati.
All right. Nice.
So I'll be going to Cincinnati, I believe,
That's
again
fantastic.
with Mandy, a couple other members of the HAB. I don't want to, mention names.
Yeah, that's okay.
But I'm definitely planning to go.
That's fantastic.
And I hope we'll, a lot of conditions have changed in the past year, politically speaking, socially speaking.
Yeah.
And so that's bound to, have an impact on all kinds of issues relating to housing.
I'm sure.
And so it's probably a good time to kind of come back together and, we all talk and we listen to each other.
No, that's fantastic. And I think I love the existence of the Homeless Advocacy Board. And I know that each of you that are part of that are also like serving on other boards in the community. I believe. I know that was one of Mandy's, her visions for that. And
that was definitely one of the original goals.
yeah. So you're serving on the steering committee for the coalition, but I know there's some other nonprofits that some of the HAB members have joined.
It's kind of a moving picture.
Okay.
Some people have, a couple of people were, but have left the group.
Okay.
To be honest, there's only 3 of the original members, like the founding members. There's only 3 of us left.
Okay.
And so there are some others serving on boards, but we have new people that have been added to the group. And
good.
We're kind of stable at around 8 people, but hopefully we'll get even more people involved.
But I think it's so important to have that voice. I know on our board we have people with lived experience.
Yes.
On our board that can speak into and bring a perspective that those of us who have never experienced homelessness can't. Right. And we need both. We need both voices and both viewpoints to really help shape meaningful change. So,
yes, I totally agree.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that, having been homeless somehow makes me an expert in the area. No,
right.
I do have a certain perspective on what it's like.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not something that anybody really anticipates having happen to them, or, it's no fun. Right.
No.
You can make the best of it. Don't get me wrong.
Right.
When you don't have like your own roof over your head, the fundamental goal is like to figure out how you can get some kind of housing.
Yeah.
It's like the most critical issue, because all the other things that you have to do in life are predicated on having a space with you and some amount of stuff and papers. I always come back to papers and computers, because that was really a problem.
It's critical. Yeah. Well, and you can't navigate the world now without a computer, and many of us use our phones as our computers, but we need that option. And I know one of the things that blessed me, David, when you were with us at Water Street, is that long before you were able to even get your own housing and move out, you were already giving back to the community. And I know you're gifted with languages and
well, at least one. Spanish. The only other language I claim to be fluent in Spanish. Okay, I know a little Portuguese and a little French, but not enough to really say I speak French. No, but I'm quite good at Spanish.
And I know that you were providing classes to people in the community, and especially people who were doing service work and who are serving families that are speaking only Spanish, and they're like, I need a base level of Spanish in order to do my job well. And I know you provided an opportunity for people to take a next step forward with their language learning. So I always found that it really encouraged me to see that while you were still working on your stuff, you were already helping others.
Well, thank you, Jack. And I really appreciated. I had my little Saturday afternoon Spanish class going on in the in the recreation center.
Yeah.
And it people came and went, but there were a few regular. So I was teaching some Spanish to the residents at Water Street. And then I had a little bit of I was helping to improve their Spanish with some employees from United Way.
Yeah, that's awesome.
They're dealing with a lot of Spanish clientele. And so basically everybody that I was involved with in terms of helping teach a little Spanish to were all social service providers.
Yeah.
One sort or another.
That's awesome. So as they're trying to help some of your peers who are struggling, you're helping them.
I would meet a couple, there's 2 social workers who are employed by the Lancaster police.
Yeah. And the mayor and I were just talking about them tonight. Yeah.
Two young ladies. I would meet at Starbucks and we'd have coffee together and practice Spanish.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Now Starbucks is closed, so I'll
can't meet there
somewhere
anymore.
else to meet. For a little
hoping
Spanish,
another coffee house will move in there, because we don't have enough of them in Lancaster.
We don't. We could use a few more.
That's funny.
Well, Jack, I hope everything's going well at the Water Street Mission.
It is. There's a lot happening right now. I mean, you see these 2 properties. We're We're in the middle of renovations of that one to serve the neighborhood more.
Really?
And then the upper floors are actually going to be intentional community for people when they finish the program who are having trouble finding housing, that they'll be able to move in up there in more of a community setting, more independent, out working their own jobs, but with relationship and support.
across the
Yeah.
street?
That second and third floor of the white building there.
Is that what's being called like the Prince Street Hub?
That's across the street. That's being done by the coalition.
By the coalition.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought
Yeah.
you were referring. So this is
Yeah,
strictly a water.
This
Street
is a Water
mission
Street. We bought that
project.
building. Yeah, and so the first floor is going to be services for the neighborhood for people in need, and then the top 2 floors are going to be an intentional community for people to live. So some exciting things.
Yeah, that's really great news.
2 questions for you before I let you off the bench.
Okay.
I'm asking everybody the same question. So the first is, when you think of some of our friends who are still out there, still whether they're living in shelter or in their car or on the street, what is your hope for them? And then the second question is, David, in your own life, what gives you hope?
Well, they're really great questions, both of them. For those who are still out in the street or living in a car, I just hope there will be enough shelter space, or even better yet, like low-income housing.
Yeah.
Where people can get that sort of permanent supportive housing, of one sort or another, so they can get out of the street.
Yeah.
I mean, the ultimate goal is to have nobody sleeping in the street.
Amen.
So I really hope that enough resources will be just out there so that everybody in one way or another can be accommodated.
Yeah.
And I know there's different people with different aspects of their situation and different outlooks on life. Some are more cooperative than others in terms of like seeking out shelter.
Yeah.
But I'm sure everybody would accept a roof over their head if they had a choice.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what gives me hope?
What gives you hope?
Well, I'll be honest. I mean, it's not really like one specific thing, but I spent like 5 years being sort of out in the wilderness, not really having a place to call my own.
Yeah.
Not just the year and a half at the Water Street. Before that, a good couple of years, staying with different relatives, and early on in that period of time, I mean, I could not imagine that I would ever sort of dig myself out of that situation. It just seemed like it was going to be this new permanent reality for the rest of my life. And so now that I'm in such a much better situation, I have a place to live. I have like the adequate resources, the necessary resources for all the basics in life.
Yeah.
I realized that, you can overcome like huge obstacles.
Amen.
Even when you think you can't, you can, and
Yeah.
things can always get better. So no matter how, down in the dumps, despair that you're feeling, you just have to broadcast yourself into the future and realize it could be way better in the future than it is now.
Yeah.
And I feel that now, that there's always a reason to still have hope.
That's awesome. That's awesome. David, thank you for stopping by tonight. I appreciate
You're
you
welcome,
coming
Jack.
and talking. Appreciate all you're doing.
Thank you,
Thanks
my
for
friend.
coming. Yeah. Great to see you
I'll
again.
see you again soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I have my coffee.
Yeah, don't forget that.
Not from Starbucks. Okay.
All right.
Take care.
Take care. We're switching to the National soon. Okay. Whew. It's getting a little bit chillier out here. We're going to connect to the national feed in just a little bit. So you're going to catch up on a couple more interviews from that national perspective. Again, there's 70 missions all over the country who are doing conversations on a bench tonight. And so we're grateful to be a part of that. Grateful to be a part of Citygate Network, and knowing that there are organizations just like Water Street out there doing this work in other communities. And
Well, welcome to this next conversation
All right.
as part of Conversations on a Bench as we journey through 24 hours of awareness raising around issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery. And it's my privilege to be able to talk with my good friend, Walter Kim, who's the president of the National Association of Evangelicals, and an important group in the life of faith and the journey that we have as Christ followers in the United States. And Walter, just really appreciate your leadership and what you bring to the conversation of how Christians engage in the public square and in conversations both locally and at a federal level with regard to government, and how we especially are able to live out our faith. Thanks for being with us.
Tom, thanks for the invitation. I love what you're doing. Love the chance to collaborate, and specifically the idea of Conversations on a Bench. I think it's fantastic.
Cool. So when we think about the National Association of Evangelicals, or we think about evangelicals in general, I think it's an oft misunderstood group, and we think of it sometimes as a voting bloc, or we could think about it as people of faith who have a very deep faith and desire to follow Christ in what they do. I mean, as you think about evangelicals today, what would you hope their influence would be in our country?
Yeah, Tom, thanks for the question. Certainly is a contended term and has a contended place in our society at this particular moment, highly politicized. But I want to get back to what it means to be an evangelical. I mean, the term evangelical is based on the Greek word euangelion, the good news. So to be an evangelical, it is to be a good news person. Mm-hmm. And over the course of history, the last few centuries, the term evangelical would be used in church history to describe moments in which God's Spirit seemed to be especially at work. Whether it was during the Reformation and early reformers were called evangelicals, or during the 17 and 1800s where people of the First and Second Great Awakening were called evangelicals, or even in the post-World War II moment in the 1950s, the term evangelical came back again in order to describe this phenomenon of this moment of recovery and renewal of the good news of Jesus that is both in proclamation but also in demonstration. And I think holding those two things together for the fullness of what it means to be gospel people, I think is essential. And I think we can unpack this in our conversation. And in many ways, a Citygate represents this marriage of the good news, both in word and in deed, in proclamation and in demonstration. And this really would be my hope, that there would be a renewal of God's Spirit among his people, that we would show forth this good news of Jesus in word and deed, and have a very compelling and transformational witness.
Yeah, absolutely, Walter. I think there's a piece of gospel that really lives itself out in compassion for neighbor. And I think we look in James sometimes and we talk about faith without works or faith without deeds. And we understand gospel as sharing the good news. That how will they hear without a preacher? And yet then the living out of our faith as well. How might you kind of bring some definition to the proclamation piece of the gospel, and then what that looks like as demonstration of the gospel?
Yeah, I mean, clearly at the heart of this is Jesus, right? Jesus, as he introduced himself in Luke chapter 4, opened up the scroll of Isaiah and read it out and said, you know, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me to proclaim good news to the poor. And upon me, there's this recognition that Jesus was the fulfillment of all the Old Testament storyline. He was prophet, priest, and king. He was God's son, the revelation, achieving the things for the people of God that the people of God failed to do, but in God's great wisdom and plan brought Jesus, the suffering servant, the Lamb of God, the Alpha and Omega. You name it, the forgiveness of our sins. But just to leave it at the forgiveness of our personal sins is like going to this beautiful mansion, and the entryway, we get into the foyer and we stop there. It's like, okay, this is good. What forgiveness of sins gets us into the mansion, into the kingdom of God. But we don't want to stop there. We want to explore the richness of the kingdom of God. That's why throughout the scriptures, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, that proclamation of salvation and deliverance in Christ or in Yahweh in the Old Testament was coupled with this demonstration. So the people of God freed from slavery in Egypt, the great deliverance of the people of God, that became the basis of a certain kind of logic of demonstration. God wanted his people to know, I, your Savior, have delivered you from bondage. So you too, because you were delivered, remember that you are slaves. You too need to care for those who are the widow, the orphan, the stranger among you, the poor. And in the New Testament, Jesus comes along and he has that same logic all along. Yes, it is the proclamation of our forgiveness of sins, but it is the demonstration of that toward the poor, toward the prisoner, toward the blind, toward those who are out of favor to discover the Lord's favor. I love the fact that the Apostle Paul in Galatians chapter 2, when his apostolic mission of proclamation to the Gentiles was being brought into question, he goes back to Jerusalem and he recounts how he got the approval from the elders in Jerusalem, the kind of head honcho apostles, and they admonish him not only to proclaim salvation to the Gentiles, but to remember the poor.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Paul says, this very thing I have been eager to do. So there's always been this marriage between the proclamation of salvation in Christ and the demonstration of what that salvation means, particularly for the vulnerable.
Yeah. And so we certainly see what faith looks like as a theological concept or construct, and what it means then ultimately, and bringing us into relationship with God through Jesus Christ. But then there's this living out of that faith. I think too of Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew 5, when he talked about being salt and light, that there's some kind of tangible result that comes from being people of faith. How do you see that living itself out in our world today, Walter?
Yeah, this was the powerful witness of the early church. Their transformed lives in the kind of cacophony of paganism with all these religions being proclaimed. And then on top of it all, the imperial cult of Caesar. It was the lives of Christians that made a difference. How they cared for those on the margin of society was completely countercultural to the Roman vision of power. It was absolutely transformational in urban settings where this is the time before sanitation. This was the time before even chimneys were invented. And so people cooking in their homes, I mean, it actually was a pretty brutish existence. Yeah. And yet Christians came with mercy. And that mercy, it's like this virtuous cycle of the kingdom. Personal transformation of Christians led to the demonstration of the faith. That demonstration of faith made not just plausible that Jesus was the Savior, but it made it compelling. And so mercy ended up being a witness to the mission of proclamation. And it's just kind of this virtuous cycle. And I actually think that what happens at Citygate in our society, and maybe even more so, that we're coming to a post-Christian society with a pre-Christian opportunity. The same powerful witness in the pre-Christian pagan days that the early church had in its proclamation of Jesus, Lamb of God, Savior of the world, and the demonstration of what that looks like in the transformed lives of that community, led to this powerful witness. And in our society, the work in shelters, what would drive these people to care for those in need? For people who might not seem to have any political or material benefit, wouldn't advance our cause. What would drive people to such expressions of compassion, grace, and mercy, goodwill? What would drive people to spend their time, not only professionally, but the myriads of volunteers in the various shelters of Citygate? This is attention grabbing. Yeah. And we may be at a time where the claims of Jesus are being contested, where people are like, I don't want to hear about my need to be forgiven. But the demonstration of Jesus is undeniably powerful. What would get these groups of people to spend their lives in this way, caring for those without homes, providing shelter, providing food, providing the wraparound services of friendship to those who are friendless? Okay, there's something there that's worth pursuing. So I think of what you are doing in your networks as making not just plausible the claims of Jesus, but making absolutely compelling the claims of Jesus.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Walter, very much. And I know all of our leaders around the country as well. I think of, as you bring that historical perspective into it, and even our roots in the last century, where a lot of the famous evangelists, people like Dwight L. Moody and Billy Sunday, where they would have these revival crusades, they would come in, and the last crusade, they would challenge the people there to put their faith into action by starting a rescue mission in their community or a shelter in their community to be able to bring help and healing and love in the name of Jesus. And those evangelistic crusades, which were very much focused on proclamation, would end with ultimately this demonstration or challenge for demonstrating the love of Christ. And many of our missions, their stories are rooted to those revivals where they were actually started out of a holistic gospel vision, ultimately that came from those evangelists. So we would often think would be only proclamation, very much were challenging toward a demonstration of the gospel as well.
Yeah, and what a compelling thing. And that it is so like the Spirit of God to do that.
Yes.
To marry those things together.
Yeah. Yeah. So as we look at the challenges in our world, and certainly we see these things around us and around injustice and poverty. In the last 2 years, 2 years ago, there was a 12% rise in homelessness. And this past year was an 18% increase in those experiencing homelessness. If you were to bring more of a prophetic word to how Christians should be challenged to engage in issues of injustice and poverty, polarization, racism, homelessness, addiction recovery, what would that word of challenge be?
I would say there are three things.
Yeah.
One, don't let ideology prevent you from getting involved.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in our ideologically contentious moment, debating on, is this systemic? Is this personal? How should the government be involved or not involved? Or, all the debates that are unfolding right now, ideological debates, can freeze us and prevent us from involvement. So don't let ideology prevent your involvement. Just step in. You're not going to have perfect understanding of all the issues. Just step in. The second thing is we need to be personal. We need to make this not a political issue, but a personal issue. Get to know someone's story. Now, I know that those who are in city gates, you are making this personal. You are living in proximity and living life with people, and you know their stories. They have names. They have a history. They have heartbreak. They have hope. But invite others into that. Don't worry if the statistics won't land. Don't worry if the angle and strategic vision won't land. Just invite fellow Christians into the experience of humanizing those who are living without homes, shelter, those who need rescuing. And lastly, remember that you're in it for the long game. Do not despair. Your labor is not in vain. And I think in this moment, we need all those three. Don't let ideology prevent you from your involvement. Don't let the political prevent you from being personal. Get to know the stories and invite others into that personal proximity. And lastly, do not give up.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Walter. I think that often we can let ideology get in the way of a willingness to jump in and actually get involved, and oftentimes too that it's the perseverance piece of continuing to just give of ourselves and be able to live out faith not in the short term but over a long-term commitment, as we recognize that faith is not just a temporal concept, but it really is an eternal concept, and that we continue to live that out day by day, moment by moment, in the many situations that we are. As you kind of take those things a little bit, maybe as we kind of wrap up, what word of encouragement would you give to maybe our leaders that are actually engaged on the front lines of ministry, or maybe some of those that are kind of tuning into these live streams and maybe haven't had the exposure, and they've kind of looked at issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery, and they would maybe be more described as being on the sidelines, and they need to kind of jump in and get in the game in some way. What kind of encouragement could you offer those two different groups?
Yeah. To the first group, picking up on this from 1 Corinthians 15:58, your labor is not in vain.
Yeah.
Be immovable, be steadfast, knowing that your labor in the Lord is not in vain. Whether in this lifetime or in the lifetime to come, you will be richly rewarded, and not in a crass materialistic way, but the rewards of knowing that you can hear your Savior say, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Secondly, to those who are on the sidelines, if you ever want to be inspired to actually discover how transformational Jesus can be, if you want to have something more than a suburban Jesus or a Jesus that has been generationally taught to you, you want to see a renewal in your own life, yes, pray, yes, read the scriptures, get prayer. But I would say one of the most powerful ways that you could be renewed in your faith is to jump into the work of the Spirit of renewal. And that will take place in being a volunteer in some of these places where you will absolutely have all the evidence you need that Jesus can change lives, and you get to be a part of it. And I would have to say, having seen the stories of changed lives, it is a compelling witness. And let me just conclude with this then. I was at an event at an Ivy League school about the place of faith institutions. So this is a secular school, and I was invited to be a faith representative of what faith organizations actually do in the space of caring for the most vulnerable. And there was a moment in which the conversation became quite hostile to the place of evangelicals in society. And then another panelist stopped us. This is a person who is a social scientist, not a Christian, a social scientist, who said, wait a second, before we criticize the evangelicals, I want to let you know that the data is leading me to conclude that evangelicals, at least evangelicals that he's studying, they are some of the most influential forces for good in society. They are in the front lines of caring for those who have the deepest needs. They create spaces of hospitality and welcome. I mean, he's like proclaiming the gospel, right?
That's great. Yeah.
And if we as a country are ever going to get out of the mess that we're in, we're going to need the evangelicals. I think if a social scientist, non-Christian researcher can conclude that whatever the gospel is, whatever those good news people are, we actually need them in our moment.
That's just a great reinforcement and affirmation, I think, of what we're trying to do as we try to live out our faith. And just to say thanks, Walter, for this conversation and your willingness to provide leadership for this movement that really says what, as Christ followers, as people with the good news, how do we make that good in the lives of the people around us? And I'm just grateful to be able to be on this journey together, to be partners in the gospel, as Paul talks about in Philippians, knowing that, yes, our labor is not in vain, that it does make a difference in the lives of people. And at Citygate Network, we have thousands of stories of life transformation that come through the gospel, ultimately to bring help and hope and healing as people get closer in their own faith journey and in their relationship with Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Tom, for the gift of friendship and friendship in Christ and friendship on this mission.
Great. Blessings. We appreciate it. And we'll continue to have these conversations. And I know this brings a lot of value as we raise awareness about people experiencing homelessness in the United States and those that are trying to overcome and experience freedom that we know comes through Jesus Christ. Thanks, Walter. Great to be able to continue with conversations on a bench and to have this conversation now with my good friend, Gabe Salguero. And Gabe is the president of the National Latino Evangelical Coalition and the pastor of The Gathering with his wife, Jeanette. And Gabe's been a good friend, I think, for almost 2 decades, Gabe. And it really is good to be able to journey together and to partner in ministry together. We had you at our annual conference this year as a speaker, and it was great as far as the impact that you had on our people, and they really appreciated it. So thanks for that, and thanks for taking time out to be part of this conversation as well.
Well, a big warm hug from sunny Orlando, Florida.
Yeah.
A warm bench in Orlando, Florida, and always so honored to be a part of all the good work you all did and do. And it was great to be with all of you in Arizona to talk about the prodigal son and the forgiving father. So I'm part of the family if you'll have me.
Absolutely. And love that. And one of the stories you shared when you were with us that I thought might be good to maybe share as we kind of have this conversation and to get people to know you a little bit and even your background, that you're aware of what addiction looks like and homelessness looks like and how it's actually impacted you personally through your dad's story, and being able to even share kind of the hope of transformation that came out of that. Tell us a little bit about how this has impacted you personally, Gabe.
Look, like many people, I came up the rough side of the mountain. We were economically challenged. That might be a long form of saying we were very poor. And my father, as a teenager and a young adult, was struggled with substance abuse. He was addicted to heroin. And as you know, oftentimes substance abuse leads you to homelessness and a whole litany of other challenges that come from that. And so, you know, my dad lived under a bridge in Puerto Rico and then later also in New York. And that reality came from a dad who was addicted to alcohol. And my maternal grandfather suffered with alcoholism. And so those realities led them to a very challenging life. And so a lot of people don't make those ties, that living with substance abuse often leads people to homelessness, to joblessness, to a whole other group of social challenges. And so my dad has an 8th grade education. My dad has an 8th grade education. He was formerly incarcerated, and he belonged to, I like to call him, he was a nocturnal pharmacist. That means he used to deal drugs and he was part of a gang. But Christ found him. And so I don't just talk about second chances and about redemption and how people could turn their lives around. He had a radical conversion experience when Christ found him. He went to a program called Teen Challenge, graduated from there. There he went to Bible school, learned, and later he became a pastor. And so, but those challenges of my dad's early substance abuse into his young adulthood presented economic challenges for my family. We lived off the social safety net. I know what WIC and SNAP mean, not just theoretically. I was a beneficiary of that. And so I'm fortunate, I'm blessed that the community intervened and saw hope where people said, there's no chance here. And my dad became a pastor, put me and my two brothers and sister through college, is now running a prison reentry program. He's running a drug rehab program. So he himself is paying back the opportunities he received. And so I've seen God's grace, and I've seen what ministry and intervention can do to change not just one man's life, but the trajectory of a whole family.
Yeah. Yeah, that's powerful, Gabe, and to recognize that God is a God of transformation. And many of the conversations on the more than 70 benches around the country today are those stories of transformation, and they do offer hope, and they do show us the power of healing and the ability to turn our life around as we choose to follow Christ. So really appreciate that, Gabe. Thanks.
Look, I'm my whole life is paying it forward because somebody took a chance, a gospel chance on my father. Yeah. It changed his life, my mother's life, my two older brothers' life, my younger sister's life, and all the lives we've touched. My brothers are school teachers, my sister's a dean at a college. And so that has ripple effects. You touch one life, you don't know how many people, if you invest, if you take a risk of faith, if you say, hey, there's an opportunity to change a life. You don't know the ripple effects over decades that you can have on people.
Yeah, so true. And, we kind of look at when we see the situation in the United States today, often it isn't as much about people as it is around policies, and especially with regard to how we respond to drugs and addiction or to homelessness. And how would you kind of see Christ followers really needing to lean into caring and compassion, really over rhetoric, over policies? What does that really look like as you begin to think about the Bible coming alive in the lives of Christ followers?
The heart of God is people.
Yeah.
God cares about people. Christ died for people. Now, of course, policies impact people. And so when people say to me, hey, Gabe, when you approach policies, how do you approach it? I say, well, I put people first because God put people first. I'm a pastor. And, scripture drives my engagement in every sphere of life, policy, family, education. And, John 3:16 is instructive and normative. For God so loved the world. And if you have love for people, you advocate for policies that help people, that lift people up, that heals people. Because at the end of the day, God is interested in the flourishing of people.
Yeah.
God told the prophet Jeremiah, seek the welfare of the city wherever I plant you, because in its welfare is your health, is your well-being. And so God told Jonah, hey, consider Nineveh that great city. It's a fascinating phrase from Jonah. He says, I have a lot of people there and cattle too. God was even interested in the cattle, which is economy, right? Which is also the economy of an agricultural society. And so, and he says to them, shall I not love that great city? But that's true whether it's cities, rural, urban, suburban. God loves people. And there are policies that help people flourish. And there are policies that create obstacles to flourishing. If we are Jesus people and gospel-centered people, we look for policies that help people flourish.
Yes. Yeah. I love that. And so true. And that's being challenged certainly in different ways. And you see that, I think, in your role at the National Latino Evangelical Coalition, where firsthand, there are people that are being marginalized. Our rescue missions are seeing numbers of people that are being dumped on our doorstep, ultimately as they're migrating from Latin America. And how does the church respond in having open doors for all people? How does that happen, Gabe?
Look, I think that we learn from Scripture and the heart of Jesus. Jesus gives us great teaching in Matthew 25. And what people may remember from Matthew 25, it's that it's not a text to an individual. It's a text to nations. It says that when the Son of Man comes and all his angels with him to judge the nations, in Greek, the ethnes, all the cultures, all the ethnicities, everybody, black, white, Asian, Latino, so forth. He says, he's going to say one thing to people: for I was hungry and you fed me, naked and you covered me, thirsty and you gave me to drink, in prison and you visited me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. And so I'm driven, gospel-centered people and Jesus followers should be driven not by partisanship, not by polarization, but by the teachings of Jesus. The book of Hebrews reminds us in the 13th chapter, it says, remember hospitality. Because many of you have entertained angels unaware. The Greek word for hospitality, xenophilia, love of the stranger or love of the immigrant. And so good, well-meaning people can disagree on policy references. But what we can't disagree on is what Jesus taught us: to love our neighbor as ourselves, to love the widow, the orphan, the stranger. And Proverbs says to speak up and speak for the poor. We may do this in different ways, but we have to be broken with the things that break God's heart, and that's people, whether they're from Latin America or Asia or Africa or citizens. And so that Matthew 25 kind of becomes the normative text for how I deal with people on the margins.
Yeah, I love that. And that's certainly then the call or the mandate or the challenge that Jesus gives to us. And then it becomes a matter of how do we see in the world around us places where we can engage, where we can step in, where we don't step away or necessarily step back in some way. What are some of the ways that you're seeing that welcome and hospitality of the stranger living itself out?
Impressed by the generosity of the people of God. You might remember that Paul talks about the church in Macedonia. He has that Macedonian vision of a man saying, come to Macedonia and help me. But later on in Paul's missionary journeys, he says, I am astounded by your generosity. I'm astounded by how generous people can be. And so I see that in ESL programs in churches, English as second language programs. I see that in citizenship classes that many churches and groups are doing. I see that in soup kitchens. When people are given food or in food pantries, we don't ask them where they were born. We don't have a litmus test to give people the body and the blood of Christ. It's broken for you. This is my body broken for you. This is my blood shed for you. And so I see it in soup kitchens. I see it in food pantries. I see it in English as second language courses. I see it in shelters. I see it in foster care programs on how many U.S. citizen families are adopting immigrant children or refugee children. I see it in programs of refugee replacement. There's Office of Refugee where we're receiving people from Cambodia and people who are fleeing religious and political persecution. And so I see the hands and feet of Christ. Listen, I have people in my church who come from shelters. And their first step of stability was that shelter. It helped them have an address. It helped them get a job. And so I see Christ in the sheltering of people, right? Part of God is that he's a shelter. Like literally one of the metaphors for God is, I am a shelter.
Yeah.
And so I see it in sheltering. And so I see it in so many ways, but I also see it in advocacy. When people speak up for people who have challenges to access to power and access to goods and access to food and food deserts. And so God is moving. Aslan is on the move. Aslan will always be on the move, but the challenges persist. We just have to be resilient in doing good.
Yeah, and being willing to have the courage and confidence to be able to step out and do that. And certainly a lot of that comes out of seeing all people in the image of God and bringing a sense of dignity and respect to all people, which therefore then opens all of us to embrace and open our doors to be able to welcome, as you talked about that. And how do you see or encourage people just with regard to being able to see people as made in God's image, and so therefore it impacts how we interact together and even how we love one another?
Imago Dei is undeniable.
Mm-hmm.
It's undeniable. Look, when I run into people, our church has over 15 nationalities, right? And we have Haitians, and we have Colombians, and we have Nicaraguans and Puerto Ricans, and we have people with temporary protected status and DACA, and we have people who were born and raised in the United States. But if you ask them, what do you care about? I want my kids to have a better future. I love my wife. I love my children. All these things that unite us into this common shared destiny of loving one another. And so when you look in the mirror, you say, hey, man, I love my kids. This person loves his or her kids. Hey, I want a better future for my family. So do they. But more importantly than that, Christ died for people. And cruciformity is not a suggestion. It's an invitation. And cruciformity is sacrificial. When you see the image and likeness of God in other people, you're willing to go that extra mile because you say, well, here's a person Christ died for. Here's a person God sent his son into the world for them. Look, I used to go to church when I was a little boy with holes in my shoes. I was poor. I was very poor. And my mother would always say,
We are live. All right. Well, it was great. We decided to come back a little early because we have a few people here for conversations, and Gabe Salguero, fantastic insights and his story too of his family and his journey is really intriguing. I hope those of you who were watching and enjoyed that, but we wanted to get back on the bench here. I've been here the whole time. I haven't gone anywhere, but I wanted to invite you back into another conversation here. And I'm excited to have Dan Seward with us tonight. Dan is our Senior Vice President of Programs at Water Street. And so thanks for coming out instead of staying home and watching me and laughing at me out here. I appreciate that you took the time to come out of your warm house and join me on the cold bench.
Well, the Phillies had just lost, so hate to break it to anybody who didn't know that.
Kind of glad. I'm guessing if people are live streaming me on a bench, they're not the biggest Phillies fans. To skip a playoff game for me. But those of you who did, I appreciate it. And I'm kind of glad I didn't watch the game because that would have just been a really sad way to end the evening. So
it would have been.
Having these conversations has been way, way better for me. So
absolutely.
Dan, I want to take advantage of the two of us being on the bench to talk a little bit about Water Street. This whole the whole event, the whole reason we're doing this is to raise awareness of two things. One, raise awareness of the challenges and the difficulties in our community, those who are experiencing homelessness, that it is a very real issue and problem in our community. There are dozens of people who are going to be sleeping on the street, in their cars, in places unfit for humans tonight. And we need to open our eyes to that as a community as a whole. The other thing that we want to raise awareness for is the good work that is being done, the good work that God is doing in our community, the good work that organizations are doing in our community. And so I want to take advantage of having you here to talk a little bit about Water Street, because Water Street has been at this for 120 years. We are an imperfect but striving organization trying to live out God's call to love our neighbors. And you have a key role overseeing all of our programs, really other than our health services, but all of our people serving programs. Tell me a little bit about what's all under your umbrella, Senior Vice President of Programs.
Well, like you said, it's a lot of things. I end up walking around a whole lot, which is wonderful. We can start with our residential programs. So we have our 90-day emergency shelter, often really the first place that someone might encounter us who is experiencing homelessness, doesn't have any other options, and then also part of our residential program for those who choose to go on is a 12 to 18 month program where people are in residence with us, and we can bring a lot more resources around every individual depending upon their needs, their strengths and weaknesses, their desires. There are courses, there are Christian discipleship opportunities. There is a lot of coaching. There is, of course, health services and behavioral health services. So that's where we go next. And actually, we're working on. You can't see it, but it's right in front of us here. Even a third step, because we've realized it takes quite a while sometimes for people to really fully go all the way out on their own and find the kind of community and support that's needed. So we're working on what we're calling our intentional communities, which would be not on our main campus, slightly more independent, but yet with a lot of connection and resource for a further 2 years, really living with other people who are making that same transition to sustainability. So that's one whole set of what we do, and I mean, we're excited to be able to extend, what we're doing.
Yeah, and I want to dig in a little bit more to our residential ministries in a minute, but before we go there, I wanted to ask you about there are some other programs under. Nina was here earlier, so we talked about Next Gen in great detail, so we won't revisit that, but that's, you oversee Nina and her team as well. But then there's also our community resources, which are some different elements of our programming that support both our residential guests, but also the community. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's right. We have a pastoral team. We have a career and financial services team. We have a guest education team. And we also have what we call our outreach ministries, which again is about to move to a space that we're looking at, an expanded space. At the center of that is a food pantry, which we are making way more accessible as we make that transition to our new space. But then the space also affords us the opportunity to begin offering more to our neighbors around us. I think the thing we realized is that the people who come for food are often one small thing away from experiencing homelessness. People who are living without very much margin, and we're saying, we give them food, we develop some relationships, but there's so much more that we already have here at Water Street that could be offered out to our neighbors, and that's what we're going to begin to do.
Yeah, fantastic. So I think I'd love to talk a little bit, because a lot of people know the history, legacy of Water Street as pretty much, a shelter and soup kitchen is often, like, when you ask people to describe what they think Water Street does, maybe maybe they see there's a little bit more than a shelter and a soup kitchen per se, but it's pretty limited to, like, well, and then you do some stuff to try to help them, help people become no longer homeless. But I'd love for you to describe a little bit, Dan, of just like what is Water Street's approach? What is our the philosophy behind it? How we work with our guests? Somebody comes through the door, they knock on our door and they say, "Look, I don't know where to go. I've got no place to live. I've got no place to sleep tonight. I need help. Can you help me?" You talked about the shelter and residential, but tell us, like, what does that look like for somebody who's coming through the door, and what are they going to experience, and how do we do that?
Yeah, I mean, we talk a lot about restoration, and when people come in the door, it starts with hospitality, welcome, experience of dignity, of love, a place where people can feel safe. But we really I have been talking about something called sustainable restoration the last couple of years, as you know, and we had to really sit down and think about what's involved in seeing lives restored to the fullness of what God intended them to be.
Yeah.
What does that look like to think about it in a sustainable, lifelong way? And we actually came up with 9 significant factors that really constitute a whole life, holistic approach. Is starting with life basics. People do need safety, shelter, food, and need that for a period of time in order to get out of survival mode enough, in order to feel enough stability that they're able to even begin to think about everything else about restoration. So we start there, but then we quickly move to access. Do they have access to the programs, to the services they need? And we move health services. One of the reasons we have health services on campus is access to health care. Is one of the first access questions that is critical for people. But we move beyond that. Personal wholeness, what's going on the inside that's affecting the outside. Of course, we are a Christ-centered organization. We talk a lot about transformative hope that can bring sustained motivation and a sense of faith that God is at work in someone's life. Key relationships, that's another one of our assets. We all need community, and that's the feedback, as you know, we've gotten from people who stayed with us. What was it for you? There was, first they usually say the sense of love, but then they said, but that was expressed with people. There were people around me. I felt like I was in a community here that I wanted to be a part, and that's what caused things to really turn.
We heard that from a couple of the guests who were with us tonight on the bench. And
so we realized it's not just about throwing programs at people. We have great programs. We certainly don't throw them per se, but it really is what's the quality of community, not just from the staff, definitely including the staff, volunteers. What kind of quality of community can we help shape among guests as a community of people who are staying with us? And that's true with our neighbor-centered programs too. What's the quality of community? We recently started a food co-op, which is a little different style of distributing food because it allows these 17, 18 people to experience a sense of community and participation
and working together,
working together. So that's key, and there are other assets, and I think the other thing that our philosophy has helped us see is it's important not to say, oh, everybody here is so needy, they have so many needs, how can we possibly fill needs? People are created in God's image. We're all struggling in ways, but then God created each of us with assets, with strengths, with abilities, and so it's really just helping people walk in a direction where they begin to uncover and begin to recover what God has made them to be in the first place. And that may seem like a subtle difference, but I think that's made all the difference for us.
It can be powerful, and it's not something you can script. It's something that has to be really embedded in the hearts of the people who are doing the work as well. That we're gonna come alongside individuals, not from the mindset first of the great, abyss of need, but rather you're created in the image of God. You were born with innate value, but also innate gifts and strengths and assets. And through life, some of those have grown, some of those have been, disrupted along the way, but that's who you are. Let's start there, and let's start building upon. And in the midst of that, and even from that frame, we can address needs, because we all have needs. But it's not the starting point of like, you're just coming to me as a bucket full of needs, and I'm here to fill you up and fix you. But rather, like, no, God's created you for something, and we're going to see that in you first, and then we come alongside.
Yes, that's right. And so then it becomes a partnership. And in fact, I think the more I began thinking about every person I meet is created in the image of God. God loves them. God created them purposefully. I think it gave me a place. I don't always do this perfectly, but a place to start when I'm walking down a street in Lancaster and I see someone who's been sleeping kind of under a little part of a building. At least the spiritual discipline for me is to, before I think about what to do next, like, here's a person who's created in the image of God. Here is somebody that God loves, and just start from there.
Yeah.
And then try to go from there.
That's good. Now, Dan, you have not always worked in social services for people experiencing poverty and marginalization. You came to us 7 years ago now. How many?
Almost 8 years. It'll be 8 in December.
8 years. But from a whole different kind of ministry, working with college students, and then you've done some other things as well. But the majority of your career was working in student ministry, college campuses, leadership development in that arena. Why did you come to Water Street? What made you like, what was going on in your heart, your life, what God was doing with you that said, it's time for me to go work at a homeless shelter or a ministry like Water Street? We're more than a homeless shelter, but I say that jokingly, but it was a change. What led you to come to us?
Yeah, it was. And I think sometimes in my life, it was just saying, God, what next? And there was like, please, Dan, pursue this thing. So some of it I can't say I came to some great realization. I just tried to.
So it wasn't like a huge move of like, I want to go work in this type of ministry, and then you started searching and found Water Street.
Yeah, no. But one thing was in working with InterVarsity in college ministry for many years, we had a long time connection to Water Street. One of the things we put together back in the day was summer opportunities for college students to do a summer internship, and Water Street was one of the ministries that took on a group of college students, among other ones in the city. And so in campus ministry, you're always thinking about, we have young men and women who are just figuring out what they're going to choose in life and what's going to be valuable. So then we study the scripture a lot, and you see there's something about being shaped at that critical stage by the things that are part of the heart of God in the world, that you really want college students to get a taste of that, so it will affect their life in a positive direction. And so it really, I think, came out of encouraging so many people towards ministries like Water Street and being connected, that when the opportunity came up, I'm like, I believe in this stuff already. I feel a part of this already, and this is an opportunity to be more a part of it.
That's cool. That's cool. I'm going to ask you, I think we're getting towards the end of our time. So I want to ask you, there's 2 questions that I've asked everybody that's been on the bench so far. I'll tell you both of them, and then you can handle it. That gives you time to think. The first is, when you think about our guests, or when you think about individuals who are currently experiencing homelessness, those who are, sleeping on the street tonight, those who are sleeping in their car, maybe our guests at the shelter, what is your hope for them? And then the second question is about you. As you are engaged in this work every day, the ups and downs, the challenges, difficulties, what provides you hope? What gives you hope in this work?
Yeah, maybe I'll start for the second one first. I've been here long enough to see God do amazing work in people's lives, starting from 3.5-year-olds who come into Wonder Academy and are just having a really hard time, and watching over a period of a school year where all of a sudden something has blossomed and grown in that child. They're ready to learn. They're making friends. They're just in a different space. So, and I've seen that on every level in every ministry of what we've done. So that is motivation for me. and and underneath that, it's just God moving in people's lives and us being able to be a part of it. I mean, that's incredibly motivating. That keeps me going.
Yeah. Awesome.
My hope for people experiencing homelessness or maybe staying in a shelter, I'd go back to something we just talked about. I think a hope that people could find a kind of community, certainly where God is present, but also where trust can grow, friendship, a sense of mutual support, a sense of dignity and togetherness. That is so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's central for all of us, right? It's not just
we all need
in
that
crisis. We all need that all the time.
I hear you. Awesome. Thanks,
Yeah.
Dan.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming out, joining me on the bench.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
Thanks, as always, for your work with our team.
Oh,
appreciate you, man.
Glad to be here.
Yeah.
Take care.
All right.
Hope it goes well.
Thanks. All right.